I didn't inherit their power. I surpassed it.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku Was the Son of Meliodas and Merlin movie. Before we start, please go support Jeff3302J for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Deku is a male. Izuku is the son of the sin of wrath and the sin of gluttony. They sent their son to another world to protect him from the Demon King, and so Izuku will be mistreated by his adoptive family until he discovers what he truly is. Chapter 1. In a bar called the Boar Hat, several figures could be seen. One was a blonde-haired boy with a dragon tattoo. It was none other than Meliodas, the sin of wrath. He seemed nervous being watched by his companions, and how could he not be with his wife giving birth and being attended to by Elizabeth, Diane, Gowther, and other doctors. Eskener, hey guys, the captain is really nervous, the sin of pride told his companions. King, and why wouldn't he be, idiot? He's going to be a father very soon, the sin of sloth replied. Hawk, I hope he's not like that pig. Ban, I don't see how Merlin ever noticed the captain, the sin of greed said, receiving several stabs from King. King, idiot. Ban, pulling off the blades, what's wrong with you, idiot? Angry. Eskener, hey, don't you think we should calm the captain down? Seeing Meliodas pacing in circles. So the two calmed down and went to calm Meliodas. Hey captain, are you all right? But he received no response. Captain, but he still received no response, making him angry. Hey, don't ignore me, but he was sent flying. Meliodas shut up while still nervous. King, hey idiot, everything's going to be all right. Eskener, King's right captain, Lady Merlin will be fine. At that moment Ban appears. Ban, yes, and we'll have a little captain, I'll call him the little captain. Making Eskener, King, and Hawk laugh, but the fox's head did a perfect 180-degree turn. Meliodas, shut up. Hawk, I am sorry captain, but Ban's right, he'll be our little captain. Continuing to laugh, but was struck by a glare from the blonde, making him hide behind the lion of pride. Meliodas, no longer able to hold back, you know what, I'm going in. Going to enter the room where his beloved was. King, you can't going to stop him. Meliodas, it doesn't matter, so they were in a fight to prevent Meliodas from reaching the room. In a struggle, the five of them entered, breaking down the door, but when they got up, they saw Merlin holding a baby. Gowther spoke. Gowther, Merlin is doing well, but her vital signs are very weak due to the delivery. Rest is suggested. He spoke in his usual tone, but was pushed by the blonde man wanting to see his wife and son. Merlin, hello, she spoke weakly. There's someone who wants to see you, giving him her son. Meliodas, hello. Shedding a few tears at seeing his son, but he saw how the newborn let out a little laugh and put his hand in his. Elizabeth, congratulations, Mr. Meliodas and Miss Merlin, your son is healthy, giving them a smile. Diane, oh, he's so beautiful, looking at the baby. Ban, King, Eskener, and Hawk slowly approached to see the newest member. Ban, placing his hand on the blonde-haired man's shoulder, congratulations, Captain. Meliodas, thank you, Ban. Wiping away tears while still holding his son. Hawk, look, he looks like Meliodas, but he has Merlin's eyes. As he got too close, causing the newborn to grab his nose tightly. Hawk, ah, it hurts. Releasing his grip and starting to run to lessen the pain while the baby giggled. Eskener, wow, his magic power is great and his strength too, but he still doesn't surpass me. Making everyone sweat. King, you're right, his magic power is very great. As he flew above Meliodas's head, causing the baby to stretch out his little hands trying to reach him. So everyone started talking and having a good time while Elizabeth had already healed Merlin, while King used his spear to entertain the infant, having transformed it into a bear. He was surprised by the child's strong grip as the little one refused to let go. A small struggle ensued with King pulling at the bear to retrieve it. The scene was somewhat comical, eliciting laughter from everyone. Ban, well, King, it seems you're being defeated by a baby. Laughing. King, ah, shut up, idiot, and help me. Ban, sighing, what does it matter? So they went to the little one and also pulled, but the child was stronger, unwilling to lose his toy. They continued like this for a few minutes until they saw the child let out a small yawn, releasing the bear and causing King and Ban to fall backward. The child fell asleep in his father's arms, but something worried Meliodas. Meliodas, could you leave us alone? In a serious tone that surprised everyone, but they didn't pay much attention and left. The blonde-haired man sat down next to his wife, to his son. Merlin, Meliodas. Meliodas, I know you don't want to do it just like I don't, but yes, he's here and he'll be in danger, looking at his son who had fallen asleep. Merlin, oh okay. So Merlin and Meliodas gathered all their magic power to create a portal. Merlin, in that world he'll be safe, while holding his son and beginning to write runes on him that disappeared. Meliodas, I promise we'll come looking for you no matter how long it takes. We'll find you while kissing his son's forehead, which made him smile. Merlin, I love you, also giving him a kiss. So the two sins looked at each other and nodded, thus sending their son to another world, while in the other world a green-haired woman can be seen in the hospital giving birth to two little ones. Nurse, come on, just a little longer. Hisashi, come on, sweetheart, you can do it. Then the cries of a newborn were heard. Doctor, congratulations, Midoriya family, it's a boy and a girl. Hisashi, what will their names be? Looking at his children. Inko, Izuku, and Izumi Midoriya, while holding one in each arm. Hisashi, they're beautiful. At that moment, little Izuku opened his golden eyes for a few moments, but when he closed them and opened them again, his eyes were emerald green. All of this went unnoticed by the people in the room. Chapter 2. The years passed and the little boy grew up alongside his sister. Now they were 5 years old. There were times when the little boy would stare at the moon, lost in thought, and he would have fleeting memories of seeing a purple-haired girl and a blonde-haired boy talking to him. He also saw other blurry silhouettes, but whenever he tried to see who the purple-haired girl and the blonde-haired boy were, he would wake up. At first, he thought they were just dreams, but then they became frequent. He never told his parents because he didn't want to worry them. There were also times when he looked in the mirror, his eyes would change color to gold, but then they would return to normal. Now the little boy had turned 5 and he and his sister wanted to be heroes. Their favorite hero was Almight, the current symbol of peace. The two of them spent hours playing at being heroes with their parents. They also went out to play with their best friends, Katsuki and Katsumi Bakugo. The two were almost identical and had the same personalities, always the two green-haired boys with the two ash-blonde children. They all had the same quirk, which was creating explosions. The 4 of them promised that they would become the best heroes. One day, Inko decided to take them to the doctor to find out what their quirks were. Inko, kids, calm down, we still have time, trying to reassure her children. Izuku, sorry mom, it's just that I can't wait to find out what my quirk is so I can be like All Might. Izumi, I bet you'll be great, big brother. Inko, okay kids, let's go. So the 3 green-haired children went to the doctor. The children were talking amongst themselves, guessing what their quirks would be until the nurse told them to come in. Nurse, Midoriya family. Inko, yes nurse, you can go in now. The doctor will see you in a moment. So the 3 went in, undergoing a complete examination until the results were available. Doctor, Mrs. Midoriya, I have good news and bad news. Inko, what's the good news, doc? Doctor, the good news is that your daughter Izumi has a quirk called pyrokinesis. It allows her to manipulate the fire, making the girl excited. Inko, and what's the bad news? Doctor, the bad news is that Izuku doesn't have a quirk, leaving the little green-haired boy in shock. Inko, what, but why, how is that possible? Doctor, it's because of a bone in his foot. Naturally, people with quirks don't have it. Inko, I understand, taking the 2 children, thank you very much, and so they left. The walk home was silent. When they arrived, Hisashi was there. Hisashi, hello love, how did it go at the doctor's? Inko, good, Izumi has pyrokinesis. Hisashi, really? Excited, and what's Izuku's? Inko, he doesn't have a quirk. Hisashi, what, how can he not have a quirk? So Inko explained to him. From that day on, everything was hell for the freckled boy. He was in love with his best friend Katsumi, so he confessed his feelings, but when she found out he didn't have a quirk, she rejected him and started making fun of him along with her brother. From that day on, she and all the other kids at school started bullying him. He thought his sister would support him or help him, but his heart was broken when he saw her and her parents hitting him. He begged them to stop. Izuku, please stop. Inko, you aren't and you never will be my son. Hisashi, why didn't you just die? Izumi, I hate being your sister. Because of you, sometimes they bully me. Using her quirk, she burns his arm, making him scream in pain. He started crying and went to his room. He held his arm tightly because of the pain, but little by little he saw the wound begin to heal. Izuku, wiping away his tears. The freckled boy thought it was just an accident, so he grabbed a razor blade and made a small cut, letting out a groan of pain. But he was surprised when the wound slowly began to close. The freckled boy was happy, but he didn't tell anyone. One day he went to the park where his sister and her former best friends bothered him, causing the green-haired boy to run away crying. But he wasn't looking where he was going and bumped into someone. Izuku, I'm sorry. Don't worry, it was my fault. The little boy looked up and was surprised to see it was the symbol of peace. Izuku, All Might happily. SHH, I don't want to attract attention, whispering, which the little boy understood. The blonde-haired boy offered him an ice cream, which he accepted. They went to a secluded place so they wouldn't be bothered. Izuku, excuse me. Yes, Izuku, CC, can I ask you something? Of course. Izuku, can someone without a quirk be a hero? Looking at the hero. Sighing, I'm sorry, but someone without a quirk can't be a hero. Being a hero is a very dangerous job and you'd only put yourself in danger. But you can be a police officer or a doctor, you know. They're heroes too. Finishing the ice cream and leaving the little boy in shock. Izuku, and no, I can't be a hero. So he went to his family's house, but they were already leaving, so the green-haired boy had to run so they wouldn't leave him behind. He was sad when he got home, as usual. He had to wait for the scraps his parents and sister left, and then he went to sleep with tears streaming down his face. That night was the most painful for the green-haired boy. Not only had the girl he liked rejected him, but his friend, his sister, and his parents treated him like garbage. And to top it all off, he met his idol. He thought his idol would offer him words of encouragement like, "You can be a hero," but instead his hero shattered his dreams. His only source of strength to keep going had been destroyed. The green-haired boy couldn't take it anymore and started to cry. He barely slept that night. Chapter 3. The next morning, the freckled boy woke up, but his gaze seemed dull. He got up, dressed, and went downstairs for breakfast. As usual, he saw his family eating without him. He made his own breakfast and went to school, which was hell for him since all the children bullied him, especially his sister and his former friends. After classes, the freckled boy headed home, but on the way he saw some pigs. He had a kind of flashback to seeing a talking pig, but imagining that made him laugh. Then he remembered those two silhouettes again. He was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't notice he had already arrived home. Upon entering, he went to his room and locked himself in. He didn't feel like being with his family, so he fell asleep. In his dreams, he always dreamed of a family that loved him just as he was. He dreamed that they played or did things with him and always gave him all their love. The freckled boy smiled. A few hours passed, and Izuku had to wake up to a loud knock on his door. Getting up and opening the door, he found his sister. "Izumi, here," she said, handing him a sheet of paper with something written on it. "I want you to do my homework, and when you're finished, leave it in my room." Izuku replied, "Why do I have to do your homework? Why don't you do it yourself?" A little angry. Izumi responded, "Because Mom and Dad are taking me to the movies, and I'd better be here when they get back or else." Activating her quirk and inflicting a wound, causing him to cry out in pain. Inko said, "Izumi, let's go, the movie will start soon." Izumi replied, "I'm coming." Then she saw her brother, "Well, you'd better start on my homework." With that, he left. The freckled boy took his sister's homework and started working on it. When he finished, he took the paper and left it in his sister's room. He was fed up with all of this, so he decided to leave the house. He began to write a short letter, unable to stop himself from shedding a few angry tears as he remembered all the bad things that had happened. Having finished the letter, she went to pack some clothes and left the house. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the 7 deadly sins were discussing a possible impending war. 2 of them weren't paying attention, their hearts aching, and their only thought was of their son. Their friends noticed this and took advantage of their distraction. They began talking. Wow, in these years, the captain and Merlin have been a little not knowing how to put it. King, and how could they not be after 5 years away from their son? Hawk, I wonder what Tristan is doing right now. Gowther, I have an idea. Why don't we send the captain and Merlin to the world where their son is? This caught the attention of the 7 deadly sins. Diane's really, but how would we do that? Gowther, well, if we combine our magic power, we could create a portal to their son's dimension. He adjusted his glasses. That could work. Besides, there's nothing we couldn't fix, so they all agreed on what they would do. King, all right, then what are we waiting for? They approached the couple. Upon seeing their friends, they snapped out of their thoughts. Meliodas, can I offer you anything? Gowther will send you too, but the fox covered his mouth. Meliodas, confused. Captain, don't you think it's time you and Merlin took a vacation? He hugged them. Meliodas/Merlin, a vacation, confused. That's right, you've been a little stressed, so the guys and I decided to give you a trip. Meliodas, what do you mean? Well, I was thinking, I don't know, maybe you and Merlin could go see the little captain. Shocking them both. Merlin, what King's pushing. The fox, what means is that we'll send them to his son. Meliodas, grabbing and starting to shake the fairy king. King, are you serious? In chibi mode. King, of course, while still being shaken by the blonde until he lets go, making King fall onto his pillow. King, I think I'm going to throw up, while his face turned green. Merlin, but how would he send us to the world where Tristan is? Gowther, I just have to see your memories to see where you sent him. I'll use the magic power of King, Eskener, and Diane to create the portal so I can send them there. Meliodas, but what will you do for the future war that King Bartra told us about? Eskener, don't worry, we can handle it, or rather, I can handle them while in his muscular form. At that moment, everyone saw Merlin let out a small laugh, but then they saw her start to shed some tears. Meliodas, is everything all right? A little worried about his wife. Merlin, Meliodas, after 5 years we can finally be with our son. I can finally be with my son. Tears streamed down her face, not from sadness but from happiness. Meliodas, I know, he also started to cry. Gowther, then what are you waiting for to send us with our son? Gowther, all right, but I'll need some time. I'll go prepare everything. He left. After a few minutes, Meliodas and Merlin were saying goodbye to their friends. Gauther, all right, now I'll begin the spell. He began to see Merlin's memories. Once he saw what he needed, he began to draw on the magic power of his companions to send them both through. It took a great deal of magic power, causing Eskener to revert to his weakened form. His friends, having given their magic power, fell to their knees exhausted. Gauther then created the portal, where the only thing they saw was Meliodas and Merlin saying goodbye. Entering the portal, they appeared in a forest. Merlin, Tristan were coming, Meliodas, we're coming for you, son, and so the two set off to find their son. Chapter 4. The two sins wasted no time and went to find their son, while the freckled boy wandered aimlessly. He passed a shop where, upon seeing several desserts in the window, his mouth watered, but unfortunately he didn't have any money with him, so he left. He continued walking until he reached an amusement park. This caught his attention, so he decided to go in to see the rides. Everything was illuminated with lights and vendors were everywhere he looked. He saw a Ferris wheel and wanted to ride it, but then remembered he didn't have any money, so he left. There were many people in the place, so the little boy decided to leave. He started to leave the park, but as he stepped outside, Merlin and Meliodas entered. For a few moments, Izuku felt a familiar sensation, a feeling of warmth, while Merlin felt as if her heart were beating fast. She turned around but didn't see anyone. Meliodas, are you all right? Merlin, why yes, it's nothing. I just had a strange. Meliodas moving forward. Meliodas, whatever you say. Somewhat confused, he went to his wife. When he reached her, he saw that she was looking at the places. Meliodas, what do you think those things are? Looking at the amusement park rides. Merlin, I don't know, but I don't feel any spell or magic coming from them. They were both surprised by everything their eyes saw. Then the blonde man found a $100 bill. Meliodas and this, Merlin, taking the bill and examining it, they saw how people were using the money to buy candy or play the games. Maybe this is the money from here. Meliodas, I see, don't you want to go on some of those rides? Pointing at the Ferris wheel. Merlin, sure, smiling. They were both curious about what that machine did, so they went to the ride, paid, and got on. The ride started working and they were both surprised. Then the ride stopped, leaving them high up, giving them a beautiful view of the city was beautiful and gave a romantic atmosphere in the moonlight. Merlin, it's beautiful. Meliodas, you're right. So the two looked at each other and little by little they got closer, giving each other a tender kiss that lasted a few minutes until the game started up again. The two tried each of the games, even tasting the cotton candy and the ice cream. They were amazed by the flavor. It made their mouths water. Then they saw a game where you had to throw a ball and knock down some bottles. Meliodas went over just to watch. He saw some children throw the ball, but they didn't even manage to move the bottles. Subject, that's a shame. What a pity. Who's next? At that moment, the children became sad. Subject, anyone else want to try? Meliodas, me giving him the money. Subject, good luck, kid. Meliodas, I'm not a kid in chibi mode. Subject, fine, you only have 3 tries, so on the first try he threw it with little force. Subject, what a shame, smiling. On the second try he threw the ball with a little more force, but nothing happened. Subject, come on, kid, is that all you've got? Making the blonde boy angry. Meliodas, fine, I only have 1 more try. He had already realized that the game was rigged, so this time he would throw it with more force. Subject, are you ready? Receiving a nod, so Meliodas threw the ball, which created a small shockwave, destroying the place. Meliodas, I think I used too much force in chibi mode. He received a hit from Merlin. Sorry, but he only saw how the subject was in shock. Subject, my shop, seeing the destroyed place. The children, upon seeing the plushies, they began to take them. Meliodas took the opportunity to grab one and leave with Merlin. Meliodas, that was fun. Looking at his wife, he noticed she was somewhat sad. Hey, don't worry, we'll find it. Merlin, I know, so the two continued their search. Meanwhile, the green-haired boy was walking when he bumped into someone, causing him to drop his food. Izuku, I'm sorry. Man 1, hey, that was my food. Izuku, sorry, man 1, you'll see, wanting to hit the little boy. Izuku started running, chased by the man, and ended up in an alley where he hid in a trash can. The man searched for him, and when he couldn't find him, he left. Izuku, sighing, that was close. But then he started thinking about the strange feeling he had. It was warm and pleasant. He didn't think much and went to sleep, but then he dreamed about them again, this time with a clearer image of their faces. From Meliodas and Merlin, he heard them calling him, waking up agitated. He got out of the garbage dump and into a puddle and saw that his eyes were golden. Izuku, who were they and why were they calling me Tristan? He started walking. At the Midoriya house, the family had arrived. Izumi went to her room and found her homework. Then she heard her mother call her to eat. They didn't realize Izuku wasn't there, so the family sat down and started eating while chatting about how amazing the movie was. Meanwhile, Meliodas and Merlin continued learning more about the new world. They were amazed by common things like cars and other things. They passed by a place and saw a family being mugged. Meliodas approached and knocked the man out with a single punch. Meliodas, are you all right? Man, thank you for saving us. Meliodas, no problem. He went to Merlin, but then a little girl with purple hair asked. Girl, excuse me, what's your name? Meliodas, my name is Meliodas. He smiled. Merlin, mine is Merlin, and so they left. The two continued walking until Merlin felt that feeling again, while the freckled boy also felt that feeling. Something told him that he went in that direction and started running towards it. Merlin did the same, followed by Meliodas. Then he saw his wife stop abruptly. Meliodas, what's wrong? But he didn't finish because he saw his son in front of him. Merlin tried Tristan as tears streamed from her eyes. The freckled boy didn't understand, but he didn't realize when his legs started running towards them. The other sins did the same, embracing their son. The freckled boy felt safe and secure, so he started crying on his mother's shoulder. Finally, they were together. Finally, he was with his family. Chapter 5. The green-haired boy had fallen asleep in his mother's arms, and they both smiled at their son. They weren't dreaming. He was right there in front of them, and they would never leave him alone again. Meliodas, let's go home. Receiving a nod from his wife, two entered the forest, and once they were far from the city, Meliodas took out his sacred treasure and summoned his clones. The blonde-haired man ordered them to create a house, and in less than 5 minutes the clones had finished. They carried their son up to his room, which had the name Tristan engraved on the door. Carefully, Merlin placed the little boy in bed. Meliodas, good night. Giving his son a kiss on the forehead, he was about to leave, but he saw that Merlin had lain down with the freckled boy. Aren't you coming, Merlin? I don't want to stay any longer. While stroking her son's head. Meliodas, I understand. He approached and gave his wife a good night kiss, which she returned. Gesture. Merlin, rest, Meliodas, you too. Thus leaving the room. When Meliodas closed the door, the mage couldn't help but shed a few tears of happiness. This seemed like a dream, and if it were, she wanted him to never wake up. She always dreamed of her son, and now that she had him with her, she would give him all the love she couldn't give him in all these years they were separated. The green-haired man unconsciously hugged Merlin, making her smile as she dried her tears. She settled down, and before falling into Morpheus's arms, she said, Tristan, and fell asleep while hugging her son. Meanwhile, Meliodas had heard everything. Smiling, he left his house and climbed onto the roof, observing the moon for a few moments. Meliodas, I wonder what the other sins are doing. On the boar hat, the sins can be seen talking. Diane, hey, do you think the captain and Merlin have found their son? King, of course, they'll look for him until the end. Ban, King has the reason is that right now the captain and Merlin have to be destroying everything in their path to find him. Eskenner, I don't think the captain and Miss Merlin are destroying everything. While cleaning some glasses. Gowther, there's a 50% chance they're destroying everything and another 50% chance they're searching cautiously so as not to be discovered. So everyone started talking, returning to the sin of wrath. He let out a sneeze. Meliodas, oh, I think someone's talking badly about me anyway. Standing up abruptly, I'll make Tristan the best breakfast he's ever eaten. Climbing down from the roof, but as he did so, he froze. Meliodas, Chibai mode, well, but how do I get money? Putting his hand on his chin. So he began walking, lost in his thoughts. He didn't realize when he arrived in the city. He saw that the streets were empty, but he didn't pay much attention to it since it was normal for there to be no people late at night. Then he heard a loud explosion that made the blonde-haired man alert. He saw some men come out carrying bags. They ran so the heroes wouldn't catch them, but then he saw two of them throw the bags away and leave. Curiosity about what was in those bags called to the blonde-haired man, so he went to where they had been thrown. He opened them and was surprised to see money. Meliodas, well, this solves everything. Taking the money and livings. The next morning, the green-haired man woke up. He felt so good. He hadn't been able to sleep well for a long time, but now he felt calm. He thought it had all been a dream, but when he looked around, he realized he wasn't in his room, so he got up. Then he remembered what had happened the night before, but then he started to move his head from side to side. He could smell a very pleasant scent that made his mouth water, so he left the room and went downstairs. As he descended the stairs, he saw some plates placed on a wooden table. Approaching, he saw a blonde-haired boy and a purple-haired girl in the kitchen preparing dinner. When they noticed the freckled boy, they simply smiled. Meliodas/Merlin, good morning. Izuku, good morning. Merlin, sit down, your breakfast is ready. So the freckled boy sat down and they served him his plate. The two sins also sat down and they began to eat. The freckled boy still thought he was dreaming, but he became curious about who they were, so he asked. Izuku, excuse me, drawing attention, who are you? Meliodas, well, my name is Meliodas. Merlin, and mine is Merlin. Meliodas/Merlin, and we are your parents, leaving the green-haired boy in shock. Izuku, unable to believe it. Merlin, I know it sounds crazy, but it's the truth. Tristan, Izuku, Tristan confused. Meliodas, that's the name we gave you. At that moment, Merlin began reciting words that destroyed the runes placed on him, restoring him to his true appearance. His hair turned blonde and his emerald eyes turned gold. Izuku, what, Merlin, that's your true appearance. We placed runes on you to conceal your true form and your magical power. The freckled boy stared at them for a moment, then his dreams came back to him. They were his real parents. Everything started to fall into place. The two sins looked at each other, wondering if they had done the right thing by revealing who they were. They knew it was crazy and that he might not believe them, but they were determined to earn his trust. Then they saw the freckled boy get up and run towards them, hugging them tightly as he began to cry. Izuku, are you really my parents? Merlin, of course you are, she stroked the little boy's head. Izuku, Mom, Dad, don't leave me alone. He clung to them even more. Meliodas will never leave you alone again. The three of them hugged, creating a beautiful family scene. Meanwhile, back at the Midoriya house, Inko and Hisashi felt a pang in their hearts. Chapter 6. The green-haired boy had fallen asleep in his mother's arms and they both smiled at their son. They weren't dreaming, he was right there in front of them and they would never leave him alone again. Meliodas, let's go home. Receiving a nod from his wife. The two entered the forest, and once they were far from the city, Meliodas took out his sacred treasure and summoned his clones. The blonde-haired man ordered them to create a house, and in less than 5 minutes the clones had finished. They carried their son up to his room, which had the name Tristan engraved on the door. Carefully, Merlin placed the little boy in bed. Meliodas, good night. Giving his son a kiss on the forehead, he was about to leave, but he saw that Merlin had lain down with the freckled boy. Aren't you coming? Merlin, I don't want to stay any longer. While stroking her son's head. Meliodas, I understand. He approached and gave his wife a good night kiss, which she returned. Gesture. Merlin, rest, Meliodas, you too, thus leaving the room. When Meliodas closed the door, the mage couldn't help but shed a few tears of happiness. This seemed like a dream, and if it were, she wanted him to never wake up. She always dreamed of her son, and now that she had him with her, she would give him all the love she couldn't give him in all these years they were separated. The green-haired man unconsciously hugged Merlin, making her smile as she dried her tears. She settled down and before falling into Morpheus's arms, she said Tristan and fell asleep while hugging her son. Meanwhile, Meliodas had heard everything. Smiling, he left his house and climbed onto the roof, observing the moon for a few moments. Meliodas, I wonder what the other sins are doing. On the boar hat, the sins can be seen talking. Diane, hey, do you think the captain and Merlin have found their son? King, of course, they'll look for him until the end. Ban, King has the reason is that right now the captain and Merlin have to be destroying everything in their path to find him. Eskener, I don't think the captain and Miss Merlin are destroying everything. While cleaning some glasses. Galder, there's a 50% chance they're destroying everything and another 50% chance they're searching cautiously so as not to be discovered. So everyone started talking, returning to the sin of wrath, he let out a sneeze. Meliodas, oh, I think someone's talking badly about me anyway. Standing up abruptly, I'll make Tristan the best breakfast he's ever eaten. Climbing down from the roof, but as he did so, he froze. Meliodas, Chibai mode, well, but how do I get money? Putting his hand on his chin. So he began walking, lost in his thoughts. He didn't realize when he arrived in the city. He saw that the streets were empty, but he didn't pay much attention to it since it was normal for there to be no people late at night. Then he heard a loud explosion that made the blonde-haired man alert. He saw some men come out carrying bags. They ran so the heroes wouldn't catch them, but then he saw two of them throw the bags away and leave. Curiosity about what was in those bags called to the blonde-haired man, so he went to where they had been thrown. He opened them and was surprised to see money. Meliodas, well, this solves everything, taking the money and leaving. The next morning, the green-haired man woke up. He felt so good. He hadn't been able to sleep well for a long time, but now he felt calm. He thought it had all been a dream, but when he looked around, he realized he wasn't in his room, so he got up. Then he remembered what had happened the night before, but then he started to move his head from side to side. He could smell a very pleasant scent that made his mouth water, so he left the room and went downstairs. As he descended the stairs, he saw some plates placed on a wooden table. Approaching, he saw a blonde-haired boy and a purple-haired girl in the kitchen preparing dinner. When they noticed the freckled boy, they simply smiled. Meliodas/Merlin, good morning. Izuku G, good morning. Merlin, sit down, your breakfast is ready. So the freckled boy sat down and they served him his plate. The two sins also sat down and they began to eat. The freckled boy still thought he was dreaming, but he became curious about who they were, so he asked. Izuku E, excuse me, drawing attention. W, who are you? Meliodas, well, my name is Meliodas. Merlin, and mine is Merlin. Meliodas/Merlin, and we are your parents, leaving the green-haired boy in shock. Izuku, unable to believe it. Merlin, I know it sounds crazy, but it's the truth. Tristan. Izuku, Tristan, confused. Meliodas, that's the name we gave you. At that moment, Merlin began reciting words that destroyed the runes placed on him, restoring him to his true appearance. His hair turned blonde and his emerald eyes turned gold. Izuku W, what? Merlin, that's your true appearance. We placed runes on you to conceal your true form and your magical power. The freckled boy stared at them for a moment, then his dreams came back to him. They were his real parents, everything started to fall into place. The two sins looked at each other, wondering if they had done the right thing by revealing who they were. They knew it was crazy and that he might not believe them, but they were determined to earn his trust. Then they saw the freckled boy get up and run towards them, hugging them tightly as he began to cry. Izuku, are you really my parents? Merlin, of course you are, she stroked the little boy's head. Izuku's mom, dad, don't leave me alone. He clung to them even more. Meliodas will never leave you alone again. The three of them hugged, creating a beautiful family scene. What? Meanwhile, back at the Midoriya house, Inko and Hisashi felt a pang in their hearts. Chapter 7. The next morning, the freckled boy woke up full of energy and with a smile on his face. As he went downstairs, he found his parents preparing breakfast, so the three of them sat down to eat. Once finished, Meliodas washed the dishes and approached his son. Meliodas, are you ready? Izuku, a little confused. Meliodas, today we'll start your training, smiling. Izuku, really, cheerfully, receiving a nod from his father. Meliodas, all right, let's go. So the two left the house and arrived at a small training field that Meliodas had made a few hours earlier when the little boy was still asleep. Meliodas, okay, first we need to work on your stamina, so you'll start running. You'll begin with 10 laps around the field. Izuku, yes, so he started running while Meliodas watched his son with a smile. When the little boy finished, he was tired, so the blonde-haired boy gave him some water. Meliodas, now we'll see how good your reflexes are. So the freckled boy went to a place where his father threw small rocks at him, which the freckled boy dodged. Then Meliodas began to increase his speed, making it difficult for his son to dodge them. They continued like this for a couple of hours until Meliodas stopped and approached his son. He had some scratches and small wounds from the stones, but they weren't healing quickly. Meliodas, looks like you still need time, helping his son stand. Izuku, time for what? He asked curiously. Meliodas, so that any wound you get heals quickly. Well, I think that's all for today. So the two returned home, Izuku, dad, looking at the blonde boy. Meliodas, yes, turning back to his son. Izuku, yesterday when you got angry, what exactly was that mark that appeared? It was scary. Remembering those eyes full of anger, but then he saw his father stop. Izuku, I'm sorry and I didn't. Meliodas, it's not okay. So letting out a sigh, that mark is the mark of my clan, the clan of demons. That mark helps us to be twice as strong. You too can make your mark appear, but at that moment he picked up his son and put him on his shoulders. Now is not the time. They continued on their way, and upon arriving home, they were greeted by Merlin. Seeing her son's minor injuries, she playfully punched Meliodas, creating a comical scene that made the freckled boy cover his mouth to stifle a laugh. From that day on, the freckled boy's life changed. He no longer felt alone and could smile again. Every day he trained with his father, and after each session, Merlin taught him new things and how to control his magical power. Little by little, he gained more stamina than before. He was determined to be like his parents and make them proud. Time skipped 2 weeks. At this moment, Meliodas was teaching his son how to use a sword, but they were using wooden blades. The freckled boy attacked while Meliodas simply dodged or blocked his attacks. Meliodas, you've progressed, Tristan, while dodging an attack. Izuku, I learned your moves while lunging at his father again. At that moment, Meliodas grabbed his sword. I waited until Tristan was close enough, and when he got close enough in a swift movement, I cut his son's sword and kicked him, sending him crashing into a tree, leaving him surprised. Izuku, how? As he got up. Meliodas, not just so you learn my moves. At that moment, Merlin appeared, saying something to her son. Merlin, never underestimate your enemy. No matter if they look weak or defenseless, they will always have a plan. Take it as a lesson. Izuku, I understand. He smiled. Then this time I will defeat you. He got into an attack stance. Meliodas, smiling good, he also got ready to block his attacks. But in a swift movement, Merlin hit each of them. Merlin, that's all for today. Besides, dinner is ready. Izuku, just a little longer. He had a small bump on his head. Meliodas will finish this quickly, in chibi mode, while he also had a bump on his head. Merlin, no, seeing the two of them leaving. Meliodas, sighing, well, we'd better go. You don't want your mother to get angry, making his son shiver down his spine. Izuku, mom is scary when she's angry, remembering when she was angry. So the two of them went to eat. Meanwhile, at the Midoriya house, they were having dinner. Inko, Izumi, do you have homework? Izumi, yes, but I'm going to give it to the useless person who gives me homework. Inko, by the way, where is he? I haven't seen him. Hisashi, he must have gotten into trouble. So Izumi went to her brother's room, but when she entered, she saw that no one was there. She also noticed that some of his things were missing while others were covered in dust. She approached the window, and when she opened it, a small draft caused the letter on the desk to fall. Izumi, Tusk, where has that useless guy been? She left the room. Chapter 8. Time skipped 3 years. 3 years had passed since Izuku started living happily with his family. 2 days remained until his 8th birthday. His parents threw the best birthday parties, and even though it was just the three of them, they had a great time. Meliodas was planning what to do for his son's birthday. Merlin and Meliodas had been able to communicate with the other sins, but doing so required a large amount of magic. However, they told him they would go for Tristan's birthday since he was always asking what the other members of the sins were like, so they made arrangements. The freckled boy was impatient. He couldn't wait for his birthday since his parents told him they had a surprise for him. He waited impatiently for the day to arrive, but it seemed like time was moving slowly until finally the day came. Upon waking and going downstairs, he was greeted by a hug and a kiss from his mother and father. They had prepared his favorite food, so they sat down to breakfast. "Izuku, what's the surprise?" he asked excitedly. "Meliodas, don't worry, Tristan, they'll be here very soon." He had a smile on his face. "Izuku, they'll be here." Confused, "Who's coming?" "Merlin, you'll find out soon enough." She took a sip of her tea. When they finished, they told their son to go change. He obeyed and ran to change his clothes. Once he was changed, he went downstairs and saw his parents ready. They took him somewhere. They waited a few hours until a portal appeared. This amazed the freckled boy. 5 figures emerged from the portal, but one was much larger than the others. He also saw a boy floating, and what surprised and frightened him the most, making him hide behind his mother, was seeing a giant green pig carrying a house on its back. Once the portal closed, the freckled boy saw his father run towards them happily, but he also saw someone else run. Meliodas, Ban, Captain. They exchanged a greeting that looked more like a fight. They lay on the ground, holding hands, and began arm wrestling, which caused a great tremor. Some trees started to fall and some mountains collapsed. They would have continued, but Merlin quickly stopped them as they had destroyed a large part of the forest in a matter of seconds. In the city, some houses also began to fall due to the tremor, but then everything stopped. "What idiots," said the boy floating on a pillow. "Hee, they never change," said the giant girl. "Merlin, it's good to see you again," she said while cleaning up the damage. "Ban, well, we'll leave this for another time, Captain." "Meliodas, of course." At that moment, the 5 sins noticed the little boy hiding behind his mother. They were all overjoyed. His mother told him not to worry. As he came out, Izuku said hello, bowing. Ban said well, approaching the boy, who was a little startled, but then saw the man lift him onto his shoulders. "You've grown so much, little captain." The fox smiled happily. Diane said he's so cute, while carefully holding him in her hands. King said, "Wow, he's identical to the captain," while flying in circles around the little boy. The giantess placed him on the ground. Merlin said, "Well, it's time to celebrate," while shrinking Diane. The freckled boy watched as the giant pig buried itself in the ground. Meliodas sighed, "Ah, home sweet home," as he entered the cave. Once inside, the freckled boy saw a small pig. When it saw them, it greeted them. Izuku said, "A talking pig," in shock. Hawk said, "Huh. Never before. Izuku, had you seen one?" "No, that's not normal." Hawk, sighing, "I think idiocy is also inherited." Being sent flying by Meliodas. Meliodas/Izuku, sate in chibi mode. This made everyone laugh. So everyone introduced themselves to Tristan and celebrated his birthday, which was one of the best since he saw how Ban bothered King, and he also listened as Eskener told him stories of his battles and how he always won, which made a bead of sweat form on his forehead. "Izuku, now I understand why he's the lion of pride," he said it to himself. Everything was laughter and fun. At the Midoriya house, they were celebrating Izumi's birthday. Her friends Katsuki and Katsumi were there. They played until it was time to say goodbye, so they left. Izumi, goodbye Aunt Mitsuki by Kachin by Katsumi. Katsuki/Katsumi, goodbye Izumi and happy birthday. That's how Inko and Hisashi said goodbye. They started cleaning up after the party, so Izumi went up to her room. Before entering, she saw her brother's room. She smiled and decided she would tease him and get a present. Upon entering, she saw the dusty furniture, which caught her attention. A small ray of light came in through the window, illuminating the note her brother had written. This piqued her curiosity, so she picked up the letter and began to read it. When she opened it, she saw that some words were blurred from being out of place for so long, so she went to her room and got a pencil and a sheet of paper. She placed the letter under the paper and began to scribble over it so she could read it better. After a few minutes, she finished and began to read it. Letter. "Midoriya family, you don't know how much I hate you. I don't plan on coming back to you. I can't believe how you abandoned me for not having a quirk. I thought we were family, and families help each other, they don't destroy each other. That's why I'm leaving, so I won't be a burden to you anymore. I'll never forget the things you did to me. Izumi, I thought we were siblings. When you were sad, I was always there for you, always protecting you. It didn't matter if I got hurt, I did it to protect you. But when it was your turn to protect me from the blows I was receiving, you did nothing. In fact, you joined in. That's why I'll never forgive you. Goodbye, Izuku." Chapter 9. Upon finishing reading it, she couldn't believe what had happened. Several images flashed through her mind, showing her and her parents mistreating the freckled boy. The green-haired girl fell to her knees, unable to comprehend what had happened. Over and over again, the devastating images of her brother screaming for them to stop played in her head. Then a brief flashback appeared. Izumi, when I grow up, I'll be the best hero just like Almight. Izuku, I can't wait to see what our quirks will be. The two children played at being heroes with their parents. Izumi, what have I done? Tears streamed from her eyes. She grabbed the sheet of paper and went downstairs. Her parents, seeing her, wondered why she was crying. She showed them what she had discovered. They were stunned. Then they all remembered that it was also Izuku's birthday. So her parents went out to look for him with their daughter. After a few hours, they found no trace of the green-haired boy, so they went to the police station and reported him missing. When Midoriya disappeared, Detective Naomasa Tsukachi took on the case. He first questioned the family, asking them questions like how long he'd been missing and if they knew if he was being bullied at school. The family nervously replied no. Seeing their reactions, the detective became a little suspicious. Naomasa said, "All right, Midoriya family will look into this. If we find out anything, we'll let you know." Inko pleaded, "Please bring my baby back." Tears welled in her eyes. Naomasa replied, "We will." The family started to leave, but before they could, the detective stopped them. Naomasa asked, "Excuse me, but do you have a picture of your son? It would make it easier for us to identify him." Hisashi replied, "Yes, we do." He took a photo out of his wallet. One half showed Izumi, but the other half was folded. He straightened it, showing Izuku smiling, which saddened him. Hisashi said, Here you go." He handed the photo to Naomasa. Naomasa said, "Thank you. We'll start by searching the possible places where, thus leaving." The Midoriya family arrived home sad and devastated. Izumi went to her brother's room. Upon entering, the entire place was dirty and dusty. Seeing this, she couldn't help but shed a few tears. Meanwhile, Inko and Hisashi were having a conversation in their room. Inko, how could I forget about Izuku? I am a bad mother while being comforted by her husband. Hisashi, we're bad parents. How could we do this to our son? Unable to hold back any longer, he cried. The detective arrived at his office, approached a whiteboard, and stuck up the photo of the green-haired boy. Just then, he heard someone pass by. "Sorry for the delay, I had some problems." As he sat down, he noticed his friend staring at a photo he couldn't quite see. "Are you working on a new case?" Naomasa, sighing, "That's right, but something doesn't add up." He was in his own world but then started shaking his head. "Sorry, I think work is killing me." "Well," Tashinori, looking at the symbol of peace. Don't worry, how about we go get some coffee?" Naomasa, "Sure." So the two left. Back with the freckled boy, he was asking the Sins a million questions, making them sweat. "Merlin, Tristan, I think that's enough questions for today." As she approached the freckled boy who was talking to Gowther. Izuku, sighing, "Okay," he went to his room since he was a bit tired. Wow, I thought I was going to die from too many questions," as he took a swig from a bottle. Meliodas, he's just as curious as Merlin. "By the way, how are things over there?" Everything's fine, we just had to finish off a few red and gray demons." He said it casually, but saw his friend get serious as he thought about something. Hey Captain, what's wrong?" Meliodas, it's nothing. Well, maybe we should go to sleep," seeing that his other companions were already asleep. You're right, stretching, "Well, goodbye," going to a room. Merlin, Meliodas, seeing that her husband was still thinking. Meliodas, "Yes, Merlin, is something wrong?" Meliodas, sighing, "It's nothing, it's just that something tells me this is only the beginning," while looking out the window at the moon. Elsewhere, 10 figures could be seen. They were the 10 commandments. What are we waiting for? Speaking a figure in red armor. "We await orders from my father." Speaking a figure who was the leader. At that moment, a small portal opened where I heard a deep voice that commanded respect and terror, and the 10 figures knelt, for they were in the presence of none other than the Demon King. "Father," said a boy with silver hair, "Demon King, I want you to find Meliodas and bring him to me." At this, everyone was shocked. "But father, why do you want us to bring the traitor?" asked the black-haired boy angrily. "Demon King, do you intend to disobey one of my orders?" Zeldris, raising his voice. Zeldris, no, but we'll need some time to recover all our power." Demon King, "Very well, I hope you don't fail." With that, the transmission was cut. As it ended, Zeldris struck a rock, destroying it. Zeldris, "Why would my father want that traitor?" Esterasa, "Calm down, brother, perhaps our father has a plan." Zeldris, "Tisk, whatever. All right, now we must go and recover our strength." "There's a village near here," a mist with many faces spoke. Zeldris, "Good," he unfurled his wings of darkness. "Let's go." Thus the 10 commandments headed towards the village. Returning to Meliodas, he was sleeping until he woke up startled. His breathing was ragged and sweat was noticeable on his face. He got up and went to the window. "Meliodas, I won't let you have my child even if it means I have to kill you, father." He looked at the moon with a serious expression, his demonic mark activated. Chapter 10. The next morning, Izuku woke up to a noise, so when he went downstairs, he found his father and the fox fighting. When they saw the little boy, they stopped fighting. Izuku, hey, what's going on? Ban, nothing, it's just that today I'm going to train you, little captain. Meliodas, no, today he'll train with me. Ban, there's only one way to find out. He put his hand on the table. Meliodas, fine. So the two were ready to start, but they were stopped by the talking pig. Hawk, Izuku, hey, idiots, stop it. Izuku, I still can't believe you can talk. He said it in chibi mode. Meliodas, letting out a sigh, fine, today you'll train him. Looking at his friend who smiled, well, I'd better make dinner. This made both Ban and Hawk start laughing. Hawk, don't tell me you made your son eat your food. While he couldn't stop laughing. The little boy didn't know why they were laughing. Meliodas, with a vein throbbing on his head, you'll see, so going into the kitchen, the little boy Izuku didn't know what was happening. Hey, why are you laughing? He asked curiously. Hawk replied, it's because that pig's food would kill anyone who ate it. Remembering the times people almost died from how horrible the blonde's food was. Ban added, you see, little captain, cooking was never the captain's strong suit. After a few minutes, the others had woken up. They saw Meliodas come out with several plates, serving them to his friends. When they saw the food, they just swallowed hard. Meliodas asked, well, aren't you going to eat? Oh, looking at his friends. They took a spoon and ate a little. They couldn't stop their hands from trembling. They put the spoon to their mouths, and when they tasted it, they were shocked because the food didn't taste bad at all. Rather, they liked it except for Gowther, who didn't have a sense of taste. Meliodas said, well, with a triumphant smile. Diane exclaimed, wow, Captain, this is delicious. King retorted, he's right, I'm surprised he didn't die. Making something fly out, impacting the fairy, oh, what's wrong with you? Looking at the blonde boy who looked away and started whistling. The little boy started laughing. Once he finished eating, he went to train with the fox. Ban, all right, show me what you've got. In a fighting stance. Izuku, okay. So the little boy launched himself at the fox, who dodged him without a problem. The little boy threw punches that Ban simply dodged. Little by little, the little boy got annoyed since he couldn't land any blows. Without meaning to, he activated his demonic mark, so he punched him in the stomach, making Ban spit out a little blood, but he was sent flying, crashing into a tree branch. The little boy, seeing this, got scared and his mark disappeared. Izuku, oh no, and I thinking he killed him. Ban, hee, that was good. Breaking the branch, his wound closed. Izuku, b, but how? Ban, I'm immortal, so with that said, don't hold back. Maintaining his foxy grin. Izuku, oh okay, so the two resumed fighting with Ban giving him advice. Afterward, they went to the bar where Ban told him that Izuku had activated his demonic mark. Meliodas told him he would keep an eye on him. Time skip, 9 years. 9 years had passed where Izuku trained with each of the sins. They taught him what they knew. The little boy had also created a heart for Gowther since he wanted him to feel what it was like to have emotions because of a conversation they had. Flashback. The little boy can be seen training with his demonic mark. He sees Gowther looking at a deer, so he approaches. Izuku, Uncle Gowther, what are you doing? Gowther, Tristan, I'm not doing anything. He said it in a neutral tone. Izuku, you don't have feelings, do you? Gowther, I've tried to understand human emotions, but I haven't been able to feel them since not possessing a heart. I'm afraid that's impossible for me. Then he saw the little boy stand up. Izuku, then I promise to help you understand emotions. End flashback. So the little boy asked his mother for help, and seeing her son's determination, she decided to help him. She knew it would be difficult, but not impossible. They spent several hours trying to create a heart like the one he had before until they made a prototype. The little boy thought it would fail, but he was surprised that it worked. The training with King was about speed and strategy since he used his sacred treasure to attack the little boy. He also discovered that he had feelings for Diane. The day he discovered it was fun. Flashback, King and Tristan are seen eating. Izuku, Uncle King, do you like Aunt Diane? Making the named King choke on his food. King W, what are you saying? Meanwhile, his face was all red. Izuku, haha, and when are you going to tell her? King W, well, but then he shakes his head, what's it to you? A little annoyed. Izuku, fine, you know the cherry blossom trees grow this time of year. Aunt Diane is excited to see them. Thinking away. King, cherry blossom trees. Thinking about what the little boy said, he got up and flew away. End flashback. Meliodas had taught her how to use full counter, while the Midoriya family continued their tireless search for Izuku. The police presumed him dead. Even the detective had to abandon the case since he found nothing. It was as if the earth had swallowed him whole. Izumi had distanced herself from Katsuki, seeing them as a bad influence on her, and so Katsumi and Izumi became rivals. Almight learned of Izuku's disappearance and joined the search. Now Izuku was 15 years old and ready to become a hero, while Izumi met Almight and became the wielder of One for All. Chapter 11. The day had arrived, the day Izuku would go to UA. He was excited and scared at the same time. He hadn't been able to sleep almost all night because of the excitement. So he changed quickly and went downstairs where he saw his parents preparing breakfast for him. He saw the others talking, and when they saw the freckled boy, they stared at him until his mother spoke. "Merlin, are you excited?" "Izuku, yes, I couldn't sleep almost all night," he said excitedly. "Meliodas, relax, you'll do it," he encouraged his son. "Ban, the captain is right, this will be a piece of cake," while drinking a beer. So everyone encouraged the freckled boy. "Izuku, oh, by the way, the boar hat is opening today, right?" looking at his father. "Meliodas, that's right, the boar hat is opening its doors." "Izuku, but why don't they do it in the city? I don't think people will walk that much, especially being in the forest." "Meliodas, well, they'll eat outside, they'll have a beautiful view, and we can charge you extra," while smiling, causing a bead of sweat to appear on his son's forehead. The freckled boy ate very quickly. He was very excited. He left the house saying goodbye to everyone who wished him luck. Then Meliodas saw Merlin shed a tear. Meliodas, they grow up so fast, watching his son disappear among the trees. Merlin, it seems like only yesterday he was just a child, while crying harder as the blonde-haired man comforted her. "My baby is already a man." "Meliodas, you're right, you know, I think I'll give you his birthday present early." As he left the house, he quickly went to where his son was, managing to catch him before he left the forest. "Meliodas, Tristan, wait," stopping his son. "Izuku, Dad, is something wrong?" Receiving a shake of his head. "Meliodas, well, I have a surprise for you. I was supposed to give it to you for your birthday." "Izuku, but it's still a long way off." "Meliodas, I know, but better late than never," and he handed it to him. "His sacred treasure, here you go." Izuku, surprised, "And no, I can't accept it. It's your sword." Meliodas, take it. I know you'll take care of it." Handing it to the freckled boy, who accepts it. "Izuku, thank you. I'll protect it with my life." As he puts on the sword. "Meliodas, take care and do your best," as he smiles at him. Izuku, hugging him, "Of course I will. I love you, Dad." "Meliodas, and I love you too." Tristas, while wiping away a tear, "You'd better go. You don't want to be late, do you?" Breaking away from the hugs. "Izuku, you're right. Goodbye, Dad. I'll make you and Mom proud of me." As he runs off. "Meliodas, we're already proud of you, son," returning to the house. Meanwhile, at the Midoriya house, Izumi was excited, a fact noticed by her parents who were happy to see their daughter. She ate as quickly as she could and left the house. She had a feeling something told her that this day would be full of surprises. Upon arriving, she tripped but didn't touch the fish. When she opened her eyes, she was surprised to find herself floating, and the cause was a girl with brown hair. "Are you all right? It's my quirk. I'm sorry for using it without permission, but it would be bad luck for you to trip, right?" Izumi. "Thank you, my name is Izumi Midoriya." "Mine is Achako Uraraka." "Well, it's time to go inside. I won't see you later, and let's do our best." As they entered, Izumi followed. At that moment, Tristan arrived and accidentally bumped into someone with purple hair. "Izuku, I'm sorry, I was a little distracted." "It's okay, but next time watch where you're going." Looking up, she found herself face to face with the freckled boy. Seeing him reminded him of someone. "Izuku, well, I think we're running late. Goodbye." So the freckled boy entered the building, asked for directions to the test, and was led there. Upon entering, he saw many participants, which made him nervous. He went to sit down since the written test would begin very soon. At that moment, all the lights went out and only one remained, illuminating the director of the prestigious academy. "Nezu, good afternoon, everyone. I want to tell you that you will be taking 2 tests. The first will be written and the second will be a simulation where you can use your quirks. On behalf of UA, we wish the future heroes good luck." Some heroes then handed out the exams. Everyone was very focused, except for the freckled boy, who quickly answered all the questions. After a few hours, little by little, the students finished the exam. They were taken to another room where the next test would begin, which was directed by Present Mike. "Mike, hello, future heroes. The test is simple. Destroy as many robots as possible before time runs out. There are 3 robots. The first is worth 1 point, the second 2 points, and the third 3. The points aren't excited. At that moment, a boy with blue hair and glasses raised his hand. "Excuse me, but the pamphlet says there are 4 robots. If it's a printing error, you should be ashamed." "Mike, well, that's because the 4th robot is worth 0 points, so if you see it, avoid it. Now, are you ready?" At that moment, some doors opened. The freckled boy took out his dark matter wings and went ahead. Everyone was confused. "Mike, what are you waiting for? In a real battle, there's no time to lose." So all the students entered, but they saw pieces of destroyed robots. Everything was being watched by the teachers. "Nezu, wow, today we certainly have some very good prospects." "Aizawa, that blonde-haired kid is going to wipe out the other students." "Nezu, I think it's time for 0 points." He pressed a button. A giant door opened and a giant robot emerged, causing all the students to run. Izumi was about to run too, but she saw the girl who had helped her trapped. so she went to the robot, activating OFA and destroying it. However, several pieces flew off, about to hit some students. The freckled boy drew his father's sword and deflected the pieces, ending the test. A purple-haired girl kept staring at the freckled boy as he seemed very familiar, but she couldn't quite place him. All the students then went home. Special Mother's Day. Izuku and Meliodas were chatting with the rest of the sins, since today was Mother's Day. Izuku wanted to surprise his mother, so they all decided to help him. Izuku, alright then, here's the plan. Dad and I will distract Mom while the others prepare the surprise. You know what to do, King, and gather the decorations. King, okay. Izuku Eskener and ban the food. Ban sighing, okay, I'll get to work. Eskener, we won't disappoint you. We'll prepare the best food Lady Merlin has ever tasted, making everyone sweat drops. Izuku, Diane, and Hawk the gifts. Diane, leave it to us. Izuku, okay. Just then they heard footsteps. Hide everything, Mom's coming. So everyone started acting normal when they saw Merlin, who looked at them a little curiously. Merlin, is something wrong? Izuku, no, not at all. I'm nervous. Merlin, Tristan, what are you hiding from me? Everyone was tense, but they were saved by Meliodas. Meliodas, honey, how about the three of us spend the day together? You know it's a beautiful day. Izuku, why, you're right, Mom. Besides, I want you to try some things. Merlin, okay, a little hesitant. Izuku, well, bye guys. Meliodas, don't break anything. So the two of them took the mage out. Diane, alright, it's time for the preparations. So each of the sins started doing what they had to do. Ban was baking an apple pie while Eskener was preparing chocolate-covered strawberries. King was starting to decorate the upper parts while Gauther was in charge of the lighting. Hawk went to look for the flowers that Merlin liked, and Diane was walking around the city looking for a gift. Meanwhile, Izuku was taking his parents to the movies where they were watching a film. This surprised the two sins. When it ended, the green-haired boy took them to see a show. The three of them, they had a good time, they were having so much fun. Then Meliodas and Izuku saw Diane, so Izuku went ahead. Izuku, Aunt Diane, what are you doing here? Diane, well, I'm looking for a gift for Merlin, but I can't find anything, in a sad tone. Then the little boy was lost in thought until he remembered that when they passed by a shop, his mother had stopped to look at a dress. He told Diane and she thanked him. Then they went to where the freckled boy had told them. Izuku, I wonder how everyone else is doing. While everyone else was in chaos, Eskener used his magic to speed things up, causing the food to burn. King and Gauther were arguing over the decorations, and Hawk was running from wolves trying to eat him. Diane, upon entering the shop, saw that some people wanted the dress, so she had to fight over it. Meliodas sensed something was wrong, so he told them he was going home because he had something to do. When he arrived, he found the mess, sighed, and shouted, drawing everyone's attention. Meliodas. What happened? He said seriously. Just then, Hawk and the wolves ran in. Meliodas activated his demonic mark, causing the wolves to flee. Meliodas, alright, we don't have much time, so he took out his sacred treasure and summoned his clones. Let's begin. I won't disappoint my son. Ban very hard for this, but Captain, we're out of food. King, and all the lights exploded because of this idiot. Meliodas, well, we have to improvise. So Meliodas gave each of them new orders, and without losing his composure, they went to do what they had to do. Merlin and her son were on their way back home, but on the way he saw his father's clones, so he understood that something had gone wrong. He tried to distract his mother. Izuku, Mom, Merlin, yes. Izuku, well, I was wondering if you could help me control my magic. Merlin, but didn't you already manage to control it? Izuku, yes, but I can't use powerful spells because whenever I do, I feel like I use up a lot of mana. Besides, I'd like to use that time to spend mother-son time. But if you don't want to, that's fine, we can leave it for another day. Merlin, I understand, that's fine, I'll help you. Besides, I do want to spend more time with you. Izuku, thank you. So Merlin trained her son. She had also taught how to use the perfect cube. At first, the freckled boy's cube was very weak and could break easily, but with his mother's advice, he managed to make it resistant just like his mother. They also kept trivial things until it got very late, so the two returned. Upon entering the house, they found no one, only a letter with instructions. They left and a path illuminated by fireflies appeared. Izuku covered his mother's eyes and they walked for a few minutes until they stopped. Merlin didn't know what was happening until she heard her son say she could remove the blindfold. As she left, she was surprised to see everyone gathered and a table with a wide variety of food on it. Izuku said, now Dad. So Meliodas concentrated his demonic power, creating a purple flame and throwing it into the sky, where it was followed by another. When these exploded, they formed the words Happy Mother's Day. Izuku, Happy Mother's Day, Mom, hugging her. Merlin, you guys did this. Meliodas, well, it was all Tristan's idea, but we had some problems, so we had to improvise. Izuku, and did you like it? Merlin, smiling, I loved it, thank you. Meliodas, alright, let the party begin. So everyone started celebrating. Merlin opened her gifts and thanked everyone. Then Izuku told everyone to gather around and put his camera on a countdown timer. Izuku, Happy Mother's Day, everyone, Happy Mother's Day, and the picture was taken. Chapter 12. The freckled boy headed home, very nervous and lost in thought, wondering if he would be accepted or not. Thousands of questions flooded his mind. He made a small detour to buy a soda, wanting to clear his head. Meanwhile, at an ice cream shop, a green-haired girl was buying her favorite ice cream. It was Izumi Midoriya. Leaving the shop with her ice cream in hand, she thought about what had happened during the test with the 0-point robot. She knew she hadn't managed to get many points, so she would apologize to Almight for failing. She started walking, waiting for the cars to stop before moving forward. When the car stopped, she pushed through the crowd, but a blonde-haired boy passed by her. It was the same boy who had taken down several robots, so she glanced at him and felt as if something was calling to her. When she turned around to look at him again, he was gone, lost in the crowd. Izumi thought it was just her imagination. Stressed from not being able to achieve her goal of becoming the #1 hero, she headed home. Meanwhile, our favorite protagonist went into a store and bought a drink. He then headed home. When the blonde boy arrived, he was greeted by his parents and uncles, who had all prepared a small feast for him. Izuku approached them, and they all began bombarding him with questions, especially his parents. He told them everything and that he just had to wait for UA's response. Meanwhile, at home, Midoriya Izumi was thinking about what had happened minutes before, but then she didn't dwell on it and decided to have some fun with her family. Back with the freckled boy, he was having fun until he heard his father speak. Meliodas, so what do you think about opening the boar hat to the public? Everyone, yes. So they started getting everything ready, while King took care of distributing flyers all over Japan. This quickly sparked people's curiosity about the new restaurant, especially since it was located in the forest. Some went into the woods. There was a path that would lead them to their destination. Upon arriving, the first people noticed the small bar. Subject 1, are you sure this is it? Looking at his friend. Subject 2, according to the bulletin, this is the place. The two looked at each other for a few seconds, then went inside. They were greeted by the sin of wrath. Meliodas, great, the first customers. Subject 1, a kid. Subject 2, I think we'd better go. So turning around, but before they could leave, Meliodas grabbed them by the shoulders and made them sit down. He quickly brought them a plate of food. Their mouths watered at the sight of it, and as they took the first bite, stars appeared in their eyes. It was as if they were children again. The dish reminded them of their childhood. Meliodas, well. Subject 1, this is the most delicious thing I've ever tasted. While eating quickly. Meliodas, that's thanks to Chef Ban's specialty. Just then they saw a pink pig approaching them. Hawk, here are some refreshing drinks, with a smile. The two subjects, a talking pig, scared. Hawk, simply sighing and leaving. Subject 1, that pig talked. Meliodas, yeah, said naturally. The two subjects fell silent and then burst out laughing. Subject 1, wow, that was incredible. Subject 2, yeah, you're right, I've never seen a robot before, so thinking Hawk was a robot. The two took the drinks and were surprised. Their flavor was sweet and the alcohol was noticeable. It was magnificent. The two boys looked at each other and nodded. They took out their phones and took pictures of the dishes. They started posting them on their social media and sending the address to their friends. Little by little, the bar began to fill up with people. While everyone was taking pictures of the food, they were also taking pictures with Hawk, especially the children who were riding on the pig's back. Meliodas didn't miss this opportunity and posted that for $20 they could take a ride with Hawk. This made his companions sweat. Tristan was also helping with the orders since people kept coming. At one table, there were some guys who had overindulged in drinks. When they saw Diane, they wanted to make a move, but before they could do anything, someone else stood in front of them. They smiled lustfully, thus attracting the girls' attention. Man 1, hey beautiful, why don't you come? Man 2, how about we go have some fun? Then it happened, the turn came, and it was Gauther who was wearing the outfit the girls had been wearing. Gauther, can I get you anything? The men almost died of a heart attack, so they ran out of the place. Gauther, Meliodas, this will come out of your salary. In chibi form, he looked at his companion. At another table, some men also tried to take advantage of Merlin, but before they could do anything, they saw Meliodas, and behind him a purple aura was observed that little by little began to form a demonic figure. This scared them and they decided that it was better not to do anything. After a few hours, people began to leave and everyone sighed. Ban, wow, I didn't think so many people came. King, that was very tiring. Well, stretching. Diane, I think we'll have more people tomorrow. Izuku, wow, our bar has arrived in the most recommended places while looking at his cell phone. Meliodas in the best places. Izuku, oh yeah, people can give their suggestions and recommendations for places with the best food. Meliodas, well, I think we should go rest, while pointing to his wife who had fallen asleep. So everyone left and quickly fell asleep from the hard work they had done. Chapter 13. The days passed, and with them, Tristan's anxiety grew as he was very anxious for the answer. The boar hat had also become very popular, forcing Meliodas and his friends to expand the tavern as people kept coming. A week had passed, and the blonde-haired boy was waking up. Went downstairs for breakfast and found his parents talking amongst themselves. They noticed their son and greeted him. Meliodas/Merlin, good morning Tristan. Tristan, good morning, he said, still sleepy. Meliodas, by the way, this arrived today, showing him an envelope that woke him up, making him smile. Izuku, what time did it arrive? Taking the envelope, the boy was very excited. Merlin, a few hours ago while bringing breakfast to her son. Meliodas, so what does it say? Without wasting any time, the freckled boy opened the envelope, from which a device emerged, projecting a hologram of the UA principal. Nezu, good morning, young Tristan. I'm pleased to inform you that you've been admitted to study at our academy. Your score on the written test was excellent, and on the physical test you scored 50 points. However, by saving your classmates from the robot's wreckage, you were awarded an additional 70 points for a total of 120 points. Congratulations, young Tristan, on your admission to UA. We'll be waiting for you. The hologram ended and the freckled boy was speechless. He had made it in. His parents simply approached him to congratulate their son. Izuku, I did it. I got in. Meliodas, I knew you could do it. Merlin, congratulations, giving him a hug. Just then, Ban was coming down the stairs. Ban, what's all that noise? As he sat down at a table. Meliodas, Tristan got into that academy. Ban, congratulations, little captain. You'll finally be that. What was it called again, that thing you want to be? As he started thinking. Izuku, I'll be a hero. With a bead of sweat in his head, seeing how the fox wasn't someone who remembered anything. At that moment, the Sins were slowly waking up, and upon learning that Tristan had entered the academy, they congratulated him. After everyone had eaten, Tristan went to train, since each of the Sins took turns training him, and today was the day he trained with the Fairy King. Tristan simply focused on dodging King's attacks. They continued training for a good while until Tristan took advantage of a moment of carelessness from King. He lunged at him and almost managed to land a blow, but was stopped by the Fairy King's sacred treasure. King, not bad, you've improved a lot. While with his spear he healed all of Tristan's wounds. Izuku, yes, and it's all thanks to his exercises, but that won't stop me from defeating Dad. King, the captain is strong, but I know you can overcome him. As he was leaving, he was stopped by something he overheard from Tristan. Izuku, and have you confessed to Aunt Diane yet? With a mocking smile. King, well and no, why? But then he stopped and glared angrily at the blonde boy, turning around to see the freckled boy's smile. King, that's none of your business, looking at him angrily. Izuku, hee, maybe you need a little help. He said it in chibi form. King, what? I don't need help with that. Izuku, if you say so, shrugging. King, what do you think that I can't confess? But he only saw the boy look away. I'll show you I'm not a coward. Izuku, yeah, right. He said it in a whisper, but the Fairy King heard him. King Tusk, you damn brat, you'll see, and so he left. The freckled boy simply watched as they walked away. Meliodas appeared. Meliodas. So he's finally going to tell her, receiving a nod from his son. The two looked at each other and smiled, then began to follow him. They followed him all day, seeing King ask Diane if they could go out. She accepted. They followed them and watched the two of them having fun. Meliodas, it's boring. We've followed them almost all day and King still hasn't told Diane he loves her. Somewhat bored. Izuku, I know, just like his father. Meliodas, well, it's best to give her a little push. Smiling. Izuku, but if Mom finds out about this, she won't like it. A little scared of what his mother might do. Meliodas, that's why it'll be our secret. So the two of them tried to help King, but instead of helping, they only made things worse. So they stopped trying since they didn't want to keep ruining their friend's date. They saw King take her out to watch the sunset. They were both curious to see if King would confess his feelings. So they hid in some bushes, waiting for the moment when he would confess. And so it was. The Fairy King mustered his courage and told her everything he felt. Every word he said came from his heart. Diane was surprised and blushed. The little fairy was scared of the giantess's answer, and the onlookers couldn't wait to know the answer as well. But their surprise was great when they saw Diane kiss King, making him blush even more. Izuku, hey, what happened? Unable to see anything. Meliodas, nothing, it's just that Diane accepted King, covering his son's eyes. Izuku, Dad, can you take your hands off me? I can't see. So the Sin of Wrath withdrew his hands, but the little boy only saw Diane with her head resting on King's shoulder as they watched the sun set. Then Meliodas and Tristan heard a sound behind them, turning around to find Merlin with a dark aura. Izuku, Mom scared since he knew that face. Merlin, I know what you've been doing, in a serious tone. Izuku, Dad, turning to look at his father, only to find he was gone. Meliodas, I'm too young to die, as he ran. A few hours later, King and Diane returned, finding Meliodas nearly dead and Tristan with bumps on his head. They both saw Merlin, who still had her intimidating aura. King, I'd rather not ask, a little scared by the answer. Deanne, Merlin is scarier than the captain, a little scared. Chapter 14. Tristan was sleeping until his mother entered his room, waking him up. The blonde boy woke up tired, still half asleep. He got up and went to take a bath to wake himself up. After a few minutes, he had dressed and eaten breakfast. Meliodas, wow, so it's your first day of school. Seeing his son eating quickly. Izuku swallowing his food, that's right, I'm very nervous. Meliodas, well, we'll have a lot of work to do. Izuku, by the way, where are the others? Noticing the boys were missing. Hawk, the others are working on enlarging the hat, and you'll be helping them too. Grabbing Meliodas by the ear and dragging him along. Meliodas, have a good day, in chibai mode as he left the bar. At that moment Merlin arrived. Merlin, I see your father went to help the others. Izuku, more like he was dragged. Laughing, he was ready to leave but was stopped by his mother. Merlin, Tristan. Izuku, yes, Merlin, hugging him, I love you and I want you to know that your father and I are very proud of you. Izuku, hugging her back, I love you too. They stayed like that for a while until the blonde boy spoke. Izuku, Mom, it's time for me to go. Merlin, oh yes, sorry, letting go of the hug. And so Tristan was about to leave. Merlin, have a good day. Giving him a smile. Izuku, I will, smiling back. As he left, he said goodbye to everyone and headed towards UA. He wanted to go quickly, so he took out his dark matter wings and flew off. Meanwhile, at home, Midoriya Izumi was asleep until Inko entered her room and opened the curtains, letting the sun shine on the green-haired girl's face. She was starting to wake up. The girl got up and went to take a bath. She was happy, so she went downstairs to have breakfast with her parents, who were happy for their daughter. Hisashi, I see you're excited. While reading the newspaper. Izumi, that's right. I don't know why, but I have the same feeling I had during the entrance exams. Inko, well, if you want to get there quickly, hurry up since you woke up a little late. Izumi, you're right, I couldn't sleep. I'm eager to meet new people and make lots of friends. After finishing her meal, she went to her room to get her things. She left her room but noticed her brother's door was slightly ajar. She approached and opened it a little. She and her parents had been keeping the freckled boy's room clean, hoping that one day their son would return to them. She saw a small plushie of the symbol of peace, so she went to it and picked it up, holding it close to her chest. Izumi, I know we'll see each other again, Oni-chan. Inko, Izumi, hurry up if you don't want to be late. Izumi, I'm coming. So putting away the plushie, she left her house. She headed towards UA, but on the way she saw a shadow fly by. She looked up and saw someone flying but didn't pay much attention and continued on her way. After a few minutes she arrived at UA, where she couldn't contain her excitement. She also ran into her two old friends. Katsumi stared at her, as did Izumi. The two of them stared at each other, analyzing each other. It was as if the slightest movement could start a war, while dark auras formed behind them. The students who saw them quickly moved away, knowing that if they tried to stop them they would end up badly hurt. They simply sighed in annoyance and continued on their way, but unfortunately for both of them they ended up in the same class. Katsumi, listen here you damn extra, you better not get in my way. Izumi, same here. Minutes later the blonde boy had arrived and started running. Izuku, damn it, I knew I shouldn't have stopped. Flashback. The green-haired boy can be seen flying through the city until he saw a group of people gathered, so he landed to see what was happening. He approached some boys to ask them. Izuku, excuse me, but what's going on? Boy, don't you know, they released some new limited edition candies. Boy, too, they say they taste delicious. Izuku, well, maybe I'll buy some, maybe the boys will want to try them. Thinking that his uncles might want to try them. He waited for a few minutes until the store opened, and everyone went inside wanting to buy the candies. Tristan had already gotten several of those candies, so. Izuku left, wow, I think I got too many. Seeing that they didn't fit any more in his backpack. Izuku, what time is it? Looking at his watch, shit, I'm late. He took out his wings and headed towards UA. End flashback. The blonde boy ran through the classrooms looking for his class until he approached some teachers who told him how to get to his class, so he sighed. Upon entering, he saw a blue-haired guy with glasses scolding two ash-blonde girls, one with his feet on the table and the other sitting on it. He turned his head slightly and saw a girl with green hair. Turning around, he saw it was Izumi. Izuku, it can't be. In shock at seeing his old friends and sister. Meanwhile, elsewhere, chaos and destruction could be seen in a village. People were running and screaming. Melascula, humans are so funny, believing they can save themselves, while devouring a soul. Galland, well, at least they're good for stretching. Zeldris, stop talking and capture those who escaped. We need to recover all our power. In a serious tone, the two commandments withdrew. Esterosa, wow, brother, what do you think our father is planning by wanting to send us to another world? Zeldris, I don't know, prepare the red and gray demons. I sense the magical power of many presences heading towards where we are. As he took out his wings and left. Chapter 15. Tristan was nervous because he didn't want to be bothered, so he quickly went to sit in the back seat and lowered his head, hoping they wouldn't recognize him. Luckily, they didn't, not even by his hair. Little by little, the students arrived. They were all talking until they heard a voice that caught everyone's attention. They followed the sound until they saw someone lying on the ground inside a sleeping bag. At first, they were all scared, thinking it was a homeless person who had gotten in. Then they saw the person get up and walk to their desk. Letting out a sigh, "My name is Aizawa Shota, and I will be your homeroom teacher." This made everyone's mouths drop open, and they all had the same thought. "Aizawa, I know it's sudden, but put these on. You'll be doing a practice test." A uniform came out of his jacket. So everyone put them on and went out to the courtyard where they would do the practice. Then a brown-haired girl spoke up. "Uraraka, what about the orientation initiation?" "Aizawa, if you're going to be heroes, they don't have time for that kind of event. UA traditions have no restrictions, that's how the teachers conduct their classes. They've had exams like this since elementary school, physical tests where they don't use their quirks." First up, you pointing at the ash-haired boy. "What was your record in the ball throw?" "Katsuki, 67 meters. "Aizawa, try it with your quirk." So the ash-haired boy went to the circle, grabbed the ball, and threw it with an explosive burst of energy. Aizawa showed them the percentage Katsuki achieved, surprising everyone. They became happy. "Aizawa, so you find it fun, huh?" "Very well," while smiling. "Whoever comes in last in the physical tests will be considered to have no potential and will be expelled," seeing how everyone was scared except Tristan. The tests were the same as in the anime, except that Tristan held back so as not to attract attention. This was noticed by his teacher, who only looked at him curiously until they reached the last test, the ball throw. Each one went through, and the ones who stood out were the Bakugo brothers and Izumi, until it was Tristan's turn to go, but Aizawa spoke to him. "Aizawa, if I see you holding back, you'll be expelled immediately," in a serious tone. Everyone was surprised that the boy had held back all this time. Tristan swallowed hard since he hadn't thought Aizawa would notice, but two people tried to recognize him but couldn't. So the blonde boy approached the circle and grabbed the ball. Aizawa activated his quirk but was surprised to see Tristan throw the ball, and it rose until it disappeared into the sky. Everyone was speechless, and one ash-blonde boy was jealous. "Aizawa, impossible. My quirk was activated unless that's just brute force." He whispered, his eyes widening and a smile forming on his face. The teacher approached Tristan. "Aizawa, tell me something." Serious tone. Izuku, "Why yes," a little intimidated. "Aizawa, is that simply your strength?" This shocked everyone, especially when Tristan nodded. "Aizawa, good then, now do it with your quirk." Handing him another ball, Tristan sighed and activated his demonic mark. He prepared to throw it, and when he did, a large crater was created where he stood, and the clouds were torn apart by the force of the ball's trajectory. The teacher watched intently on his phone, seeing the numbers keep climbing until his phone slowly broke. The students began to speak. "Incredible. What strength?" And so they spent the day doing the tests continued until the teacher called them. "Aizawa, well, I'd tell you each of your results, but it would just be a waste of time, so I'll show you." He showed them the test results. The tension was palpable as none of them wanted to be expelled, especially on the first day. But before anyone could do anything, Aizawa spoke. "Aizawa, by the way, the expulsion thing was a lie. I just said it so you'd give it your best." "Well, that's all for today." As he left, he ran into Almight. "Almight, I see you're curious about the boy too." "Aizawa, you mean Tristan," receiving a nod from the symbol of peace. "Aizawa, perhaps you're right. There's something about the boy that intrigues me, or maybe I was just surprised that my quirk didn't work on him." This surprised the symbol of peace, and Aizawa left. Tristan had left the academy. He was so lost in thought that he didn't notice when a green-haired girl approached him. She tried to get his attention, but he didn't. It worked until it touched his arm, snapping Tristan out of his thoughts. Turning around, he found himself face to face with the person he never wanted to see. "Hello, my name is Izumi Midoriya." Izuku, Tristan, as he continued walking. "Izumi, your quirk is incredible. Is it a strength enhancement quirk?" Izuku, "Yes, it is. Well, if you have nothing else to say, I'll be going." Creating his dark matter wings. So quickly moving away from the place, Izumi was surprised to see that he had two quirks, or so she thought. But then she remembered Tristan's face. It seemed very familiar, so she quickly went home. Meanwhile, Tristan had arrived at the tavern and was surprised at how well everyone liked him. Upon entering, he was greeted by his parents and the other sins. The little boy began to tell them about his first day. Back at home, Midoriya Izumi had told them about her day and the new friends she had made. Then she went up to her room and saw a photo she had with her brother when they were little. She went over and picked up the photo, and then she saw her brother's face. She remembered the boy she had seen earlier that day. Izumi, Onii-chan, surprised. Chapter 16. Izumi was in shock. Since her brother was alive, she was overjoyed and wanted to tell her parents. But then something struck her. Why did he have blonde hair, and since when did her brother have a quirk? She thought maybe Izuku had woken him up after she left, but if that was the case, why hadn't he come home? Izuku was wanted by his family and the police. The news even said that if anyone knew his whereabouts, they should tell his family and they would give a reward. Izumi quickly started forming a million questions, none of which had answers, so she went to sleep. The next morning, the green-haired girl woke up and remembered what had happened the night before. So she quickly got ready and went downstairs for breakfast, which she ate as fast as she could. This caught her parents' attention and they asked her why she was in such a hurry. She simply replied that she didn't want to be late. She didn't want to tell her parents that her brother was alive and had gotten into UA. And since he was in her class, she didn't want her parents to get excited over something that was probably just a coincidence, that the boy looked like her brother. She didn't want to jump to conclusions so quickly. After finishing her meal, she headed to UA. All the way there, she couldn't stop thinking about whether that boy was her brother. When she arrived, she went straight to her classroom and found her classmates. Her gaze fell on the blonde boy who was resting. She was going to approach him and ask him a few things, but before she could, the teacher walked in, ruining her plans. Everyone watched as the teacher sat down in his seat. Aizawa, all right, today you'll be making blueprints for how you want your costumes. Your blueprints will be sent to the support class. Also, today you'll be electing the class president. He dozed off. Everyone voted for themselves to be president, except for a few people who were arguing about who should be president. Then the recess bell rang, making them postpone their argument. So everyone went to the cafeteria where Tristan ordered katsudon and a hamburger. Once Tristan had his food, he went to sit in a place away from the rest. This didn't go unnoticed by Izumi, who went to sit with him. Tristan, noticing her presence, simply ignored her and began to eat. Izumi, excuse me, can I ask you a few questions? But she received no answer. Izumi, I'll be quick. I promise that when I'm done, I'll leave you in peace, in a pleading tone. The blonde boy sighed. Izuku, okay, so Izumi began to ask him several questions, which the freckled boy simply answered. When she finished, Tristan stood up, and at that moment an alarm began to sound, making everyone jump. Student 1, we're under attack. Student 2, the villains are attacking us. All the students started running. Izumi wanted to talk to Tristan, but when she tried, she saw it was impossible since the students were running from one place to another. But then a blue-haired boy with glasses stood on top of a table. It was the student Tenya Ida. Ida, everyone, please calm down. They're just reporters who have entered. Stay calm. After a few minutes, the blue-haired boy managed to calm everyone down. The teachers managed to remove all the reporters who had managed to enter UA. It seems someone started a rumor that Almight would be working as a teacher at UA. Once everyone returned to the classroom, they continued the debate about who would be the president. Tristan was already tired, so he decided to speak, drawing everyone's attention, even Aizawa's, although he was simply listening. Tristan, the one who should be president would be him, pointing at the blue-haired boy. I saw what you did in the cafeteria. I saw how you calmed everyone down and always maintained composure. A leader isn't chosen based on the best proposals. A leader is chosen for the leadership they demonstrate. Besides, I see in your eyes that you'll fulfill all the things you said recently, so I vote for you. He sat back down. Everyone pondered what the blonde boy had said, so they agreed with him and all voted for the blue-haired boy. He then approached Tristan. Ida, thank you very much. I promise I'll do everything possible to fulfill all my proposals. Tristan, it was nothing. Besides, I know you'll fulfill them, although some things are better left undone. Thinking of some of the blue-haired boy's proposals that no one liked. Ida, I'll keep that in mind. Just then the door burst open and a blonde boy with a smile entered. It was none other than Almight. Almight, I'm entering like a normal person. Everyone except Tristan, Almight. Aizawa, do you want to knock first? A little annoyed. Almight, sorry. Turning to look at all the students. I hope you're ready for a confrontation, thus pressing a button from which several boxes appeared. Here are your suits that you ordered, don't waste time and go change, he said excitedly. So everyone went to change, where in the boys' changing room a guy with a grape-like head spoke. Minta, guys, look, the ancestors have left us a gift, showing them a hole. We can watch the girls change with a perverted look. Ida, Minta, that's wrong, it's not worthy of a hero. But he saw that the little one wasn't going to listen to him, and when he was going to look, he was locked in a cube. Minta, what happened, looking at the cubes. Meanwhile, with the girls, Jiru told them that they had nothing to worry about. The boys left the lobby, while Minta remained trapped in the perfect cube. Chapter 17. Tristan was already with the others, waiting for Almight's instructions. Almight, all right, young ones, you'll be doing a test where you'll be divided into two groups, one of heroes and one of villains. The hero's job will be to retrieve the bomb, which will be hidden and guarded by the villains, while the villains will have to prevent the heroes from getting the bomb. Are you ready? In an excited tone. The teams were formed and everyone was paired with their teammates. Unfortunately for Izumi, she wasn't paired with her brother, and fortunately for Tristan, he wasn't paired with his sister. The teams went through while the others watched their progress until it was Tristan's group's turn. He was going to be partnered with a redhead named Kirishima. They were both assigned to be villains, while the heroes would be Katsuki and Ida. The villains went to where the bomb was to devise a plan. Izuku, I already have a plan. Kirishima, really, and what is it? Izuku, the ash-haired boy's quirk is explosions. As long as we keep your distance from him, we'll be fine. As for the kid with glasses, his quirk is speed, so we need to close the distance and not let him run. Also, if his motors overheat, they'll stop working, which will give us an advantage. Kirishima, wow dude, that sounds like a good plan. Izuku, thanks. When everyone showed their quirks in Aizawa-sensei's test, I was able to analyze everyone's quirks. Upon hearing this, the classmates watching were impressed, even the teachers, while Izumi just looked at her brother with admiration. Izuku, okay, I'll take care of the one with the explosion quirk. You take care of the speedster. Kirishima, alright, this will be very manly. Excited. The teachers gave the signal and the heroes entered, although Katsuki went ahead, ignoring Iida's words. The ash-haired boy propelled himself with his explosions to get there faster until, at a corner, he felt a foot in his face that sent him crashing into a wall. Katsuki, tusk, damn it. Izuku, I'll be your opponent. Katsuki, smiling, fine, I'll kick your ass. While creating explosions. The ash-blonde boy launched himself at the blonde boy, who easily dodged him, while Iida ran quickly looking for the bomb until he jumped back to dodge a punch from the redhead. Iida, surrender, villain. Kirishima, this will be exciting. While preparing to attack. Back with Tristan, he easily dodged the ash-blonde boy's explosions. Katsuki, damn extra, stop dodging my explosions and face me. Izuku, as you wish. In a serious tone, I'll get revenge for all the times you hit me. He said this in a whisper. Activating his demonic mark, he waited for Katsuki to approach and punched him in the stomach, causing the ash blonde to spit blood and crash into the wall. But at great speed, Tristan didn't let his rival get up. He grabbed him by the leg and began slamming him against the floor repeatedly. Everyone in the room was terrified. Almight, young Tristan, that's enough. Speaking over the loudspeaker. The freckled boy calmed down and let Katsuki go. Katsuki, you wretch. Getting up with difficulty, now you'll see Shinny. Removing the safety pins on his gloves. He created a huge explosion aimed at the blonde, but Tristan smiled and drew his father's sword. Tristan, counterattack, returning the explosion. A large cloud of smoke appeared while everyone in the room watched intently. Izumi, Izukune. This was heard by an ash-blonde girl. Katsumi, hey, what do you mean that blonde guy is Izuku? Izumi, that's none of your business. Katsumi, of course it is, he can't be Izuku. Izumi, of course he is, so the two started arguing. Then Katsumi saw the blonde boy. She simply imagined that Tristan's hair was green and was surprised that it really was Izuku. At first she didn't believe it, but she ended up accepting reality. In the building, the ash-haired boy is seen unconscious with several burns and broken bones. So Tristan went to help his partner, but when he arrived he found Iida on the ground. Kirishima, you were right, if his engines overheat he won't be able to run. I heard a big explosion, is everything alright? Izuku, yeah, let's just say he got a taste of his own medicine. Kirishima, that's so manly. Almight, the villains win, so everyone left and took Iida and Katsuki to the infirmary. When they went in to change, they saw that Minta was still locked up, so Tristan unwound the cube. Tristan, sorry, I forgot to tell you Minta had left it there while scratching his head. Minta, I thought I was going to die, it was starting to get hot and I missed the girls' fight while crying dramatically. So everyone changed and left, but as they left, a green-haired girl was waiting for someone to come out. She waited a few minutes until she finally saw the person she was looking for. She quickly approached him. Izumi, wait, taking his hand. Izuku, is something wrong, without even turning around. Izumi, Oniichan, I know that, but she didn't finish the sentence. Izuku, you're wrong, I'm not your brother, while letting go of the green-haired girl's hand. Izumi, yes, you are. Your name is Izuku Midoriya and your parents are Inko and Hisashi Midoriya and I'm your sister. Izuku, you're wrong. My name is Tristan and my parents are Merlin and Meliodas. And lastly, I don't have a sister. He said this in a serious and cold tone, turning to leave but was hugged from behind. What? Izumi, I'm sorry, I was a fool. Please come home. Izuku, don't you think it's too late for that? He abruptly jumped out of the hug. You know all the harm they did to me. He just watched as Izumi lowered her head. I'll just tell you one thing, don't ever call me brother again because I'm not, and if you bother me again, I won't hesitate to hurt you. He then produced his dark matter wings and flew away. Izumi simply went home crying. Chapter 18. Izumi arrived home, but before going inside, she wiped away her tears, not wanting to worry her parents. Upon entering, she put on her best smile and went to have dinner with them. Meanwhile, Tristan had also arrived at the tavern and went straight to his room. His parents noticed something was wrong and approached him. Meliodas asked, "Is something wrong?" But he didn't receive a response from his son. Merlin said calmly, "Tristan, is everything all right?" Tristan replied, "No, nothing is all right." He was almost shouting with tears in his eyes. Meliodas said, "Tell us what happened, you know you can count on us." He put his hand on his son's shoulder. Tristan explained, "It's just that my ex-sister found out who I was and wanted me to come back to them. This shocked them both. How dare she say that to me after they hurt and insulted me? I don't want to go back, I don't want to feel any more pain, I don't want to be separated from you." He clenched his fists in anger, tears streaming down his face. What? His parents were angry that that girl dared say that to their son. They were furious, but then they calmed down when they saw their son like that. They hugged him, Meliodas, "And you won't suffer anymore." Merlin, "No, we won't leave you and we won't let anyone take us away." So the freckled boy let out all his suffering in his parents' arms until he fell asleep. So his parents put him to bed and left. The next morning the blonde boy woke up, but his gaze showed no emotion. His parents, seeing him like that, became sad and tried to cheer him up a little, which worked. So Tristan said goodbye to everyone and left for UA. When he arrived, he went to his class. Izumi was waiting for him, but Tristan walked right past him, making her sad. Just then, their teacher, Aizawa, entered. "All right, everyone go outside. We're going to another place to train your quirks. We're going to the USJ," making almost everyone excited. So everyone went outside and waited for the bus. Iida, as the class president, ordered them to form 2 lines to go upstairs. Everyone got on and Tristan sat in the back. Everyone was talking except for a gray-haired boy, a boy with 2-toned hair, and our blonde-haired boy, until a girl with frog-like features spoke to him. "Suyu, excuse me, Tristan, I'm very direct. Could you tell us what your quirk is?" She drew everyone's attention, making the freckled boy look surprised. "What?" "Izuku, my quirk." The boy didn't know how to explain it, but he tried anyway. "Well, my quirk allows me to increase my strength and speed. I can also create wings with dark matter." Everyone was surprised. "Suyu, but in the ball throw, Aizawa-sensei said you didn't use your quirk." "Izuku, well, that's because I trained hard every day to be able to control my quirk." He lied. After a few hours, they arrived at the USJ. Everyone was surprised when a hero appeared, making some of the girls excited. "Uraraka, it can't be, it's Hero 13, I'm a fan." 13's, thank you. Denki, wow, this place is amazing. A portal opened. Wow, they even have their own villains, this is great. Aizawa, those are real villains, making everyone stand ready. Everything unfolded just like in the anime. The Namu attacked the students. Those who tried to attack it were sent flying. Aizawa was on the ground, badly injured. The Namu was about to attack a student. She froze in fear. All she could do was close her eyes and brace herself for the impact, but it never came. She opened her eyes and found herself face to face with a blonde boy. "Izuku, I won't let you hurt anyone else." He punched the Namu in the stomach, forcing it to retreat. He quickly picked up the girl and carried her away. "Izuku, are you okay?" Kyoka, why yes, thank you, a little blushed seeing the boy carrying her. Tristan put her down and went to the Namu, starting a fight where the blonde boy threw consecutive blows without stopping, but he saw that the Namu wasn't doing anything to him. Then the Namu gave him a strong blow to the stomach that made the freckled boy spit blood and be sent flying. This was seen by 3 girls who were worried. "Tamura, hahaha, you won't be able to defeat the Namu. It was made especially to kill the symbol of peace." Tristan, spitting blood, it has very fast regeneration, but I won't give up, activating his demonic mark. So he launched himself at the Namu again. This time the battle was even, but little by little the beast was gaining ground. At one point the freckled boy was going to kick it, but the Namu caught his foot and bent it. But the freckled boy used his other foot to kick it in the face, making it let go. When it fell, his foot returned to how it was, so the freckled boy took his sword and covered it with his purgatory fire, thus cutting off the beast's hand. The beast tried to regenerate, but it was impossible. Tamura, seeing that his creature wasn't regenerating. "Izuku, it's purgatory fire, it won't go out unless I will it." Thus he began to cut the Nanu piece by piece and then disintegrated it completely. "Tamura, tusk, Kurajiri, let's go." Thus the purple mist opened a portal, but before Tristan could enter, he threw a fireball from purgatory that was meant to hit Tamura. Instead, he grabbed another villain and placed him in front of the portal, causing the villain to take the full force of the blast and be killed instantly. All the villains managed to escape, and at that moment reinforcements arrived. The purple-haired girl approached the blonde-haired boy, but when she touched him, he almost fell to the ground. Kyoka reached out to catch him, and they all went to the hospital to be checked out. After a few minutes, Tristan woke up and upon opening his eyes saw his parents. They told him they could leave, and the 3 of them walked down the hallway. The Midoriya family was passing by on the opposite side. Inko had a feeling they were there, but when she turned around, they were gone. Izumi witnessed this. Chapter 19. The next morning, classes proceeded normally. Of course, UA had to answer the thousands of questions reporters were asking the principal about the villain's attack on the USJ. Everything would have been chaos if it hadn't been for the symbol of peace, who had to announce that everything was under control immediately, calming the reporters and everyone else. They were all in the classroom discussing the events of the previous day when they heard the door open and Aizawa entered, covered in bandages. Instantly, everyone fell silent. Their teacher took his seat and in a tired voice said, "The principal told me to tell you that the sports festival will be held very soon." Everyone sports festival, somewhat confused. Aizawa, sighing, "The sports festival will help hero associations become interested in you and give you the opportunity to do internships. It will be broadcast live and all of Japan will be watching. If you want, you can bring your families. Now for the next few hours, I want you to be completely silent." He was asleep. Everyone was wondering what would happen at the festival. They were all calm until they heard a loud bang. Turning around, they saw a girl with ash-blonde hair who had slammed her fist on the desk of the blonde boy. He didn't even flinch. "Katsumi, hey nerd," she said, looking at him seriously. Tristan simply raised his head and looked at her for a few seconds before putting his head back on the desk. This angered the girl. "Katsumi, hey, don't ignore me." She yelled, trying to grab the boy, but her hand was grabbed. "Izuku, don't bother me," he said, tightening his grip, making the girl let out a whimper of pain, but she was saved by the bell that rang, ending the class. "Izuku, get lost," he said, letting go of her grip and leaving the classroom, heading to the cafeteria. When he got to the cafeteria, he went to get his food. Once he had it, he went to sit in a secluded spot and started eating. Just then, a boy appeared in front of him. Tristan, a blonde boy with an air of superiority, observed him and waited for the boy to speak. Well, so you're the one who stopped the villains." "Izuku, you're wrong about that. My whole class helped me with that," in a serious tone. "Class A thinks they're superior to us." "Izuku, and who are you?" in a questioning tone. I'm the great and powerful Nito Monoma." "Izuku, well, how about you leave, okay? I want to enjoy my lunch in peace since I have a feeling I won't get any." He said the last part in a whisper. "What?" At that moment, Monoma started hurling insults at him, trying to provoke him, but Tristan simply ignored him. When he finished eating, he stood up and was about to put down his tray, but Monoma bumped into him and saw that he had a smile. "Monoma, now you'll see." "Izuku, what do you mean?" "Monoma, my quirk allows me to copy the quirks of people I've come into contact with." "Izuku, wow, that's interesting, but I don't think it'll work on me." "Monoma, oh yeah." His smile widens. So he tries to use the freckled boy's quirk, but he's surprised to see it doesn't work. "Monoma, what?" Somewhat confused. "Izuku, I told you, it's impossible for you to copy my quirk." Approaching a confused Monoma, he leans close to his ear and whispers, "It's impossible to copy magic." Then he leaves, leaving a very confused Monoma. But before he can say anything, he's knocked out by his classmate who carries him away. The freckled boy heads to his next class, but on the way he feels like someone is watching him. He doesn't pay much attention to it and the day goes by normally. After classes, Tristan goes home where he sees his aunt and uncle working, but he doesn't find his parents. He goes to ask Diane if she's seen them. "Izuku. Diane, I haven't seen my parents. I don't see them anywhere." "Diane, the captain and Merlin went out on a date." "Izuku, I understand, thank you." So he went to put on his uniform and started helping Ban in the kitchen since the orders kept coming in. After a few hours, Meliodas and Merlin had already arrived, being greeted by their son. He informed them that he had something to tell them, so his parents sat down while the others left to give them their space. "Merlin, well, what is it you want to tell us?" "Izuku, WL somewhat nervous. UA is having a sports festival and I would like you to come see me." While lowering his head, he felt nervous since he thought his parents would say no since they would have to attend to the business. "Meliodas, is that all?" While watching his son nod okay. Making his son raise his head, seeing that his parents had a smile on their faces. "If it's so important to you that if we're going to be at that festival, then we'll be there." "Izuku, are really?" He said it in a happy tone. Merlin, of course, giving him a smile. "Izuku, thank you." Hugging them, they returned the hug. Meliodas, well, it's getting late, we should go and rest. So the three of them went to rest, while at the Midoriya house the family had settled down to watch a movie. The two older parents were watching the film while their daughter was very distracted. She had many things on her mind, and one of them was whether she should tell her parents about her brother. She spent so much time thinking about it that she didn't realize when time flew by and the movie was over. By then, Izumi had already decided to tell her parents the truth, so she quickly stood up before them. They looked at her, puzzled. "Inko, Izumi, is everything all right, dear?" But she received no response. Hisashi, did something happen? A little worried. Izumi, letting out a sigh, I have to tell you something. Chapter 20. Izumi, letting out a sigh, I have to tell you something, in a serious tone. Her parents looked at each other, then they too became serious. They knew that their daughter only became serious when it was about something important. Hisashi, okay, and what is it that you have to tell us? So the green-haired girl took a breath and with some nervousness she told them everything. She told them that Izuku was alive and that he was going to UA. Izumi said that she hadn't told them anything because she thought it was just a coincidence, but then she discovered that it really was her brother. Her parents were shocked and some tears began to fall from her eyes. Inko, my baby is alive. While being comforted by her husband, Hisashi will make him come home, while some tears fell from his face. That day was the happiest day for the Midoriya family. While in the boar hat, Meliodas and Merlin didn't know why, but they wanted to kill someone, and without realizing it, they unleashed all their power, doing let the other sins be frightened. Days passed and Izumi tried to get closer to her brother, but she couldn't because he always avoided her. Katsumi also wanted answers, so she started talking to him, but it was more like threats than conversation. Katsuki simply told her not to get in his way or she'd pay dearly. Tristan just ignored him. The freckled boy had made some friends like Kirishima, Takagami, Ida, and Jiro. The day of the sports festival arrived and some were nervous, especially Tristan since his parents hadn't arrived yet. Then everyone was called. Tristan looked around for his parents until he finally saw them. He felt relieved to see them. He was determined to give it his all and put to the test all the training his family had taught him. Just then the Midoriya family arrived. They saw their daughter and noticed she was looking at someone. They looked in the direction she was looking and saw a blonde-haired boy. They knew that boy was their son. They felt happy, they wanted to go and hug him, but they had to restrain themselves. Then the festival began with the pro-hero Midnight kicking things off. The first event was a race. Tristan thought about using his dark matter wings to take the lid, but when he tried, he couldn't. He looked in the direction of his parents and saw his mother smiling. He thought she had cast a spell to prevent him from using his magic. The freckled boy smiled and started running. The track was frozen, but it wasn't difficult for him since he easily maintained his balance. This was thanks to his training with Diane, who always moved the ground beneath him to help him maintain excellent balance. The race was just like in the original story, with Tristan using pieces of the robots to propel himself with the hidden mines. Being the first to reach the next event, which consisted of removing bands with a certain number of points, was a huge success. Tristan's team consisted of Ida, Kirishima, and Takagami. He had the most points, causing everyone to target him. Tristan was telling his teammates what to do to dodge the other students' attacks. Tristan could quickly analyze the situation and see the best way to counterattack. He learned this from his father. Inko and Hisashi were happy for their sons, while on the Sin side, Merlin had unknowingly destroyed her seat. She didn't know why, but she was angry. Tristan gave it his all, but unfortunately they lost. They weren't disqualified. The rest unfolded as in the original story, even the fights. Tristan's fight against Shinso was quick, as Tristan easily broke free from the mind control thanks to his training with Gowther. Now we're at the match where Tristan would fight Todoroki. The crowd was incredibly excited, even the Sins were eager to see it. The heroine then started the fight. Tristan launched himself at the bicolored boy. Todoroki didn't even flinch and unleashed an ice blast to freeze the blonde, but Tristan swiftly dodged it, landing in front of him and throwing a punch that Shoto blocked. The blow sent Tristan reeling, and before he could jump, Shoto froze his feet to keep him on the platform. Shoto quickly recovered and began sending more ice spikes at his opponent. Then he decided to freeze the platform itself. Tristan leaped, but his feet were frozen solid. Tristan quickly punched the ice beneath his feet to free himself. As the minutes ticked by, the fight intensified and the teachers began to intervene if this continued, at which point Tristan spoke and told him things just like in the original series, prompting Shoto to use his fire side. The spectators were excited. The two launched themselves, ready to give it their all in their final attack, but walls intervened, creating a large smokescreen. Everyone wanted to know who won. Little by little, the smokescreen dissipated, revealing Tristan as the winner since he was on the edge of the platform but unconscious, while Shoto was left outside, although he tried to use his ice. There was silence among the crowd until shouts of excitement and victory were heard. The blonde-haired boy's friends were happy. Everyone wanted to know who won. Little by little, the curtain was drawn, revealing Tristan as the winner since he was on the edge of the platform but unconscious, while Shoto was left outside even though he tried to use his ice. There was silence among the crowd until shouts of excitement and victory were heard. The blonde-haired boy's friends were happy. Everyone wanted to know who won. Little by little, the curtain was drawn, revealing Tristan as the winner since he was on the edge of the platform but unconscious, while Shoto was left outside even though he tried to use his ice. There was silence among the crowd until shouts of excitement and victory were heard. The blonde-haired boy's friends were happy. Kirishima, that was very manly. The teachers then took Tristan and Shoto to have their injuries treated, while Cementos repaired the platform for the next match. Inko and Hisashi wanted to know if they could go see their son, so they went with their daughter to see him, while Meliodas and Merlin went to see their son. Chapter 21. Meliodas and Merlin had arrived where their son was. They entered the room and saw him almost fully recovered. Tristan, upon seeing them, was thrilled and smiled. Meliodas, you were great. Smiling. Tristan, thank you, happily. Merlin, how about when this is over we go for dinner at the Boar's Hat? Tristan, sure, and can I invite my friends? Merlin, sounds good to me. Then the three of them heard Tristan being called to the field for his next match. Meliodas, well, I think you have to go. Merlin, we're proud of you, hugging him. With that, his parents left. The blonde-haired boy got ready for his next match and left quickly, as they had announced again that if he didn't appear in 3 minutes he would be disqualified, so he ran out. At that same moment, the Midoriya family arrived at the infirmary. Upon entering, they saw no one except a doctor. Inko and Hisashi approached him and asked about their son. The doctor was he was busy sorting out some paperwork, so he didn't see them. He simply told them he'd been called for his next match. The family was a little sad because they wanted to talk to their son, but they weren't discouraged. They would talk to him after the festival and invite him to lunch to smooth things over and get him to come back to them. Meanwhile, the freckled boy was already on the platform, and all the spectators were excited because this would be the last match. His opponent was Katsuki Bakugo. The ash-haired boy had an arrogant smile because he was very confident of winning the match, while Tristan had a smile, but it was wicked because he wasn't going to hold back. The two watched as Midnight stepped into the center and looked at them. She saw determination to win in the boy's eyes, so smiling. Midnight said, "Are you ready?" Receiving a nod from both of them while the crowd screamed with excitement, the heroine raised her whip and licked her lips. Begin, cracking her whip. That was the signal where the ash-haired boy and the blonde boy launched themselves into battle, holding nothing back. Everyone was impressed by the agility with which they dodged attacks, while the students were also surprised, and the freckled boy's friends were worried as they watched him take several explosions. The fight continued, and with each passing moment the tension grew. The heroes were going to stop it, but some heroes wanted to see their potential. Two of those heroes were Almight and Aizawa, as they wanted to see the blonde boy's full potential, especially Aizawa since he saw that Tristan didn't have the demon mark, which meant he was holding back. In the fight, both were at opposite ends of the spectrum with some scratches and their clothes torn. The ash-haired boy was breathing heavily while the blonde boy was calm. Katsuki, Tusk, I'll win this damn festival. As he prepared to unleash a powerful explosion. Izuku, then I won't hold back anymore. As he showed a smile, but that smile wasn't peaceful, it was more malevolent. Meliodas, who was in the stands, became serious and simply waited patiently to see what his son would do. This went unnoticed by his wife. In the fight, Katsuki quickly launched himself at Tristan while the latter remained in place. This frightened the Midoriya family since the blonde wasn't making any movement. When the ash-haired boy was close, Tristan with great speed punched him in the stomach, causing Katsuki to bleed a little from his mouth. Thus began a massacre against the ash-haired boy as Tristan grabbed Katsuki's face and slammed him to the ground, causing him to bounce. He was about to fall off the platform, but before he could, Tristan appeared behind him, kicking him in the stomach and breaking some ribs. The ash-haired boy was sent flying to the other end of the platform, just centimeters from falling off. Katsuki raised his gaze and was angry. Katsuki, damn it. Shinny, he lunged towards him, and when he was just centimeters away, he unleashed a powerful explosion that Tristan could only smile at. He drew his sword but didn't unsheath it, instead stepping back and waiting for the attack. When it was close, he shouted, "Izuku, counterattack." The explosion returned to the ash-haired boy, who was shocked and only managed to cover himself with his arms. He was sent flying, crashing heavily into the wall, cracking it and falling unconscious. The attack continued and was about to hit the people in the stands, but a barrier appeared, protecting everyone from the attack. This barrier was created by Merlin, who acted quickly. People saw the blonde boy and simply moved forward to hear Midnight announce him as the winner. It was time to hand out the medals, with Tristan in first place, Todoroki second, and Bakugo third. The medals were presented by the symbol of peace, thus ending the festival. The freckled boy had his head down, having let his anger guide him. He approached his parents, who were looking serious. "Izuku, I'm sorry, I got carried away, thinking his parents would be disappointed." Merlin, sighing, "What you did was dangerous and irresponsible, but it's no reason to be sad." Izuku. Raising his head, he saw his parents were smiling. "Meliodas, your mother is right. Although what you did was wrong, you were able to control yourself quickly." The freckled boy went to hug his parents, who returned the embrace. Just then, the other sins arrived, congratulating him. Tristan went to his friends and invited them to the hat. They accepted. He gave them the address and then left with his family. The other sins went ahead, leaving the family alone. On the way, they ran into the Midoriya family, who quickly approached the freckled boy. He became serious. "Inko, my baby. Father's Day special." Tristan had woken up and grabbed his phone to distract himself for a while. He saw that today was Father's Day, so he decided he would surprise his father. He knew it wouldn't be easy to surprise him and it would be quite a challenge, but he would do his best to surprise his father. So he quickly went downstairs and noticed that he was the first one awake. He quickly made his breakfast and started eating. Once he finished, he thought about what Meliodas liked. He kept thinking until his head started to hurt, but to his rescue a pink pig appeared, having woken up upon hearing the delicious aroma of the leftovers. Hawk yawning and approaching the leftovers. Great, someone left the leftovers. Starting to eat. Izuku Hawk cheerfully. Hawk, good morning Tristan, he said while continuing to eat. Izuku Hawk, I need your help, pleadingly. Hawk, what's going on? Izuku, well today is Father's Day and I want to surprise him. Hawk, could you help me Dad? Hawk, I don't know. Izuku, I'll give you my leftovers from UA for a week. Hawk, well I've never eaten anything from that place. He thought for a few moments until he approached the blonde boy. Hawk, okay, I'll help you surprise that pig. He said this while smiling. So the two of them started to devise a plan, most of it being Tristan's, since Hawk only mentioned some dishes that Meliodas liked. As the hours passed, they already had the plan ready, they just needed the ingredients. Then they heard a noise as someone was coming down the stairs, so the freckled boy hid everything, but it was just his mother. When she saw him, she asked him what he was hiding, so Tristan explained everything. She told him not to worry, that she would take care of entertaining his father while he prepared everything. Tristan thanked her and then he left the tavern to look for the ingredients. First, he went to buy some vegetables to prepare at dinner. He wanted his father to try a few things, especially a typical dish served only on that particular day. So he quickly went to the market and bought what he needed, but there was one crucial ingredient missing. He decided to leave it until last and went to find the rest. Meanwhile, at the tavern, Meliodas had woken up and gone down to breakfast with his friends. He noticed Tristan was missing and asked about him. Meliodas, hey, have you seen Tristan? Merlin, he said he had things to do today, so he left early. What? Meliodas, well, I was planning to train with him today. Merlin leaned close to his ear. Merlin, don't worry, we can do lots of things in our free time. She said it in a flirty and seductive tone, making Meliodas smile. The other Sins were already aware of Tristan's plan, so they decided to help him. Hours passed and it was getting late. Tristan had gathered the materials except for the ingredient and a few other things. He had searched every shop, but they were all sold out, so on his way back to the tavern he found the Sins and approached them. They told him they would help him with whatever he needed. The blonde-haired man gave them instructions on what they had to find, giving each of them a list of what he needed. They went to look for what Tristan had asked for. He took out his notebook where he had written everything down, took out a pencil, and started scribbling on what he already had. Meliodas, hey, what are you writing? Appearing out of nowhere. Tristan, Dad, startled, quickly putting the notebook away. Meliodas, what were you writing? Curious tone. Tristan, well, it was nothing, nervous tone. Meliodas, come on, let me see. Tristan, I'm sorry, it's a secret. And so, leaving quickly, after a few hours the Sins had brought what the freckled boy had asked for, even the ingredient he hadn't been able to find. So he quickly set to work cooking and preparing his father's gift, while Tristan took care of preparing everything to surprise his father. The Sins entertained Meliodas. Once Tristan had everything ready, he went to call his father, who was talking with his friends about old missions they had done. He noticed his mother walking a little strangely but didn't pay much attention. Tristan, Dad, could you come here for a bit? Meliodas, sure. Tristan, but first you have to put this on, showing him a bandage. Meliodas put it on and started following his son, who was telling him where to go. Once they arrived at their destination, Tristan told him to take off the bandages. Meliodas obeyed and was surprised to see a banquet in front of him. Tristan, Happy Father's Day, he said with a smile. Meliodas, you did this, surprised. Tristan, well, I had a little help. Meliodas, you really surprised me. Tristan, really. Happy to have accomplished his goal. Receiving a nod from his father, they began to celebrate. Tristan asked his mother if she was all right, to which she replied yes, but he saw her face flush. He didn't understand why, but then something clicked in his head and he understood what had happened, blushing as well. Tristan approached his father. Izuku, Dad, I have a gift for you. Meliodas, really? Izuku, that's right, giving him the gift. The Sin of Wrath opened the gift and found a sword. Izuku, I made it myself and put some of my magic into it. I know it's not like your sacred treasure, but it has almost the same use and you like it. Meliodas, hugging him, I loved it, thank you. Izuku, Happy Father's Day. Chapter 22. Inko, my baby, wanting to hug him, but he dodged her and stood behind his parents, who had a serious look. Inko, Izuku, what's wrong? Hisashi, son, it's us, wanting to touch him, but before he could, his hand was grabbed by Meliodas. Meliodas, don't you dare touch my son. Hisashi, somewhat confused. Inko, what do you mean your son? Somewhat angry. Merlin, he is our son and his name isn't Izuku. His name is Tristan, she said it calmly. But she, like her husband, was trying to control her anger. Inko, what are you saying? He is my son and he will come with us. He will come to his real family. Merlin, If you dare touch my son, I swear you will regret it. Little by little the tension was growing and the patience of the two sins was running out. Inko Izuku, come with us, children, with tears in her eyes. Merlin, just tell me one thing, looking at the green-haired girl. Did you even care about how he felt when he heard you insulting him, or did you heal the wounds you yourselves inflicted? Every word the purple-haired girl said was like a stab to the Midoriya family's heart. And now you come here and think that with a simple apology you'll fix everything, that it's all in the past. At that moment, he saw Inko and Izumi begin to shed tears. Inko, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Please, Izuku, come back to us. Izuku, I'm sorry, but I'm not coming back to you. You're not my parents. Looking at Merlin and Meliodas, smiling, I'm already with my true self. Hisashi and Inko didn't care, they just wanted their son back. So they were going to touch him, but then they saw his hands being cut off. The one responsible was Meliodas, and behind him was a demonic figure. This frightened them greatly, but it had all been an illusion created by Gauther, the sin of lust. Gauther had arrived just in time. The rest of us are waiting for you, approaching Merlin and Meliodas. Meliodas sighing, all right, let's go. And so they all left, leaving Izumi and her family behind. But before they left, Gauther approached her. Gauther, your parents will be fine. I just put them in an illusion of what would really happen if they tried to touch the captain's son. The best thing to do is stay away from him if you don't want to get hurt. The illusion will disappear once we're out of here. He said it in a subdued tone. As they left, hours passed, just as Gauther had said. Inko and Hisashi had snapped out of the illusion and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. They asked their daughter what had happened, and she told them everything. The Midoriya family headed home, but no one said a word on the way. They all went to their rooms and locked themselves in. Inko went to her son's room, and as she entered, thousands of images flooded her mind. First, she remembered the freckled boy's first words, then how he learned to walk. She began to recall everything, his first birthday, his first tooth, even his first day of school. Then, images of how they began to mistreat him came flooding back, the freckled boy's pleas for them to stop. She couldn't bear it any longer and began to cry. Meanwhile, Izumi held a photo she had with her brother. She remembered when he protected her from a dog that wanted to attack them, how he was always there for her when she felt sad. Then the bad memories surfaced, and before she knew it, she was in the middle of nowhere. He was starting to cry, while Hisashi simply stared at the wall with a lost look. Then he too began to remember the good times he had spent with his son, when he took him fishing and he caught his first fish, the time he helped him fix the car. But what he remembered most was his smile. It didn't matter if you were having a bad day, he was always there to give you one of his smiles. But then he remembered how little by little those smiles were disappearing, leaving only a panicked face that showed only suffering. Those responsible for his son no longer smiling made him feel guilty and miserable. Then he felt small drops of water, and when he touched his face, he realized he was crying. That day was a very bad one for the Midoriya family. Meanwhile, the sins were all gathered together, feeling a lot of tension in the air, and that tension was coming from the two sins. Ban coughing, well, are you going to tell us what happened? Looking at the two but receiving no response, come on, Captain, tell us. Approaching where he blonde-haired. Meliodas sighing, it's nothing, just minor problems. He looked at the stairs, specifically his son's door. What? In Tristan's room, he was annoyed. How could his former family show up and say that to him? But little by little, his anger subsided since he was now with his real parents. He knew that Meliodas and Merlin would be there for him for anything, as would the other sins, so he put on his best smile and left his room. He went downstairs to where the others were and approached his parents. They just watched their son approach them. Tristan hugged them, which took them by surprise, but then they calmed down. Izuku, thank you, tears streamed from his eyes. Merlin, thank you, why, a little curious. Izuku, for everything you've done for me, I love you all. He smiled at them. Meliodas, and we love you too, son. Well, I think we should get ready since your friends will be here soon, right? Just as the Sin of Wrath said, there was a knock at the tavern door. The freckled boy went to see who it was and saw that it was his friends. Kirishima, wow dude, how did you get a reservation at this place? Surprised, as were the rest. Izuku, yeah, well, this place belongs to my family, leaving everyone in shock. Well, how about we go in and get something to eat? That's how Tristan went from having a bad day to the best day of his life since he was able to have fun with his friends and family. Chapter 23. The next morning, the blonde-haired boy got ready for UA and went downstairs to have breakfast with his parents. They had a short conversation, and then the freckled boy said goodbye to his parents and left the tavern. Izuku started running quickly, and on the way he ran into his friends who were waiting for him. They headed towards UA, and when they arrived, everyone sat down and waited for their teacher. Izumi looked sad. After a few minutes, Aizawa arrived, already in a better mood. Aizawa, silence. Making everyone quiet, first of all, I want to tell you that you didn't do too badly at the sports festival, and second, you've all received letters from the hero associations. Everyone received the letters, some had more than others, especially the Bakugo brothers Izumi and Todoroki. They had received about 50 letters of recommendation. Then Tristan's friends approached him to ask how many letters he had received. Kirishima, hey bro, how many letters did you get? Izuku, well, I didn't receive any. He stood up from his seat and approached his teacher. Izuku, excuse me sensei, but I haven't received any letters. Aizawa, oh, I forgot. He pressed a button and 3 large bags fell from the ceiling. Well, those are yours. Everyone was impressed that the blonde boy had received quite a few letters. Tristan carried his bags to his seat. Kirishima, wow, you have so many opportunities to train with heroes. Izuku, hee, it seems so. Classes continued as normal, with the freckled boy reading the letters. Most were from heroines who wanted him in their agency. He had so many good options but didn't know which one to choose. He sighed in frustration and headed to his next class. Upon entering, he encountered the principal. His teacher told them to take their seats, as the principal had something important to tell them. Nezu, all right, young people, as you know, we've had villain attacks this week, so UA is going to implement dormitories for all students. Will give out a sheet for your parents to see so they can allow you to stay. Classes will be suspended for repairs to the facilities. Once finished, all the students were given the sheet. Classes had ended and Tristan and his friends agreed to meet at the mall to hang out. So Tristan left, but on the way he ran into Izumi, who was being bothered by some guys. He was going to walk past her, but then he stopped. Izuku, no, I don't care what happens to her. He continued on his way, but then he stopped, thought for a few minutes, and mentally slapped himself. That's how he went over to the green-haired girl. Izuku, hey you guys, leave her alone. Standing in front of Izumi, she looked up to see her ex-brother. Guy 1, hey, and who are you? Izuku, that doesn't matter, but I'll just say I don't want any trouble. Guy 2, that's a shame because we do. Trying to intimidate Tristan. Little by little, the atmosphere changed to a heavy one where death could be felt. Then the 3 people saw Tristan activate his demonic mark and a demonic figure formed behind him. This made the 3 guys scared, but one of them recognized the blonde-haired guy. Guy 3, W8, are you the guy who won the sports festival? Saying that made his friends scared since they saw how strong he was. Izuku, that's right, now get lost. While showing a macabre smile that scared the guys, so they left. Tristan didn't say anything and simply started walking. Izumi had thousands of questions in her head like, why did he help her? Did he forgive her? Why didn't he just leave? Thousands of questions flooded her mind, but when she realized it, Tristan was already far away, so she ran after him. When she caught up, she took his hand. Izuku, turning around, he saw the green-haired girl looking tired from running to catch up. Izuku, what do you want? Looking at the green-haired girl. Izumi, I wanted to thank you for earlier. Izuku, you only came here to tell me that. Receiving a shake of his head. Izumi, I also came to ask you why you helped me. Why didn't you just leave? Izuku, I don't know, maybe it's because that's what heroes do, help others. The answer saddened the green-haired girl a little, since she thought that deep down her brother still loved her. Izuku, if that's all you wanted to tell me, I'll go. Taking out his dark matter wings, but before he could do so, his ex-sister called him. Izumi, wait, see, can I ask you one last question? With her head bowed. Izuku sighing, let's make it quick, will you? Unfurling his wings. Izumi, I know you don't know us and maybe you don't believe me when I say that I'm truly sorry for what I did to you. I was a fool. I should have protected you like you did for me. Tears streamed from her eyes, but I'm just asking you to forgive me, and if we can start over, at least we can be friends. Her gaze shifted to Tristan, who had a serious expression. She thought he would refuse and leave. She was getting nervous. She saw her brother sigh. Izuku, what you did to me is unforgivable. Making Izumi lower her gaze, and to answer your question about whether we can be friends, I'll think about it. He unfurled his wings and left. Izumi just watched Tristan walk away, but she felt good since she hadn't received a no for an answer, and that gave her a little hope. So she went home. Chapter 24. When Tristan got home, he told his parents he was going out with his friends, which they agreed to. He also explained what the principal had said, handing them the note. His parents didn't see a problem with it, although they didn't want him to go. They had to accept it since they knew it was best for their son. The freckled boy changed and went to the meeting point where he had arranged to meet his friends. He waited a few hours until all his friends arrived. They started walking through the mall. Kirishima, hey guys, what are you planning to do during the weeks we don't have classes? Iida, well, I'll study and train. Kyoka, I don't really know. Izuku, I'll help my parents at the Boar Hat. We've had more people than usual lately. Kirishima, hey guys, what do you think about going to the beach? Iida, isn't it full of trash? Kirishima, no, it seems someone cleaned it. Izuku, it wouldn't be bad to go to the beach, so everyone agreed to go to the beach. Kirishima and Iida walked away since they went to buy some things while Tristan and Jiru stayed behind. For a moment, there was an awkward silence until Tristan suggested going to a music store, which Jiru readily agreed to. She was surprised that they had the same taste in music. Tristan noticed that the girl was looking at a guitar. The freckled boy asked her if she liked it, to which she nodded. They left the store, but the blonde boy stayed behind, saying he had forgotten something. So she waited for him. When the freckled boy came out, she was surprised to see that he was carrying the guitar she had seen. She saw him approach her. Izuku here handing her the guitar. Kyoka and no, I can't accept it, in a confused and surprised tone. Izuku, don't worry, take it as a gift, showing her a smile. So she accepted the gift and, overcome with emotion, hugged him, making Tristan blush. Kyoka, noticing this, pulled away, but she had a slight blush. Then the two went to find their friends. On the way, neither of them said anything since they were still blushing. After a few hours, everyone went home. On the way, they separated one by one until Tristan and Kyoka were together again. They walked peacefully until the purple-haired girl decided to ask him a question. Kyoka, Tristan, making him turn to look at her, can I ask you something? Izuku, sure. Kyoka, why do you want to be a hero? Making the blonde boy quiet for a few moments. Izuku, well, since I was little, I've always wanted to be a hero, to help people in need, with a smile, remembering those times. Kyoka, and what about Izumi? Do you two have something going on? Izuku, actually no, it's just that she's my ex-sister. This took the purple-haired girl by surprise. Kyoka, your sister surprised, and why do you avoid her? Izuku, well, that's because of something that happened years ago. So the freckled boy told her everything about the abuse and mistreatment he received for not having a quirk. He also told her the truth about his family. Kyoka was surprised, but then she saw that everything made sense. Izuku, and tell me, why did you want to become a hero? Kyoka, well, I wanted to be a hero to save people, remembering that moment when she was saved by Meliodas a long time ago. Your father saved me and my family from some thieves. If it hadn't been for him, maybe I wouldn't be alive. That's why I decided to become a hero, to save defenseless people. So the two began to tell each other things about what had happened in their lives. Without realizing it, they had arrived at Jiru's house. Izuku, well, I think we'll say goodbye here. Kyoka, yes, and thank you for the guitar and walking me home. Izuku, you're welcome, that's what heroes do. Friends, without knowing why that word friends hurt Kyoka. So the purple-haired girl was going to go into her house, but before she did, she gave Tristan a quick kiss on the cheek, going inside quickly and leaving the blonde-haired boy blushing. He then took out his dark matter wings and flew to the tavern. He was somewhat tired, so he went to sleep, but his dream turned into a nightmare, since in his dream he was a child and received the tortures of his former family over and over again. So he woke up, went downstairs for a glass of water, and saw his father sitting. Izuku, Dad, somewhat confused. Meliodas, Tristan, what are you doing up so late? Izuku, I can't sleep, so I just came for a glass of water. Meliodas, so you too, huh? So Tristan sat down next to his father. Izuku, is everything all right? Seeing that his father was acting differently. Meliodas, yes, only some wounds from the past have reopened. While taking a sip of his beer, he saw that his son looked at him confused. Even though time passes, wounds close and heal, but scars never go away. Tristan, promise me something. Izuku, of course. Meliodas, promise me you won't let anger and revenge guide you. Izuku, I promise. With that, the sin of wrath gave him a hug. Meliodas, I love you, Tristan, and I'll always be proud of you. Then he left. The freckled boy was left thinking about his father's words. Izuku, wounds close and heal, but scars never go away. Looking at a scar he had from his old family. So he decided to do something. He went to Gauther, who was reading a book. Izuku, Uncle Gauther, can I ask you a favor? Gauther, of course, what is it you need? Izuku, letting out a sigh, I want you to erase all the memories I had with my previous family. This surprised the Sin quite a bit, but he saw that Tristan had a sad look. Gauther, I'll do it. So he entered the freckled boy's mind and began to erase every memory he had with the Midoriya family, replacing them with his own. When he finished, the freckled boy fell unconscious, but he was caught and placed on his bed. Gauther left the boar hat and headed in a certain direction, stopping on top of a house. Gauther, I won't let them near me again, while looking at the sleeping Midoriya family. So he entered their minds and erased all memories of the freckled boy. Then he went to the memory where the two siblings were born, erasing Tristan and leaving only Izumi in their memories. He went into the house and began to remove and replace things so that they wouldn't remember the freckled boy. When he finished, he quickly left the place. Second season. That's right, there will be a second season. I'm so grateful for all the support this story is receiving. As my followers know, or as those who don't know will know, I don't usually do second seasons of my stories because I feel they won't have the same impact. But I'm making an exception with this one, so stay tuned for the next season. That's all for now. Chapter 1. The next morning, the freckled boy woke up very happy, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He went downstairs for breakfast and found his parents there. He greeted them and they returned the greeting, but quickly noticed that something was wrong with their son. Merlin, Tristan, are you all right? In a curious tone. Izuku, yeah, why do you ask? A little confused by his mother's question. Merlin, nothing, forget it. Izuku, okay. Starting to eat his breakfast, he noticed that his father seemed very thoughtful today. By the way, today I'm going to train with Uncle Ban and Uncle Eskenner. Where are Uncle King and Aunt Diane Merlin? They went out on a date. Apparently, King was excited, so the freckled boy finished his breakfast and went to train. His parents looked somewhat confused. Then they saw Gowther reading a book. Meliodas, hey Gowther, do you know what's wrong with Tristan? Gowther, Tristan asked me to erase his memories. But he didn't finish because Merlin sent him flying, causing him to crash into the wall. Merlin, exactly what did you erase? Gowther, only the memories from when he was with his previous family. It was clear that it had affected him, so I did it, while adjusting his glasses. His parents, upon hearing this, were lost in thought for a few seconds until the blonde spoke. Meliodas, you also erased the memories of that family. Gowther, that's right, and I made sure to eliminate all traces, although it's possible that in the future they might be able to recover their memories since I only changed them. Merlin, will Tristan remember them? Gowther, putting his finger on his chin, no, he won't remember when I changed his memories. He quickly fell unconscious, and seeing today's result, I think I did a good job. Meliodas, letting out a sigh. Gowther, making the aforementioned turn to look at him, I don't want to hear a word of this from the other sins. Gowther, fine. And so he left, leaving only to the two sins. Merlin, is everything all right? Looking at her husband. Meliodas, no, nothing is all right, his hair covering his eyes. Merlin, what's wrong? Sitting beside him. Meliodas, I have a bad feeling, and it's about the commandments and the Demon King. His hands began to tremble. Merlin, don't worry, we'll figure it out. Meliodas, smiling, you're right. Well, I'm going to find Tristan. Thus withdrawing, the Sin of Wrath headed to a training area. Upon arriving, he saw his son training with Ban and Eskenner. Approaching, but not too closely so as not to distract his son, he realized how much he had grown and progressed in his training. He couldn't help but chuckle, drawing the attention of the three. Ban, hey Captain, what brings you? Meliodas, well, I came to train my son. Eskenner, he's progressed a lot in combat, but he still has a way to go to surpass me. Ban, yeah, whatever you say. Well, I'm going to have a beer, goodbye. With that, the two sins left, leaving Meliodas and Tristan alone. Tristan, so what are you going to teach me? Meliodas, I'll teach you how to properly use the fire of purgatory. As he conjured a fireball in his hand, it was purple. Tristan nodded. The two trained for a good while, during which the freckled boy could control it perfectly. They also had a small sparring match where Tristan managed to defeat his father. He used his demonic mark in the fight they were having. They continued for a few hours, losing track of time in the combat until Meliodas emerged victorious. Izuku, breathing heavily, I finally managed to make you activate your demonic mark, but I still have a long way to go to surpass you. He stood up from the ground, looking at his hands and closing them into fists. Meliodas, you've made a lot of progress. Smiling at his son, and I know that one day you will, and I hope to be there when that happens. Izuku, nodding his head while smiling at his father, I will. One day I will surpass you, Dad. Meliodas, when did you grow so much? Looking at his son, who was looking at him a little confused. Izuku, somewhat confused. Meliodas, shaking his head, it's nothing, as he retreated, taking out his dark matter wings. Tristan knew that something was wrong with his father since he wasn't the same today, so he went after him. So the freckled boy sprouted his wings and went where his father had been searching for him for a long time until he found him on a mountain, watching the sun set behind some peaks. So he descended and approached his father, sitting down. Izuku, Dad, is everything all right? In a worried tone. Meliodas, Tristan, do you remember I told you there's a demonic mode that's the most powerful of all and that demons greatly fear it? Izuku, you mean assault mode? Receiving a nod from his father, yes, I remember you telling me about it. You said there was a demon who had that mode and was the leader of the 10 Commandments, and also that he was the eldest son of the Demon King. But you told me that this demon betrayed our race because he had fallen in love. Meliodas, that's right, but there's something else I haven't told you about that mode. That mode takes away any emotion or feeling, which is why it's so feared. Surprising his son, I also told you about the 10 Commandments. Remember. Izuku, it's incredible that the 10 Commandments are so powerful, but what does all that have to do with anything? Meliodas, you're right, the 10 Commandments are powerful, but even they are afraid of that mode. Izuku, incredible, but how do you know all that? Meliodas, that's because I am that demon. Leaving the freckled boy in shock. Izuku, how? Meliodas, it's time you knew the whole truth. I knew the day I would have to tell you the truth would come, Tristan. It's time you knew what I really am, looking at him seriously. Chapter 2. The sun had set and the moon had risen. In the forest stood two people, Meliodas and Tristan. Silence reigned. Several hours had passed since Meliodas decided to tell his son the truth. Tristan didn't know what to do, he was speechless, unable to find the words to say. Meliodas, his eyes hidden by his hair, found it difficult to recount his past, as he wasn't proud of his actions as leader of the 10 Commandments. Meliodas felt a great weight lifted from his shoulders, as he didn't like making his son believe he was a hero who helped others when he was a holy knight. The silence lasted for several minutes until Meliodas spoke. Meliodas. I'm sorry for being the hero you thought I was. I'll understand if you hate me. But he only felt his son hug him. Izuku, I don't care about the things you've done in the past. To me, you'll always be my hero. He rested his head on his father's chest. Meliodas remained silent, in shock but with a smile. Meliodas said, "Thank you," stroking his son's hair. The two stayed like that for a while until the freckled boy fell asleep. The Sin of Wrath, realizing his son was asleep, grabbed him and took him to the tavern. Upon entering, he found his other companions chatting. He took his son to his room, covered him up, and went to the door. He stopped and saw his son sleeping peacefully. Meliodas said, "Sleep well." The next morning, the boar hat was full of customers. Tristan was helping to serve them. Everything seemed to be going well until two green-haired people and a white-haired person entered through the door. They were the Midoriya family. The Sins tensed up a bit when they saw them, as they believed Meliodas and Merlin would kill them if they dared to take Tristan. But then they looked in their direction and saw that Meliodas and Merlin were calm. So Ban approached Gauther, who also didn't take him seriously. Ban, hey, why are the captain and Merlin so calm? He whispered, Gauther, don't worry. Everything will be fine, he said casually. Just then, everyone saw Tristan approaching. King was about to get there first to prevent any problems, but Meliodas stopped him. Meliodas, wait, let him handle it. King, Captain, are you crazy? They're the ones, but he was interrupted by Merlin. Merlin, we know that, but nothing will happen, she said calmly. So everyone returned to their workstations, but they were all watching what Tristan was doing. Izuku, welcome to the Boar Hat. May I take your order? So the Midoriya family started ordering what they wanted to eat. The Sins were speechless, and how could they not be? First, Meliodas and Merlin hated the Midoriya family for what they did to their son, and now Tristan was taking their order as if nothing had happened. They turned their heads and saw that the Sins of Wrath and Gluttony were smiling. They didn't know what was going on, then they saw Tristan approach Ban. Tristan, hey, is something wrong? Seeing that they were still speechless. Ban, why yes, it's nothing. Getting over his shock. So Tristan gave him the orders the Midoriya family had placed. He just took them and started cooking, then gave them to Hawk to take away. The day passed normally, if by normal they mean that the Sins kept watching the Midoriya family and Tristan, but they didn't seem to notice. Then King approached Meliodas and Merlin. Meliodas, King, is something wrong? King, do you think, looking at him seriously, you want to explain that, pointing at the Midoriya family? Meliodas, that they're customers. King, yeah, right, customers. First they hate them and now they're acting like nothing happened. Merlin, what are you implying? Staring at him. King, what I'm trying to say is that something happened. It seems like Tristan doesn't remember them. Meliodas, King, looking at him seriously, making the fairy a little scared. This is personal. King, of course, Captain, a little scared, thus leaving. Meliodas knew he had to explain to his companions since he knew they would want answers. A few hours passed and the Midoriya family left, but before they did, Izumi didn't know why, but she felt something familiar about the boy. She didn't pay it any mind and they left. When night came, everyone went to sleep. Tristan went to sleep. The Sins and Hawk wanted an explanation, so Meliodas told them what Gauther had done. He thought they would all disagree with what they had done, but they didn't. He received no denial from the Sins, but it wasn't so. Meliodas, wait, aren't you bothered by what happened? Diane, of course not, Captain, on the contrary. King, Diane is right, he suffered a lot because of those idiots, and besides, in the future they'll be bothering us for getting Tristan back. Ban, King is right, Captain. Hawk, those pigs would be a nuisance to us and to business. Eskenner, what he did was a wise decision, Captain and Miss Merlin, although I wonder what would happen if in the future they managed to recover their memories. This caused an unpleasant silence and tension filled the place. Merlin, if that woman tries to take my son, she'll have to go through me first. She said it so calmly that it sent a chill down everyone's spine. Meanwhile, at the Midoriya house, Inko felt a chill and a touch of fear, though she didn't know why. Back with the Sins, they continued discussing what would happen. Meanwhile, in the Kingdom of Camelot, people could be seen running and escaping as they were being attacked by the 10 Commandments. In the throne room, a boy stood with his knights. Knight 1, Your Majesty, what will we do now? Arthur, evacuate as many people as possible. I'll send a letter of distress to the Kingdom of Lions. Just then, an explosion is heard. Come on, there's no time to lose. Seeing that his kingdom was slowly being destroyed, this is bad. Chapter 3. The days passed, and something no one had noticed was that Meliodas was training his son to the limit. A few days prior, he had had a bad feeling about the 10 Commandments. Meliodas knew something big was about to happen, and that's why he would train his son to strengthen him so he could fight the demons. Meliodas also ordered the other Sins to train. At first, they didn't understand, but seeing their captain's serious words, they decided to train since they knew something was troubling him. The day arrived when Tristan's friends had agreed to go to the beach. So Tristan packed his things and said goodbye to his parents. Meliodas also decided that the other sins should take the day off since they had been training hard these past few days, and he also wanted to spend some time alone with Merlin. Tristan left the forest and ran since it was getting late. He headed towards where they were supposed to meet. When he arrived, Tristan met up with his friends and some classmates, Momo, Todoroki, Tsuyu, Mina, and Toru. He was a little surprised to see them and approached Kirishima. "Izuku, what are they doing here?" he whispered. Kirishima, "Well, we thought the more people who came, the better. Izuku, but you should have told me before," in chibai mode. So the group set off for the beach. Tristan was at the back of his classmates since he saw them talking amongst themselves and didn't want to disturb them, but then he noticed Todoroki staring at him, which made him nervous, so he decided to talk to him. "Izuku, is there a problem?" in a serious tone. "Todoroki, you carry that sword everywhere," noticing that the freckled boy was indeed carrying his sword. "Izuku, that's right." Grabbing his sword. "Todoroki, how did you manage to reflect my attack back at me?" Izuku, "Oh, you mean what happened at the sports festival?" Receiving a nod from the bicolored boy. Izuku, "Well, it's a skill my father taught me, remembering how difficult it was for him to learn that technique." After a few hours, they arrived at the beach. Mina, "Wow, it's beautiful. Well, we'll go change." So the girls went to the changing rooms while the boys looked for a place to leave their things. After a few minutes, the girls had already returned and saw that the boys were having fun except for Todoroki, who stayed in the shade. So the girls also went into the sea with the exception of Momo and Jiro. While the others were having fun, Momo noticed that her friend was discreetly looking in one direction. More specifically, she was watching the blonde boy. "Momo, if you keep looking at him, it'll look like you're stalking him." Looking at her friend. Kyoka, "What?" Surprised and somewhat nervous. "Momo, do you like Tristan?" Looking at her seriously. Kyoka liked Tristan, with a red face and no S, were just friends, hiding her blush. "Momo, even you don't believe that, do you?" Kyoka, "It's true, I don't like him, or at least I don't think so." She said the last part in a whisper. So the two of them argued for a while Tristan saw the bicolored boy and approached him. "Izuku, aren't you going in the sea?" Todoroki, "No." "Izuku, then why did you come?" Todoroki, "Kirishima practically dragged me into this." "Izuku, come on, have fun, we're among friends after all." Extending his hand. The bicolored boy was shocked for a few moments since he had never had friends in his entire life because of his father. Then he managed to get out of the shock and saw that the freckled boy was still holding out his hand, so without further ado, he took it. Tristan also approached the girls. "Izuku, hey girls, aren't you going in?" "Momo, of course aren't we?" Jiro, of course, still blushing. So the group spent almost the entire day at the beach having fun and playing. Tristan used his magic to turn a small part of the sea into a water slide. His friends were surprised to see that Tristan could do that. They stayed until sunset, so everyone decided it was time to leave. Everyone had had fun and was exhausted, even Todoroki, and they didn't want to walk home, so they took the bus. The ride home was quiet. Everyone had fallen asleep along the way because they were so tired. The freckled boy stared out the window until he felt a weight fall on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw that it was Jiro who had fallen asleep. So the freckled boy also fell asleep. After a few minutes, everyone had arrived at their destination. Saying goodbye, they went home. The freckled boy, upon arriving at when he arrived at the tavern, he found it deserted. He went to the kitchen to prepare something to eat. There, he saw a note his parents had left for him. He picked it up and began to read it. The note said they would be out for a few hours and that if he was hungry, they had left food in the refrigerator. So he went over and took out the food. Then he heard a noise coming from upstairs. He went to investigate and found a pink pig. "Izuku, Hawk, surprised, I thought you had gone out like everyone else." "Hawk, no, the truth is I had nowhere to go, plus I got hungry and they didn't leave any leftovers. I'm so hungry." While crying comically. "Izuku, well, you can eat my food," while putting his plate of food on the floor. "Hawk, are you serious?" Receiving a nod from the freckled boy, "Thanks, Tristan, you saved me." So he started eating quickly while the freckled boy chuckled at his friend. Izuku's attitude, "Well, I'm going to sleep, I'm a little tired, see you later." Hawk, "Rest well." While continuing to eat, the freckled boy lay down on his bed and slowly fell into the arms of Morpheus. Chapter 4. The days passed and the students' vacation was over. Now they had to return to their regular classes. The students had also begun their internships. The freckled boy had decided to intern with ONESHOT as he was known for his stealth skills and his ability to remain calm even in the most difficult situations. He also thought ONESHOT could teach him swordsmanship. The freckled boy thought it would be a good choice because, although he possessed strength comparable to that of the symbol of peace, he knew that life wasn't about punches. He had to think strategically. The first few days of his internship were somewhat difficult. Upon entering the building, everyone stared at him, which made him nervous. When a secretary showed him to the pro hero's office, he was so nervous he thought he was going to faint. Upon entering, he didn't see anyone, which he found strange. He decided to look around and was surprised by what he saw. Suddenly, in a swift movement, he had to jump to the left, dodging some shuriken and getting into position. In combat, he was alert to any attack, but then he heard a voice behind him that made him jump forward. The voice belonged to the pro hero Edshot. Edshot, you have good reflexes, kid. As he walked to his desk and sat down. Izuku, thanks, happily taking the seat opposite the pro hero. Edshot, I'm glad you wanted to do your internship at my agency. Izuku, well, I wanted you to train me in stealth and swordsmanship since I know you're very good in those areas. Edshot, well, I'll first see what level you're at in swordsmanship so we can begin your training. By the way, your name is Tristan, right? Izuku, yes. Edshot, very well then, Tristan, welcome to my hero agency. The days passed and Tristan tried hard to keep up with his sensei, who was very fast. They always had sword fights, and the freckled boy always learned a lot in each training session. He also learned to be a little more stealthy, since the stealth training took place in public places and the hero always gave him some kind of test, like arresting shoplifters without them knowing, or simply telling the blonde boy that he had to approach him without Edshot noticing. They also patrolled the city. Tristan can be seen dodging Edshot's attacks, but this time he seemed distracted. This was quickly noticed by his teacher. Edshot, Tristan, is everything all right? Stopping the training, approaching his student. Izuku, oh yeah, it's nothing, sorry if I wasn't concentrating. Bowing, but his tone seemed worried. Edshot, okay if you say so, somewhat suspicious. Izuku, I hope Ida doesn't do anything crazy, he thought to himself. Flashback. Tristan had gone out with his friends one day since their agencies had given them the day off. They were talking about how their internships were progressing, walking through the mall. Everyone was having fun. The freckled boy noticed Ida separate from the group to answer a call. Tristan didn't pay much attention and continued talking, but when the blue-haired boy returned, he looked serious. His friends asked if he was okay, but only received the answer that he had to leave early. Later, he discovered that his friend's brother had been seriously injured after a confrontation with the hero killer Stain. When they went out again, Tristan saw that his friend wasn't the same as before. This time he had an empty look. The freckled boy knew that look. It was a look of anger and revenge. End flashback. Now we see the pro hero Tristan doing one of his rounds. As he walked through the city, he saw a train being attacked by creatures. The blonde boy had a bad feeling about his friend, so he told his teacher he had to go find someone. Seeing his student's worried expression, Edshot agreed. The freckled boy summoned his dark matter wings and flew as fast as he could. Izuku, I hope you don't do anything crazy. Accelerating his flight. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a badly injured ash-haired boy lay staring at the one responsible for his injuries. It was none other than the hero killer Stain. Ida, you bastard, you'll pay for this. Looking at him with hatred. Stain, so you're a fake hero too, huh? Just as fake as your brother. And raging the blue-haired boy. The hero killer prepared to kill the blue-haired boy who was unable to move. He simply closed his eyes, accepting his tragic fate, but then he heard the clang of metal. Slowly, he opened his eyes. Encountering his friend who was holding off the hero killer's attack, Stain took a step back at the presence of the new subject. Ida, what are you doing here? This is my fight. Izuku, idiot, you almost got yourself killed for your revenge. I know you want to avenge your brother, but I won't let you die. Let's do this together. He extended his hand. The blue-haired boy couldn't hold back his tears. Then he realized what he was doing, what a hero wouldn't do. Ida, thank you, taking the freckled boy's hand, thus standing up. Stain, are you done with your talk? Izuku, this ends here, hero killer, getting into a fighting stance. Stain, hey, are you a fake hero? What does it matter? I'll find out. While drawing his katana and showing them a sadistic smile. Tristan got into a fighting stance, as did Ida, while Stain could only remain on alert. Chapter 5. Nobody was doing anything. Tristan and Stain were studying each other down to the smallest detail. The tension was palpable in the air. Suddenly, a cat jumped out of the trash, starting the fight. At great speed, the freckled boy lunged at the hero killer, trying to land a blow, but Stain jumped, dodging it. Stain then threw one of his knives, which the freckled boy dodged, but that was just a moment of carelessness. Stain pounced on him, and Tristan didn't have time to defend himself. But when he realized what was happening, the hero killer was sent flying as Ida used his quirk, kicking him so hard he crashed into the wall. Stain, getting back up, I'm fed up with you guys, drawing his katana. Izuku, Ida, leave this to me, you're badly hurt. Ida, but not wanting to let his friend fight alone. Izuku, don't worry, I'll be fine, so Ida stayed back since he would only be a hindrance in the fight. Tristan did too. He drew his sword, thus beginning a sword fight. The two lunged and their blades clashed. The only sound was the clash of steel. Both moved with agility, displaying good swordsmanship. Stain, not bad, kid, smiling with excitement. Izuku, thanks, you're not bad either. Stain, too bad, it's over, licking a bit of the blonde's blood from his sword. Tristan tried to move, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't. Izuku, what? Surprised. Stain, that's my quirk. It allows me to paralyze someone if I've just ingested their blood. Approaching the freckled boy, he was about to attack but had to dodge an ice spike. Another one. Izuku, I thought you weren't coming, smiling at Shoto. Shoto, sorry for the delay. Izuku, don't let him get your blood or he'll paralyze you. Shoto then turned to face the hero killer, thus beginning a new fight. This time, Iida was helping him. The two of them were putting up a fight against the villain, but Iida, being wounded and still bleeding, knew it was only a matter of time before he too would be paralyzed. Shoto had also received some scratches but could still continue fighting, until in a moment of carelessness, Stain slashed him across the abdomen, causing the bicolored boy to let out a groan of pain. Stain then licked his blood, paralyzing him. Tristan tried to move and saw that he could move his fingers, so he quickly analyzed the villain's quirk, noticing that the more people he paralyzed, the shorter the paralysis time became. Stain raised his katana, ready to kill the bicolored boy, and lowered it. Shoto closed his eyes, accepting his fate, but only heard the sound of flesh being cut. After a few seconds, the bicolored boy opened his eyes, finding Tristan's arm on the ground, leaving him in shock. Stain, surprised by the blonde's action, why did you do it? Izuku, because he's my friend and because it's what a hero does. While his demonic mark was activated. Stain, I recognize that you are a true hero. By the way, what's your name? Izuku, my name is Tristan. He grabbed his arm and reattached it, acting as if the cut had never happened. This surprised everyone. Stain. But he didn't finish because he was sent flying by a punch from the freckled boy. Stain didn't have time to recover from that attack because Tristan, at great speed, grabbed his leg and threw him into the sky with superhuman strength. He then produced his dark matter wings and went to where the hero killer was. Stain managed to land on the roof of a house and saw the freckled boy flying. He didn't know what was happening, but seeing the freckled boy with that serious look didn't bode well, so he decided to escape. But the freckled boy followed him. Stain threw his knives at him to distract him, but it didn't seem to work until he received a blow to the stomach that broke some ribs and made him spit up some blood. The hero killer thought this would be his end when he saw the freckled boy put his sword to his neck. Izuku, hero killer Stain, you are under arrest for the murder of several professional heroes. Grabbing the killer. The blonde boy then took him to his companions who had already recovered from their paralysis. After a few minutes, the police and ONESHOT arrived at the scene and took the hero killer away, but not before scolding the blue-haired boy. They then left, leaving the three boys alone. Iida, thank you both very much for helping me. Bowing. Izuku, you're welcome, besides that's what friends do. Smiling. Iida, well, I have to go. I'm going to see my brother at the hospital and get my wounds treated. Leaving the place. Izuku, well, I'd better you should go get healed too. You don't want your wound to get infected. Seeing how the bicolored boy had covered the wound Stain had inflicted on him in their fight with ice. Shoto noddings. So the freckled boy took out his dark matter wings, but before he left, the bicolored boy called after him. Shoto, thanks for saving me. If it weren't for you, I'd already be dead. Izuku, no problem. After all, I protect my friends. Well, see you later. So he flew off towards UA, but on the way he saw one of those monsters embedded in some steel bars. Apparently the heroes thought they had killed it, but they hadn't. The freckled boy decided to take it to his mother so she could study it, so he enclosed the creature in a perfect cube and took it with him. When he arrived, he was greeted by his parents, who were happy to see him since they hadn't seen him since he moved to UA and couldn't visit them because of his internship. Izuku, Mom, I brought you something, showing her the creature. Merlin, fascinating, what is it? Looking closely at the creature. Izuku, I don't know, but I thought you could study it. Merlin, smiling of course. So they told their son to stay overnight in the hat since they missed him, as did everyone else. The freckled boy accepted, so he went to his room to sleep, while Merlin took the non-yu to her laboratory. Merlin, let's see what you are smiling sadistically. Chapter 6. In the morning, the freckled boy woke up early. He needed an excuse to tell his teacher why he hadn't arrived yesterday, so he got up and dressed quickly. When he went downstairs, he found his parents, who seemed to be talking about something serious. But when they saw their son, they stopped talking about it for another time. Merlin served him breakfast. Izuku, Mom, did you find out anything about that thing? Merlin, yes, it seems it was created and has a rather slow regeneration. It's actually very interesting. Izuku, I see. Merlin, by the way, have you been practicing the spells I gave you? This made his son turn pale since he had completely forgotten to study them. Izuku, I'm sorry, I had completely forgotten. Merlin, remember to practice those spells. If you need help with any of them, don't hesitate to tell me. She smiled at him. Izuku, yes, smiling. By the way, Dad, Meliodas, what's up, Tristan, looking at his son. Izuku, I was wondering if we could have a sword fight. Meliodas, sure. They continued talking for a few minutes. Until the freckled boy realized the time, he gave his leftovers to Hawk and flew quickly to UA. Upon arriving, he was scolded by his teacher for not being there yesterday. Classes continued normally, months passed, and the internships were over. Tristan went on a few dates with Kyoka, just as friends of course, but even though they wouldn't admit it, they liked each other. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. Tristan was at the Boar Hat since he had a New Year's vacation. The freckled boy asked his family if they were going to see the fireworks today. They said yes, since each of them had different reasons, like Meliodas and Merlin, who were surprised by how beautiful they were the first time they saw them. Flashback. A small 5-year-old blonde boy can be seen playing with his father. Izuku, Dad, we're going to see the fireworks today. Meliodas, fireworks. Somewhat confused. Izuku, yes, today is New Year's. Don't they celebrate New Year's there? Meliodas, yes, we celebrated, but I'd never heard of those fireworks before. Izuku, you and Mom are going to love them so we can go just like everyone else. Excited. Meliodas, putting his son on his shoulders, okay, let's go tell the others. Showing them a smile. So they went to tell the others, who agreed since they wanted to see the fireworks. The freckled boy told them they had to wear yukatas. They didn't know what those were, but after a few hours of explanation from Tristan, they understood. The time had arrived and they all headed to where the fireworks would be launched. Everyone stared at them, especially Diane and Merlin, since they were both stunningly beautiful. But one look from Meliodas was enough to send the men away. Tristan, who was in his mother's arms, told them to act like locals until the time came. They had a great time and the moment arrived, so they went to the highest point. People started counting down, and when it was over, the fireworks were launched. The Sins were amazed. Tristan looked at his uncles. He saw Ban and King fighting and Gauther, Eskener, and Diane watching the fireworks. Then he turned to look at his parents and they couldn't take their eyes off the fireworks. From the spectacle, the freckled boy ran towards them, hugging them. Izuku, Happy New Year. Meliodas/Merlin, Happy New Year, Tristan. Then the two took their son and watched the spectacle. End flashback. Everyone was getting ready at the Boar Hat, so Tristan went to open the door, finding Kyoka. She was wearing a white yukata, which made Tristan blush. He had invited her out. Tristan hello, a little blushed. Kyoka hello, Tristan, can I come in? With a slight blush. Tristan, of course, please come. In upon entering, Kyoka saw the Sins preparing for the night. The freckled boy told her to wait a while, so he went up to his room. The purple-haired girl watched King floating with his pillow. She wondered how strong the blonde-haired boy's family was. At that moment, Merlin noticed Kyoka's presence and approached her. Kyoka, seeing that Merlin was, she approached, not knowing why she became nervous once Merlin was in front of her. She sat down. A few tense seconds passed for Kyoka until Merlin spoke. Merlin, tell me, Kyoka, what is your relationship with my son? In a calm tones. Kyoka, WL, we're just friends, blushing. Merlin, I know you like him, don't you? This surprised the girl, who blushed even more and could only nod. Merlin, I see. Kyoka, please don't tell Tristan anything, since I don't think he feels the same way. While recovering from her blush and putting on a sad face. Merlin, don't worry about that. I know perfectly well what it's like to love someone who doesn't feel the same way about you, remembering the moments when Meliodas was in love with Elizabeth. But if you want some advice, it's that if you don't confess your feelings, you'll never know if that person feels the same way about you. Besides, Tristan blushes when he talks about you. Kyoka, are really surprised and blushing. At that moment, her heart began to race. Just then, Tristan was walking up the stairs wearing a kimono. Merlin, don't worry, I won't tell him anything, getting up and leaving before her son arrived. The hours passed and everyone was ready to go out. So Tristan and Kyoka went ahead to have some privacy, leaving the Sins and Hawk behind. Hawk was carrying some things on his back since the pink pig wasn't going to miss this opportunity to sell some alcohol. Once everyone arrived, they went their separate ways, each enjoying themselves in their own way until the year ended and everyone celebrated. Chapter 7. They stayed there for a few more hours until they had to return. Diane had fallen asleep and King was carrying her on his pillow. Tristan and Kyoka were talking when a portal opened in the sky and a girl fell onto the freckled boy. Tristan didn't know what was happening. He only felt two soft, fluffy things on his face. He began to touch them to find out what they were. Izuku, they're soft, he said, tightening his grip slightly, causing a moan to escape. The girl lifted herself up a little and had a slight blush. She had silver hair and her eyes were different colors. One was light blue and the other orange. She also had some wounds. The blonde boy saw what he was touching and blushed while the Sins were in shock. Kyoka was jealous and wondered who she was, while Meliodas gave his son approval with a smile until he saw Merlin, which startled him a little as she looked at him seriously. See, could you stop squeezing a little with such force, in a soft tone and also with a little embarrassment. Izuku of course quickly blurting out. Thank you's getting up. As she stood up, the girl felt a little dizzy and before she could say anything else she fainted, but before her body hit the ground, Tristan caught her. The freckled boy and the others quickly went to the Boar Hat. The freckled boy laid the girl down in a room so she could recover. He saw the Sins gathered to discuss what had just happened a few minutes ago. Tristan left the tavern and flew Kyoka home. In a swift movement, he picked her up princess style and unfurled his wings. Before the purple-haired girl could say anything, the freckled boy took flight, causing Kyoka to hug him and close her eyes in fear. Seeing this, the freckled boy slowed his flight and began to fly at a lower speed. Izuku, don't worry, I won't leave you, Kyoka, and no tea that. Sid, I'm afraid of heights. She tightens her grip a little. Izuku, you can open your eyes. Receiving a shake of his head, okay, but you'll miss the best views. Kyoka didn't want to open her eyes, but curiosity overwhelmed her, so little by little she began to open them, finding herself with a spectacular view. She could see the moon in its full splendor, and she also observed the stars and the fireworks that illuminated the sky. It was beautiful. Then she heard the blonde boy's voice. Izuku, so what do you think? Kyoka, it's beautiful. So the two of them stood for a while admiring the wonderful view. Their eyes met and they stared at each other for what felt like hours. Then they turned in different directions, a slight blush on their faces. The freckled boy headed towards the purple-haired girl's house. After a few minutes they arrived and Tristan carefully set Kyoka down. Kyoka, thanks for inviting me, I had a lot of fun. She looked away so the freckled boy wouldn't notice her blush. Izuku, it was nothing, I had fun too. Neither of them said anything. In a swift movement, Kyoka kissed the freckled boy on the cheek and went inside. Tristan was surprised but then smiled and quickly left. Kyoka approached the door and gave an adoring smile. I see you had fun, startling the purple-haired girl. Kyoka, Mom, startled, I thought you weren't coming. See you tomorrow. Mom, well, your father wasn't feeling well, so we're heading back. Tell me, who's the boy who stole your heart? Kyoka, W, what are you saying? Blushing. Mom, please, Kyoka, I'm your mother, and I know when my daughter is in love, so tell me who it is. Kyoka, W, well, he's just a friend, Mom, if you say so, but if you need any advice, you can come to me. Kyoka, oh, okay, Mom, and don't worry, I won't tell your father. Kyoka, thank you. Thinking about how her father would react if he found out she liked Tristan, he would make her life miserable. Meanwhile, at the boar hat, the freckled boy had arrived and saw the sins talking. The atmosphere was serious. Everyone, sensing Tristan's presence, acted as if nothing was wrong. Izuku, is everything all right? A little worried. Meliodas, yes, Tristan, everything is fine. We were just talking about what we would do tomorrow. Lying. Izuku, are you sure why? But he didn't finish. Merlin, why shouldn't we go to sleep? Meliodas, you're right, today has been a very fun day. Stretching. Izuku, okay, letting out a yawn, good night everyone. Everyone, good night, Tristan, so the freckled boy went upstairs to his room. As he closed the door, the sins started talking again. Meliodas, we'll talk about this tomorrow. King, okay, rubbing his eyes from tiredness. So all the sins went to their rooms except Merlin and Meliodas. Merlin was about to go upstairs but saw that her husband stayed in the same place. Merlin, is everything all right? Approaching her husband. Meliodas, what do you think happened to him? Merlin, I don't know, but we'll talk about this tomorrow. It's best if we go to sleep, today has been a very tiring day. Meliodas, I'll be up in a moment. Merlin, okay, don't stay out too late. They went upstairs and entered their room. The Sin of Wrath looked out the window directly in the direction of the moon. He knew something bad was about to happen. Meliodas, I hope I can reason with you, brothers. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the 10 Commandments were conversing, but apart from them was a black-haired man who sensed something. He looked in the direction of the moon. Zeldris, I swear you'll pay for everything, Meliodas. In a serious tone. Chapter 8. The next morning, everyone was awake except for Tristan, who was still sleeping. 8 people were having breakfast. Everything seemed peaceful. They were all chatting about trivial things. Then the freckled boy woke up and went downstairs to eat. Izuku, good morning, while rubbing his eyes. Everyone, good morning, Tristan. The freckled boy sat down and saw the girl who had fallen on top of him. He watched as she smiled sweetly at him, making him nervous and blush a little. Izuku, excuse me, but I don't know your name. Elizabeth, oh, I'm sorry for not introducing myself. I'm Princess Elizabeth Lyons. I see you look just like Lord Meliodas and Lady Merlin. Izuku, you're a princess. Surprised, he looked at his parents, who simply nodded at what he had said. The freckled boy bowed. Elizabeth, there's no need for such formality, Tristan. The freckled boy sat up. Tristan had so many questions to ask her, but their one question that lingered in his mind was whether she was the goddess his father had once loved and for whom he had betrayed his clan. Since his father had never told him the goddess's name, the blonde-haired boy was about to tell her, but before he could, he was interrupted by his mother, who told him she was running late for class. He hurried off and said goodbye to everyone. When the freckled boy left, the atmosphere in the tavern became a bit serious. Meliodas, Elizabeth, could you tell us what happened? Elizabeth, well, it all started. Flashback. A knight and the royal family are seen talking in the throne room. Knight, please, your majesty, we need help. Demons have appeared and begun attacking Camelot. King Bartra, so the real battle has begun. He said this in a whisper while stroking his beard. At that moment, some explosions were heard, drawing everyone's attention. They all approached and saw that both red and gray demons were attacking lions. Quickly, the holy knights, while others helped evacuate people, Elizabeth also went to help the wounded. A red demon was about to attack a defenseless child, but Elizabeth stepped in front of him, taking the blow. The holy knights were slowly winning the fight but suffered heavy losses from the demons. The holy knights managed to kill the remaining demons. Elizabeth went to her father and saw that he was worried. Elizabeth, father, is something wrong? King Bartra, Elizabeth, I need you to go to where the sins are and tell them that the war has begun. Elizabeth, but what will happen to you and my sisters? Frightened as she looked at her sisters. Veronica, don't worry about us, we'll be fine. Margaret, Veronica's right, we'll be fine. Elizabeth, okay, creating a portal, I promise I'll come back. King Bartra, have a good trip. So Elizabeth entered the portal while her father and sisters waved goodbye and flashback. Elizabeth, and that's what happened. Nobody said anything, everyone was amazed at what their companion had said, but what worried them was Meliodas' look. Merlin, so Camelot was invaded. Worried about her friend. Elizabeth, that's right, but don't worry, Miss Merlin, they probably managed to escape. Diane, Captain, is everything all right? A little scared by her friend's look. Meliodas, yes, it's nothing. Getting up from the table, but as he did so, he put his hand on the table, breaking it. We have to be prepared, we'll have to train very hard. Thus leaving the tavern. Galdar, the captain's heart rate is very high, as is his adrenaline, he must be angry. King, we already know that, but why did the captain react like that? Just because of some red and gray demons? We've faced them before and nothing like this happened. Why now? This caught everyone's attention. Merlin, it's because of the commandments. This drew everyone's attention. Ban, because of the commandments. Confused. Merlin, the commandments are the special elite created by the Demon King. They were sealed away many years ago. The 7 deadly sins were created to defeat the 10 commandments after a vision King Bartra had. Diane, and how strong are those commandments? A little scared. Merlin, I don't know, but what I do know is that they're probably trying to recover their energy after being released from their seal. Serious tone. King, hey Merlin, how do you know all that? Serious tone. Merlin, that doesn't matter now. What matters is that we're prepared to face them. Retiring to her laboratory. The sins were left thinking about what their Meliodas' companion. Damn it, he punches a tree, sending it flying and destroying some other trees in the process. What? The day passed and Tristan had asked for permission to be absent for a few days, lying that he had some family matters to attend to. The headmaster granted his request. When Tristan returned to the tavern, he noticed the heavy atmosphere which made him uncomfortable. This was noticed by Elizabeth, who decided to approach him. Elizabeth, excuse me, Tristan, could you show me around this world? Your parents told me about it, but they're busy right now. She said it in a sweet tone. Izuku, of course. So the two of them went outside and the freckled boy showed her around the city. Elizabeth was amazed by everything. The blonde boy found it funny that Elizabeth was asking him the same questions his parents had asked him when he showed them the city. Some men stared at the silver-haired girl, but she didn't pay them any attention since she was so impressed by the things Tristan was showing her. Izuku, excuse me, Miss Elizabeth. Elizabeth, it's all right, just call me Elizabeth. Izuku, so you've seen me before. Elizabeth, that's right. Well, that was when you were born. Lord Meliodas and Lady Merlin were very happy, but when they had to send you here, they were saddened. There wasn't a single day that your parents didn't think about you. Izuku, I know, but I'm glad we're finally together again. So the two continued walking until the moon rose, and then they both returned, seeing that things had calmed down. Chapter 9. The days passed and Tristan watched his uncles train tirelessly. This struck him as odd, so he asked Galdar about it. Galdar explained that they only trained because they didn't want to lose their form, given how comfortable they were in that place. Since the 7 deadly sins arrived in their world, they hadn't had to worry about any threats, and this was making some of them, so to speak, weak. The sin of lust didn't want to reveal the true reason why they were training. It was on their captain's orders. Flashback. After Tristan and Elizabeth returned to the tavern, Tristan went to his room. Elizabeth was fascinated by the world her friends had stayed in. Everyone went to their rooms except Meliodas and Galdar. The sin of wrath approached his companion. Meliodas, hey Galdar, he said, calling his attention. Galdar, yes. Meliodas, I want to ask you not to tell Tristan anything. What? Galdar, and can I know whys? Meliodas, it's just that I don't want to. That he gets involved in this fight, he has worked so hard to fulfill his dream of being a hero, and I don't want all that effort to be lost because of this war. Galdar, I understand, while adjusting his glasses. Meliodas, I'm not asking you as your captain, but as your friend. Galdar, don't worry, I won't tell him. Meliodas, thank you, well, stretching a little, we'd better go rest. End flashback. Tristan simply nodded since he had great trust in Galdar. The freckled boy's friends were visiting him because they were worried that the blonde boy wasn't attending classes. They were surprised at how strong the blonde boy's family was since they saw them training, so they asked Tristan if his family could train them. So the freckled boy spoke with his father about what his friends asked him. Meliodas was going to refuse, but seeing how his son gave him puppy dog eyes, he ended up accepting. Thus, each of the sins trained his friends. The training he gave them was very tough. Aizawa's training was nothing compared to the hell the freckled boy's uncles were putting them through. Shoto, now I know why you're strong, tired tone. Izuku, they take their training very seriously, also tired. Kirishima, hey old man, I wonder if we could organize a fight between your father and Almight. Izuku, Imagining the beating the symbol of peace would receive from his father, better not, while smiling nervously. Just then Hawk approaches them with some drinks. Hawk, Tristan is right, I don't think that pig has a chance against Meliodas. Kirishima, is he that strong? Receiving a nod from the pig and the blonde boy. Izuku, I can barely get him to use his full power. Shoto, hey piggy Hawk, my name is Hawk. Angrily. Shoto, sorry, tell me Hawk, have you seen Tristan's father's true potential? This caught Kirishima and Tristan's attention. Hawk, let me think, there was a short silence until Hawk spoke again. Hawk, it was when he faced Hendrickson, but I highly doubt that was all his potential. Kirishima, and who is this Hendrickson? Curiously. Hawk, I'm sorry, but I can't tell you. But if you want to see the strength of a sin, why don't you have a competition? I still remember the fight when Ban and Meliodas faced off. Well, I'll go get the drinks for the others. As he left, the three were left thinking about what the pig had said. The three looked at each other and simply nodded, thus they created a plan. Tristan knew that his father and uncle could be very competitive, so he put his plan into action. Izuku. Meliodas, yes, looking at him. Izuku, how many times have you beaten Uncle Ban? Meliodas, to be honest, I've lost count. Why do you ask? Curious tone. Izuku, well, that's because I asked Uncle Ban earlier, and he said he was the one who always beat you. Meliodas, that's what he said. A little annoyed. Izuku, that's right, but I have a better idea. Why don't you have a fight to decide the winner? Meliodas, a fight, thinking. Izuku, or is it true that he's beaten you so many times? Meliodas, never, I accept the fight. Smiling. Izuku, fine, smiling sweetly. And so, leaving the place, that smile turned evil. He approached Ban, who was lying under a tree. Izuku, hello Uncle Ban. Ban, hello little captain, how can I help you? Izuku, well, it's a question. I wanted to know how many times you've beaten my dad. Ban, how many times have I beaten Captain? Thinking, smiling, well, I think that's quite a few, I've lost count. What's that about? Curious tone. Izuku, well, that's because I asked my father earlier and he said he was the one who always beat you. Ban, that's what he said. A little annoyed. Izuku, that's right, but I have a better idea. Why don't you have a fight to decide the winner? Ban, a fight, thinking. Izuku, or is it true that he's beaten you so many times? Ban, never, I accept the fight. Smiling. Izuku, okay, so he simply watched as Meliodas and Ban approached. Meliodas/Ban, I won't lose so easily. As he withdrew, the freckled boy's friends were very surprised that he had manipulated them so easily. Kirishima approached them, dude, that was amazing and terrifying at the same time. Izuku replied, well, when I was little, I sometimes turned my dad and uncle against each other so they would buy me candy. Remembering the time he made them share in buying him things to see who his new favorite hero was. Just then the freckled boy felt a hand behind him. Turning around, he saw it was his mother and he went completely pale. Izuku stammered, Mom. Merlin asked, what are you plotting? Izuku stammered, and nothing. Merlin said, you set Ban and your father up to fight, didn't you? Izuku asked, how do you know that? Surprised. Merlin replied, because I can see it in your eyes. She sighed. Well, it'll be fun to watch the fight, but don't think you won't get punished for that, will you? Izuku replied, yes. In a dejected tones. So the day of the fight was scheduled, and his friends took it upon themselves to spread the rumor of the fight, and the heroes could also participate. This was said by the bicolor since he wanted his father to get a beating, while Tristan had to wash the dishes for 3 weeks. Chapter 10. The day the fights were to begin had arrived. Many people had attended, both citizens and heroes. Some heroes decided to participate simply to show off to their fans, a pity they didn't know what they were about to experience. The principal of UA also came to watch the fight as it had piqued his interest. The Sins had prepared an arena protected by a dome so they could use their full potential without worrying about hurting the spectators. Everyone was ready to begin. Hawk and Elizabeth took orders from those arriving while Ban prepared the orders until it was time for his fight. Tristan collected the entry fees from those who wanted to participate. Several heroes from the top 10 were present, as was the Midoriya family. After a few minutes, the fights began and the announcer was King. King said, all right, ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin the fights. First, the heroes will fight and the last ones remaining will face us. After saying that, some heroes thought the sins were arrogant, so that they would face them until the very end. King withdrew so the fight could begin. He passed by Aizawa, who was able to touch the pillow of the sin of sloth and was surprised at how soft it was. Aizawa, whistling, "I need one of those." Watching King slowly walk away. The matches had begun and the heroes faced off, putting on quite a show. The fans cheered on their favorite heroes. Only a few heroes reached the finals where it was time to face the sins. The first match was MT Lady against Diane. The heroine activated her quirk, growing larger. "MT Lady, I'll finish this quickly," looking at her fans who screamed with excitement. The heroine tried to grab Diane, but Diane jumped back, dodging the attack. "Diane, hey, why don't you pick on someone your own size?" Returning to her normal size, the spectators were surprised as they thought Diane had the same quirk as MT Lady. The two began their fight, which didn't last long since Diane emerged victorious thanks to hardening her body. The second match was between Gauther and Aizawa, and Gauther won by inducing a hallucination. The next match was between Endeavor and Eskener. The most excited was Shoto, who wanted to see the beating his father would receive and was even recording it so he would never forget the moment. Endeavor laughed at Eskener for seeing him in his weak form until he saw how strong he became. The fight began and Endeavor went straight for Eskener, but when he was about to strike, Eskener grabbed his face and slammed him to the ground. The sin of pride was giving the hero a beating. All the spectators were surprised, but one bicolored boy was having a great time. Shoto hit him with the chair. Excitedly. Minutes passed and the Eskener had won. The UA principal was surprised by the fights and wondered how strong these guys were. The fights continued and the 7 deadly sins emerged victorious. The final fight was Meliodas against Ban. Ban was heading to the platform when he was stopped by the symbol of peace. Excuse me, but I could fight him," pointing at Meliodas. "Ban, you want to fight the captain, are you sure?" Receiving a nod from the symbol of peace. Ban, fine, seeing the sin of wrath nod. So the symbol of peace went to face him. So you're the father of young Tristan. Meliodas, that's right, let me guess, you're the symbol of peace. Receiving a nod from the blonde. "My son is your admirer, but don't worry, I'll hold back." It's not good to be overconfident, sir. Meliodas. The two separated slightly. The crowd was excited to see the symbol of peace fight the captain of the 7 deadly sins. With a leap, the symbol of peace was in front of the blonde-haired man who didn't even flinch. He simply grabbed the symbol of peace's hand, though he took a few steps back. Almight broke free and with incredible speed began to unleash powerful blows that grew faster and faster, but Meliodas simply blocked them. Then Meliodas saw Almight spit out a stream of blood. Almight. "I must admit you are strong. I see why your son always strives so hard." Meliodas, "Well, Tristan is like that when he has a dream, he will overcome any obstacle to achieve his goal." Almight. "Well, I give up, I can't continue fighting." He left the area and when he saw that no one was watching, he reverted to his skeletal form. Just then Izumi arrived to check on her master. "Izumi, he's fine," handing him some water. Yes, it's nothing." Then he looked at his hand and saw his fingers were bent, leaving him in shock. Impossible, how can someone block and defend at the same time? He thought to himself. People were shocked to see how Meliodas could face All Might without even breaking a sweat. Tristan watched his father with admiration. Then the final fight began. The sin of wrath and the sin of greed stood face to face, ready for combat. Meliodas, "I hope you're ready." Ban, "Of course, Captain, I'll have to add this fight to my list of victories." But he only heard his friend's laughter. "What? Meliodas, you don't mean your list of defeats, do you?" Ban, "As funny as ever, but how about we get started?" A large purple cube appeared, trapping the 2 sins. Tristan was excited because he would finally see his father's true power. Chapter 11. The spectators were excited for the fight. Inside the perfect cube, the 2 fighters were conversing. Meliodas, "Ready, Ban," smiling. Ban, "Ready, Captain," smiling. Meliodas, "Then here I go." At great speed, the sin of wrath launched himself against the sin of greed. The 2 fought at a speed that the spectators couldn't see them except for a few. All the attacks were blocked. Then Meliodas and Ban clashed fists, creating a shockwave that sent them both flying, causing Meliodas to crash into the wall of the cube. Meliodas, "Wow, I have to get serious or I might get hurt." Meanwhile, in the stands, everyone was excited. "Citizen, it's a tie." Tristan, "No, it's not a tie." Then everyone paid attention and saw Ban spit up a little blood. Meliodas had gotten up, but Ban began to land consecutive blows at great speed, causing Meliodas to spit up blood. Then the blonde-haired boy swept his friend's feet, causing Ban to fall to the floor. Meliodas grabbed Ban's foot and spun him around, then released him, sending him flying into the wall and bleeding profusely. But Ban climbed across the ceiling to the other side. The people were startled, as were the heroes, but they saw Ban was unharmed. Nezu, "Excuse me, young Tristan, but what is Mr. Ban's quirk?" Tristan, "Well, he's immortal." Shocking those who heard him. Nezu, "That's impossible," surprised. Izuku, but it's true. If I remember correctly, the story my uncle told me was that he went to the Fairy King's forest for the Fountain of Eternal Life. He even wrote a song about it. Laughing, remembering the catchy song the Fox of Greed used to sing to him. Nezu, so he's immortal, still not believing that was possible. Izuku, that's right. The UA principal was surprised by the words, as in all his years he had never seen a quirk like that. But if what the freckled boy said was true, that Ban had drunk from the Fountain of Youth, he needed to find out more. If that fountain existed, it could cure the symbol of peace, and not only that, but it could help many other people. But then something crossed his mind. What would happen if that fountain fell into the wrong hands? Just thinking about it sent a chill down his spine, but he was pulled from his thoughts by a loud crash. They continued watching the fight. Ban used the wall to propel himself towards Meliodas, and when he was about to strike, Meliodas dodged. They both created some distance between them, both seeming happy. They both jumped at the same time and began throwing punches and kicks, which were dodged. The heroes felt a blow to their pride, as they knew the sins were on another level. Then Meliodas managed to kick Ban in the ribs, sending him flying and crashing against the wall, staining it with blood. Some people were horrified by what they saw, until everyone heard something. Ban, Hunter's Feast. Upon hearing those words, the sins fell to the ground, including Tristan. They felt weak, so their friends helped the freckled boy to his feet. Aizawa, what's wrong with them? Curious tone. Merlin, it's Ban's power, Hunter's Feast. It allows him to steal the strength of those within his reach and then transform it into his own, surprising the heroes. Aizawa, that means Merlin, that his strength has increased tenfold, surprising the hero. Nezu, one question, why aren't you tired? Merlin, well, I moved away before he managed to activate his ability, but apparently my son didn't. Inside the cube. Meliodas, well, Ban, so you used your ace up your sleeve again. I didn't think you'd do the same. Looking at his companions and his son, why don't you absorb my power too? Ban, even if I take it, you have your own ace up your sleeve. Manga, what are you waiting for to pull out your ace in the hole? Meliodas, I guess I have no other choice, activating his demonic mark. So Meliodas launched himself at Ban, headbutting him, but the fox grabbed his face. The blonde-haired man hugged his friend's arm and spun around, breaking it, but it was no use since Ban brought him back. Ban, nothing compares to a fight with you, don't you think, Captain? Meliodas, yes, I say the same. So the two began to fight, creating a large smokescreen that completely covered the cube, preventing the spectators from seeing anything. Then the cube dissipated. A few minutes passed and everyone saw Meliodas and Ban on the ground, the fight ending in a draw. People began to support them while Tristan looked at his family with admiration and pride. He knew he still had a long way to go. Ban, I can't move. Meliodas, I think we got a little carried away. The UA principal had offered the freckled boys family jobs at UA as teachers, but they all refused, causing Nezu to become saddened since he saw great potential being wasted, but he couldn't do anything about it. So without further ado, he left. Izumi kept looking at the freckled boy. She felt something familiar about the blonde boy, but she didn't know why. Little by little, everyone left. Ban was carried by Hawk while Tristan carried his father. The two sins were exhausted. Then, in a very distant place, he could see that a portal had opened and 10 figures emerged from it. Returning to the sins, they had all sensed those magical powers. Tristan didn't know why, but he was afraid, while Meliodas looked towards the direction from which the source of that power came, becoming serious. Meliodas, damn it, there's no doubt about it, they're already here, he said it to himself. Chapter 12. The next day, the sins were discussing the large increase in magic they had sensed the day before. They all seemed a little shaken by what had happened, but Meliodas remained silent, pondering what they would do now that the commandments had arrived in this world. Tristan had woken up because of the noise his family was making. As he went downstairs, he saw the argument taking place. Izuku, what's all that noise? Sleepily rubbing his eyes. Everyone stopped talking when they saw Tristan, making him look at them strangely. Izuku, what's going on? Questioning but receiving no answer. Is it that large amount of magic we sensed yesterday? But he still received no answer, confirming his suspicion. Then he saw his father signal to his companions, leaving Tristan alone with his parents. They signaled for him to sit down and he did. Izuku, this is scaring me. A little nervous. Meliodas, sighing Tristan, the large increase in magic we sensed yesterday was of the 10 commandments, surprising his son. Izuku, what? Surprised? What will happen now? We have to stop them. He started asking 1,000 questions until Meliodas slammed his fist on the table, startling his son. What? Meliodas, it's not that easy, Tristan, a little annoyed. Izuku, I'm sorry, lowering his head. Meliodas, Tristan, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to yell at you. Merlin, taking Meliodas' hand, Tristan, it's just that the 10 commandments aren't something to be taken lightly. Even we would have problems if we faced them. Izuku, I understand. And what will we do? Meliodas, you won't do anything. Surprising the freckled boy. Izuku, what? But he was interrupted by his mother. Merlin, your father is right, Tristan. We won't let you get involved in a battle we probably can't win. Izuku, then what will happen? While he clenched his fists in frustration. Meliodas, your mother and I have spoken, and we've decided to send you to Britannia. There you'll be safe and far from this fight. Izuku, no, shouting, I won't leave you here. Merlin, Tristan, this isn't up for debate. We made this decision to protect you. In a firm tone. Izuku, then I won't refuse, standing up and leaving the tavern. Merlin, Tristan, wait, but Meliodas stopped her. Meliodas, everything will be all right. Merlin, I know, watching where her son left. The freckled boy sprouted wings of matter and flew away. He felt so many emotions at that moment that he landed in a part of the forest and unleashed his fury on the trees there. Just then a portal opened in front of him. The freckled boy went on guard for any danger. He saw a boy about his age with orange hair and golden armor emerge from the portal. The freckled boy kept his distance. Izuku, who are you? Are you a commandment? Meliodas, I'm not a commandment, standing up, and I am Arthur Pendragon, king of the kingdom of Camelot. Izuku, I'm not my father, my name is Tristan, and tell me, Arthur, what are you doing here? Arthur, I was following a red demon and I saw several demons entering through a portal. I got too close and was sucked in, that's how I ended up here. By the way, where am I? Izuku, you're in Japan. Arthur, Japan. Confused tone. Izuku, you know the 10 Commandments. Arthur, the 10 Commandments were what destroyed my kingdom, and when they disappeared, the demons began to gather in one place. I don't know what's happening. In a frustrated tone. Arthur, wait, how do you know about the 10 Commandments? Somewhat confused. Izuku, well, that's because my parents told me. Arthur, and who are your parents? In a curious tone. Izuku, my parents are Merlin, the sin of gluttony, and Meliodas, the sin of wrath. He said it in a proud tone. Arthur, W8, you're the son of Lord Meliodas and Lady Merlin. Surprised. Izuku, that's right, do you know them? Arthur, of course I know them. Merlin was my teacher for a few years, and I met Lord Meliodas when a stone golden attacked a village. Wait, now that I remember, you're the son that Lord Meliodas and Lady Merlin sent to another world to protect it. Receiving a nod from the freckled boy. Arthur, wow, you look a lot like your father, and tell me where they are. Izuku, well, they're very far from here. If you want, I can take you to them. Arthur, I'd appreciate it. So Tristan took out his dark matter wings and took Arthur to where his family was. Arthur, and tell me, Tristan, haven't you heard anything about the 10 Commandments? Izuku, I'm sorry, I don't know. I only know that they arrived here yesterday. Arthur, I see. Thinking. Izuku, hey Arthur, yes. Izuku, how strong are the commandments? Arthur, I don't know. I barely managed to escape with my people. Several of my knights tried to stop them, but none succeeded. I heard a demon in red armor say that they needed to devour more souls to regain all their power. In a frightened tone, remembering how his knights died and couldn't even defend themselves. Upon hearing that, the freckled boy wondered if the 7 deadly sins could face them, but he was confident his family could handle it. After a few hours they arrived at the tavern. Arthur, well, I thought the boar hat was small. Izuku, well, we had to enlarge it because the customers kept coming. As they entered, they were greeted by everyone who were surprised to see Arthur. Everyone greeted him and threw him a welcome party. Everything was happiness. Then Meliodas asked him how he got there, to which Arthur explained everything. There was no doubt the war was about to begin. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the 10 Commandments could be seen attacking a group of hikers. Fraudrin, the souls here are useless. Zeldris, Tisk, it seems it will take us some time to recover the power we lost when we created those portals. Esterosa, I wonder what those things are. Or looking at a cell phone. Galland, I don't know, but it seems this world has a lot of things. Rare, looking at the hikers' belongings. Chapter 13. Time skip 1 week. A week had passed and several heroes and citizens had begun to disappear on a large scale. That's why a curfew was imposed on the city. During that time, the freckled boy had been somewhat distant with his parents after their argument about not letting him fight in the war against the commandments. Tristan was already starting to return to classes, but this time he was very distracted, thinking that these disappearances might be caused by the commandments. This didn't go unnoticed by his friends and teachers, as it was rare to see this kind of behavior from him. The teachers notified the principal, who called him in for a talk. Tristan was outside the principal's office, so he sighed and knocked on the door, receiving a come in response. Izuku, excuse me, principal. A little nervous. Nezu, please, young Tristan, have a seat. So the blonde boy sat down. Izuku, is something wrong, principal? Nezu, your teachers informed me that you've been somewhat distracted lately and that, are you paying attention in class? Is there a problem? In a questioning tone. Izuku, nothing, laughing nervously. Nezu, are you sure about that, young man? Izuku, why yes, of course. It's just that I was wondering what could be causing the disappearance of several heroes and civilians lately. Nezu, sighing. To be honest, I've been wondering about that too. There have been several disappearances lately. He noticed the freckled boy's worried expression. But don't worry, young man, the heroes are probably already looking for the culprit. Izuku, you're right. Feigning a smile. Nezu, well, if that's all that's worrying you, you may leave. Izuku, with your permission. Bowing. Tristan knew he couldn't tell anyone about the commandments and that they were responsible for the disappearances. Classes had ended and the freckled boy went to his room. On the way, he ran into his friends. They asked him if he was okay, to which he simply replied that yes. Upon arriving in his room, he began to think about what would happen next. So he took the spellbook his mother had given him and started studying some of the spells. While looking at them, he remembered something. He quickly opened his bedroom window and went straight to the boar hat. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the 10 Commandments were conversing. Gallant, wow, things here are interesting. While playing a video game until he lost what I lost. Breaking the device. Melascula, you're right, although the food here is delicious. While devouring a hamburger. Diriuri Tusk, I don't understand why we're here. We should go find that traitor. Droll, we have to be patient. We still don't know anything about this world. Gloxinia, Droll is right. The only thing we know is that there are people wearing strange clothes and each one can do different things. Remembering the heroes whose souls were taken. Galland, well, I'll go get more souls, leaving the place. Monspeet, do you think it would be a good idea to let him go alone? Fraudrin, Melascula, go with him. Melascula, huh, and who do you think you are? Zeldris, will you all shut up? Scaring everyone, but you're right, we need more souls, so Melascula, go with Galland and bring back as many souls as you can. Melascula, okay, leaving the place. The freckled boy had arrived at the Boar Tavern and saw that the Sins were preparing a plan. Izuku, Mom, Dad, can I talk to you? Meliodas, Tristan, is everything all right? Seeing how happy his son seemed. Izuku, yes, but I need to talk to you. The Sin of Wrath nodded and made everyone the other sins will withdraw. Merlin, well, what did you want to talk about? Izuku, well, what I wanted to talk to you about is the commandments. Making his parents serious. Meliodas, what's going on with them? Izuku, well, I was wondering if we could use the Nanyu to help us in the fight with the commandments. Upon saying that, the Sin of Wrath was about to speak, but he saw that his wife was thinking about something, so he decided to remain silent. Merlin, perhaps it could work, but the creature we have isn't fully developed. Izuku, but if we manage to make it fully develop, it could be useful. Merlin, well, yes, but I would need to do some experiments. Is that all you wanted to talk to us about? Izuku, I also came to apologize for how I've behaved towards you. I'm truly sorry. While lowering his head. Meliodas, you're not to blame for any of this, Tristan, but I hope you understand that you won't participate in this war. In a firm tone. Izuku, I know, but at least let me help you with the planning. Let me be of use to you. I don't want to lose you. I don't want to be separated from you again. Tears streamed down his face. Meliodas and Merlin saw their son crying, quickly stood up and hugged him. They both remembered the promise they had made to each other and to their son, that they would never be separated again and would always be together. Meliodas, all right, you'll help in this war, but promise me something. In a fatherly tone. Izuku, of course. Wiping the tears from his eyes. Meliodas, whatever happens, when I give you an order, you will follow it without refusing or protesting. You will simply follow the order. Izuku, I promise. Merlin, well, I think it's best if you leave or they'll realize you're not in your room, she said with a smile. Izuku, how do you know that? Merlin, we know you very well, Tristan, not to mention you're wearing your pajamas. She smiled. Izuku, what? He saw that he really was wearing pajamas and blushed with embarrassment. Meliodas, well, if it makes you feel better, the others have seen you wearing pajamas when you were a child, except for Elizabeth and Arthur. Izuku, Dad, that doesn't make me feel any better. His blush deepened, but he saw his parents smiling. What? Izuku, I'd better go. He quickly left the room. Chapter 14. The next morning, the freckled boy woke up, this time with a smile. The day started normally, as did classes. In his free time, Tristan would think of different strategies he could use against the commandments, but since he knew almost nothing about them, it was nearly useless to create one that might work. Every plan he made was excellent, but there was always something missing, so he threw away each failed plan. His friends had seen this, so they took a sheet of paper where the freckled boy had written his plan. When they saw it, they didn't understand anything, so they decided to talk to him. When classes ended, the blonde boy's friends invited him out. He didn't refuse and went with them to relax. They went to an arcade where everyone went their separate ways. They all had fun and won some prizes. Tristan won a teddy bear holding a guitar, which he gave to Kyoka, who accepted the gift with a blush that the freckled boy didn't notice, but his friends did. Afterward, they went to get something to eat. Everyone was sitting down and they began with their real plan, which was to discover what their friend Kirishima was up to. Kirishima, hey bro, can I ask you something? looking at the freckled boy. Izuku sure Kirishima, what are you writing so much about? In a questioning tone. Izuku hiding his notebook and nothing it's nothing, while starting to laugh nervously. Iida Tristan, we know you've been acting strange for several days now. Shoto, what's this about commandments? Getting straight to the point, which made his friends sweat a little since they wanted to tell him discreetly. Izuku and nothing they're just my own thing. At that moment he saw the look on his friends' faces, he didn't know what to say, he was between a rock and a hard place, so without further ado he sighed. Izuku, fine, I'll tell you, but please don't tell anyone. Iida, don't worry, we won't tell, right? Receiving a nod from the others. Izuku letting out a sigh, well, the commandments are. So the blonde-haired boy explained everything to them, the 4 races that exist, what the commandments are, and that they were responsible for many people disappearing. His friends were scared since they couldn't imagine that they stole souls to obtain their power. Once he finished explaining everything, there was a rather tense silence while Tristan kept his head down, thinking they were bothering him, since if it weren't for him and his family, the commandments wouldn't be there. Takayami, so they're responsible for the disappearances. Receiving a nod from the freckled boy. Iida, this is bad, we have to tell the pro-heroes. Izuku, no, raising his voice slightly, sorry, I didn't mean to raise my voice. Shoto, and what do you intend to do? In a curious tone, this caught everyone's attention. Izuku, WL, and I still don't know what to do. Somewhat embarrassed but I'm working on it. His friends didn't say anything else and continued with what they were doing to forget that small inconvenience. Before it got too late, they returned to the dorms. The days passed and Tristan had finally made a plan. He showed it to his parents and they accepted it since it could work. Tristan felt happy that he was able to help his family. One day, the blonde boy was walking peacefully through the city. Everything seemed calm until there was a loud crash that made people start running. The smoke gradually dispersed, revealing a huge, ugly red beast. The heroes acted quickly, but with just one blow, the monster knocked them down. The freckled boy was in shock. He felt the great magical power of that thing. He didn't know what to do, he was paralyzed with fear. Izuku, th, that's a demon, while slowly backing away. Then he saw the red demon grab a little girl who was screaming for help. Tristan didn't know what to do, but then he saw the demon's hand being cut off, and before the girl hit the ground, she was saved by a pillow. Tristan was surprised to see his family had arrived, and in less than a minute, the demon fell dead. The freckled boy quickly ran to his parents. Ban, wow, a red demon. Looks like those bastards are already starting to act ahead of schedule. King, idiot, you could have hurt her. While putting the girl on the ground, she ran to her parents. Izuku, mom, dad, was that it? Meliodas, a red demon, there from the lower class within the demon clan. Izuku, lower class demon, scared. Then several heroes arrived at the scene and some were shocked to see such a monster. The principal of UA also appeared, the symbol of peace. Nezu, what is that thing, AMs? I don't know, it's not like the monsters that attacked the city a few months ago. Nezu, we have to take it to investigate. But before he could finish, he saw the demon disintegrate due to the sin of wrath. Meliodas, no one will have this demon. In a cold tone, sending a chill through everyone present. Nezu, of course, by the way, could you explain what that thing was? Meliodas, seeing that there were many reporters, he sighed. I suggest we do it somewhere private. Nezu, of course you can come to my office at UA. The sins quickly withdrew. A few hours later, 5 people were seen sitting in an office. 3 of them were Tristan with his parents, while the other 2 were the director and the symbol of peace. The atmosphere was serious, which made Tristan feel a little uncomfortable. Nezu, so could you tell me what that thing was? Meliodas, what you saw was a demon. Excuse me, did you say a demon? Somewhat incredulous. Meliodas, that's right, a demon. The 2 sins then proceeded to tell them everything, leaving them shocked by what they were hearing. Chapter 15. There was nothing but silence in the room. It was impossible to believe what they had been told, but it wasn't true. They had seen a demon with their own eyes. The headmaster took his time thinking about what to say next. Nezu, so these commandments are responsible for the disappearances. Receiving a nod, it's crazy. They tell me they come from another world where something called magic power exists, that there are 5 races and that now some elite demons are here. It just seems unbelievable. Somewhat agitated. Meliodas, but it's the truth. If you don't want to believe it, fine, but you have to understand something. The commandments won't stop for anything until they get what they want. And how can we stop them? While clenching his fists. Merlin, if the heroes think they can stop a commandment, they're wrong. They would simply go there to die and have their souls consumed by them. Leave this to us. Nezu, you're saying we should do nothing while innocent people are dying because of them. Monsters, raising his voice slightly. Meliodas, this fight isn't yours, you'd only be a hindrance. If the heroes couldn't handle a low-class demon, what makes you think you can take on elite demons? Also raising his voice. Meliodas, sighing, listen, if you want to fight, many lives will be lost. I don't want to drag you into a war that isn't your world. I don't want any more lives lost because of us. Clenching his fists. But I could train the heroes so they can face those low-class demons. Merlin, even if we train them, there wouldn't be enough time. We wouldn't know when they would attack, especially since we killed a scout demon. Izuku, scout demon. Somewhat confused. Merlin, that's right. The red demon we killed was possibly a scout and soul-collecting demon. Nezu, but you could train the heroes. Meliodas, yes, but there will be rules. If you accept my rules, we will train you. We accept. Extending the Meliodas, I'll talk to the others today, shaking his hand. Well, we'd better go. Leaving with his wife and son, but before leaving he stopped at the door. Meliodas, I'd better talk to the reporters about today. I don't want any trouble in the future. Leaving the place. Nezu, don't worry, I'll talk to them. Once the family left, he sighed and slumped in his seat. Director, are you all right? Nezu, yes, it's just that I find all this very hard to believe. You're right. Who would believe that another world exists where fairies, demons, angels, and giants exist? It seems like a fairy tale, but now we have to be ready for anything. Nezu, you're right. Tomorrow I'll hold a meeting with all the heroes to warn them about the threat we'll face. The two continued talking about the topic, while Tristan and his family were outside UA. Tristan had his head down as he had the entire time, which caught his parents' attention. Merlin, Tristan, is everything all right? Approaching her son. Izuku, I'm weak. He said it in an almost inaudible tone. Merlin, not understanding. Izuku, I'm weak, raising his voice so his parents could hear him. Meliodas, hey Tristan, you're not weak. Why do you think that? Izuku, today when that red demon appeared, I froze. I was scared, and if you hadn't arrived, that demon probably would have devoured that girl. While clenching his fists. His parents looked at each other, and Meliodas signaled for them to speak with their son alone. Merlin simply hugged her son and left, leaving father and son alone. Meliodas said, Tristan, follow me. He unfurled his dark matter wings. The freckled boy also unfurled his wings and followed his father, who led him to the top of a building overlooking the city. The moonlight gave the view a special quality. Meliodas gestured for them to sit, and the freckled boy sat beside his father. Meliodas said, Tristan, it's normal to feel fear. Seeing that his son was still sad. Izuku replied, but you and mom aren't afraid of anything. I want to be like you. Meliodas chuckled, making his son turn to look at him. Tristan, do you really think your mother and I aren't afraid? Receiving a nod. Meliodas said, you're wrong about that, while gazing at the moon. Izuku asked, did you, surprised? Meliodas replied, when you were born, your mother and I were afraid to send you into this world. We were afraid of losing you, but we always kept in mind that we would find, giving his son a warm smile. Meliodas, you have to face your fears. Maybe this will serve as a lesson for you about what is coming. Izuku, nodding, I promise I will give my all to stop the commandments. Meliodas, it's best if we go. Standing up and taking out his dark matter wings. Izuku, I'll stay a little longer. Meliodas, okay, but take this. Giving him his jacket, it's a little cold today. Flying off. The freckled boy stared at the city as a smile appeared on his face, then he looked at his father's jacket that he was now wearing. Izuku, he's right, I have to face my fears. The next day, all the sins were at UA, and in front of them were all the heroes and students. The principal was also present. Nezu, well, as you already know, Lord Meliodas and his friends will train you to face the demons. You'll have to follow their rules, give it your all. We'll have to prepare for a possible war. This caused the students to start talking, but they were quickly silenced by the sin of wrath. Meliodas, the training you'll receive will be hell, but I promise you the result will be extraordinary, so let's begin. So everyone was divided into groups to begin the tough training that awaited them. Meliodas approached the symbol of peace. Meliodas, hey, I saw you're hurt. How? Surprised. Meliodas, I noticed it in our fight. I can see your wound, so the symbol of peace showed it to him. He also explained who inflicted it and how he could no longer continue being a hero. Meliodas, I understand, but we'll need all the help we can get. At that moment, Elizabeth appeared. Meliodas, this is Elizabeth. Elizabeth, nice to meet you, Meliodas, and she'll help you with your wound. That's how Elizabeth healed the wound of the symbol of peace, leaving Dolo surprised. How, Meliodas, you'll thank us later, now go train. Of course, so Meliodas watched as everyone strove for the future war. Chapter 16. Time skipped 2 weeks. In these weeks, the heroes and students had made considerable progress thanks to the help of the 7 deadly sins. Meliodas told them that these demons had more than one heart and that if they destroyed them all, the demon would die. At first, no one wanted to kill them, but the sin of wrath told them that if they didn't kill them, he would. Also that week, the villains suffered an attack from the demons, so a temporary alliance was formed between heroes and villains. At first, everyone wanted to kill each other, but a single threat from Meliodas was enough to calm them down, as they would need all the help they could get. Tristan saw how worried his father was as the demons appeared in ever-increasing numbers. Tristan and Kyoka had formed a relationship since they spent more time together in training. Of course, this didn't go unnoticed by their parents, who congratulated them on their relationship. Meliodas and Merlin wanted nothing more than to see their son happy, and if this girl made him happy, then they were happy, while the commandments had already recovered almost all their power, but they wondered what was happening with the demons they were sending to bring more souls. So behind the others' backs, Galen decided he would search for souls on his own. He went a little further and came across the city where he sensed some magical power. Galen, haha, I think I'll have some fun, while grabbing his weapon. He then produced his wings of dark matter and went straight to the city. Upon landing, he saw many people, but the heroes quickly appeared. Hero 1, hey, is this a demon? Hero 2, I don't know, it doesn't look like those red and gray demons we faced. Galen, surrender, you can't defeat me. Hero 3, you think I'm afraid of you. I'm going to, but before he finished speaking, he turned to stone, frightening his companions. Hero 1, what the hell? Galen, hahaha, that's my commandment. I am Galen of truth. Anyone who lies in my presence will turn into stone, while taking his weapon and destroying the hero turned to stone. The heroes were going to fight, but something hit the demon that sent him flying, landing with several buildings in the process. The heroes saw that the one responsible for that blow was the sin of wrath. Hero 1, Lord Meliodas, what are you doing here? Meliodas, go away, I'll take care of him. In a serious tone. Hero 2, but didn't finish speaking. Meliodas, I said get out. Looking at them with his mark activated, so the two heroes withdrew. Meanwhile at UA, everyone was gathered looking at a sphere. Nezu, that's it. Merlin, a commandment. She said it in a serious tone. Tristan, so that's a commandment, while paying attention to the fight. Back with Meliodas, he was alert to anything. He dodged an attack from the commandment. Gallant, well, if it isn't Meliodas's traitor, killing you now would be fun, but Zeldris would kill me if he found out you were dead. He saw Meliodas's expression. What? Gallant, that appearance. But he didn't finish, as he received a combination of several attacks causing the commandment to spit blood. Meliodas, I won't let them keep stealing souls. He kicked, but his foot was grabbed. Gallant, I've waited a long time to do this. He threw the blonde-haired man, causing him to crash into some cars, but it was only a clone. The other clones then launched themselves at the commandment, but they were all easily massacred until the real one blocked an attack with his sword. Gallant, you've grown weak, Meliodas. He grabbed his face and slammed him into the ground, creating a crater. The commandment mercilessly pummeled the sin, but in a moment of carelessness, the blonde-haired man cut off his hand. Gallant, what happened to you, Meliodas? Where is the most feared demon of all? Appearing in front of him and striking him so hard he coughed up blood. Meliodas got back to his feet, but then realized his arms had been cut. Meliodas, tusk, damn it. Dodging a cut, but Gallant kicked him, making him stumble back. Gallant, that's a shame. Raising his weapon, but when he was about to cut him, his attack was blocked by the sin of pride. Eskener, I won't let you keep attacking the captain. Punching him and sending him flying, turning to face his captain. Eskener, I'll take care of him, receiving a nod from his captain. Gallant, who the hell are you? Eskener, my name is Eskener, the sin of pride. Gallant, very well, Eskener, how about a game? Eskener, a game, curious tone. Gallant, it will be a duel to the deaths. The rules are simple, one by one will take turns attacking. The first one to die loses. Eskener, I accept. Gallant, good, excited. One more thing, when you swear to participate, you're forbidden to back out or escape. If you don't comply, you'll turn to stone by the curse of my commandment. Needless to say, the same applies to me. Eskener, sounds good to me, then I'll start raising his sacred treasure. Gallant, as you wish, human. With a swift movement, Eskener cut Gallant in half. Those watching the fight were surprised at how he managed to defeat the commandment with a single blow. But this wasn't over, as Gallant recovered from the attack. Gallant, haha, not bad, human, but we demons rise above all others. Eskener, I'm aware of that, otherwise this game wouldn't be fun. Gallant, but you made a mistake by not killing yourself with that first blow. Now you'll see. As he unleashed all his magical power, making the ground tremble. The sins had faces of astonishment and fear at the magical power that kept growing. Gallant, critical finale. I've been saving this for my reunion with Meliodas, but my instinct tells me to use it on you. Die, human, he slashed with his weapon, splitting the ground and some buildings. When the smoke cleared, he saw that he had only slightly embedded himself in the lion of pride. Eskener, this is the real you, pathetic. Well, I think it's my turn. Gallant, impossible. At that moment, he saw that Eskener was going to finish him off, so he decided to escape, but as he approached, he turned to stone. Eskener, well, that was disappointing. Thus the two sins left the place, taking the commandment with them, while on the top of a building Melascula was observed. Melascula Galland was defeated. Zeldris will be furious leaving the scene. Chapter 17. Eskener and Meliodas had returned with the other sins. People were also seeing the commandment of truth turn to stone. Galland, well, so these are the famous 7 deadly sins, huh? You must be Meliodas' son. Looking at Tristan, who could only take a step back. Nezu, so this is a commandment, looking at him closely. Galland, a rat, no, what are you? But then he was turned away. Hey, I want to keep looking at the animal. Hey, but he was just ignored. The sins had a meeting where they would discuss what to do with Galland. Once they decided, King wanted to talk to Meliodas alone, which he agreed to. Meliodas, what is it you have to tell me? Looking at his companion. King, there's something you haven't told us, Captain. Meliodas, in a confused tone. King, why do they call you the traitor, Captain? What is it you haven't told us? In a serious. Meliodas, the less you know about my past, the better. King, I'll be watching you, Captain, leaving the place. Meliodas sighed somewhat angrily. Then he saw his wife enter, calming him down a bit. He wanted to discuss something with her. Meliodas, with my current level, we won't be a match for them. Merlin, are you sure you can handle that? In a worried tone. Meliodas, don't worry, I'll be fine, giving her a smile. Merlin, okay, I'll gather the others. As they left, Meliodas knew that if they wanted to stop the commandments, he needed to recover all the magic that Merlin had taken from him so that it wouldn't get out of control. Once everyone was gathered, they began to combine their magic to create a portal, but before they could do so, they were interrupted by the UA principal, who told them to follow him, so they followed him to a strange machine. Merlin, what is this? Nezu, well, since you are from another dimension, I had this created. It's a machine that can open a portal to your dimension. You just have to imagine the place and the portal will open. This surprised the sins since they wouldn't have to waste their energy. The director handed Meliodas a bracelet, which he looked at confusedly. Meliodas, and this. Looking at the bracelet. Nezu, it's to open the portal on the other side. You just have to press that button and the portal will open. Meliodas, thank you, approaching his son Tristan, calling his attention. Tristan, yes, Meliodas, stay here in case the demons attack again. I promise we won't be long. Tristan, okay, hugging him, take care. Meliodas, we will, well, it's time to go. So the sins entered the portal, while in another place 9 figures could be seen and one of them was angry. Zeldris, damn it. While destroying a rock, damn Galland. Esterosa, calm down, brother, but what will we do now with a defeated commandment? Zeldris, for now, will advance towards the city. The more territory we take, the better, so prepare to leave. Back with Meliodas, they were at the entrance of the Druids, where everything happened as in the original story. Meliodas recovered all his power, although Merlin couldn't help but feel a little jealous seeing Xanari approaching Meliodas. After Meliodas recovered all his power, they went to Lions to defeat the demons that were destroying the city. Arthur said he would go to his kingdom since he wanted to see how his people were. Ban and King also separated since Ban had something important to do while King just followed him. The sins who stayed with Meliodas were ready to return, but were stopped by some holy knights. Meliodas, is something wrong? Hendrickson, looking at him seriously. Hendrickson, Captain Meliodas, looking at him seriously, please forgive me kneeling, causing both Meliodas and the others to look at him surprised and confused. I'm sorry for having caused you so much trouble in the past, but I want you to know that I'm ready to start over, so I ask that you take us with you. Meliodas, looking at the other knights, he sighed, all right, the truth is that we'll need all the help we can get. Hendrickson, thank you. So the Sin of Wrath pressed the button that opened the portal, entering. When they came out, the new members were surprised by what they were seeing. Gilthunder, amazing, what is all this? Meliodas, well, they're here to help, it's not an expedition, he said it in Chibai mode. Nezu, oh Lord Meliodas, I'm glad you're back, then he sees the other people. By the way, who are they? Meliodas, well, they are Hendrickson, Hauser, and Little Gilthunder. Hendrickson, what is this? While looking at the director, is it some kind of summoning, or is it Merlin's experiment? Merlin, you're wrong, the truth is that's exactly what he is. Surprising them. Meliodas, the truth is, we were surprised to see him too, but we'd better explain how this world works. So they went to a more private place to talk while Nezu went to a corner, drawing circles on the ground and saying things that no one respected anymore. After a few hours, the 3 knights were amazed by all the wonderful things in this world. Meliodas also introduced them to his son. They were surprised by how much he resembled Meliodas and by the great intellect he had inherited from Merlin, but what surprised them most was that he wasn't as perverted as his father. This caused Meliodas to go to a corner and draw circles on the ground. The holy knights were shocked to see a commandment petrified and serving as a decorative statue. Tristan asked his father what had happened to Ban, King, and Arthur, to which he replied that they had things to do there. This made the freckled boy a little sad, but he was happy to hear that they would return. The freckled boy was also surprised by his father's current level, although it also frightened him a little. For the rest of the day, the knights the priests went to discover the wonders of the new world. Chapter 18. The days passed, and Tristan trained harder than ever, having overheard his parents saying that the commandments had been moving, causing some areas of Japan to be evacuated. Everyone was gathered, discussing what they would do next when Meliodas approached his wife. Meliodas. Merlin, I want you to send me to the commandments, shocking everyone. Merlin, are you sure? Seriously? Meliodas, yes, don't worry, everything will be all right, smiling. Izuku, Dad, are you sure? Worriedly. Meliodas, yes, don't worry, I'm just going to say hello. Merlin, but you'll have to wait a little while to bring you back, you'll only have to hold out for 10 minutes. Meliodas, I understand. Well, I'll see you later, with... That Merlin checked her fingers, making the sin of wrath disappear. Meliodas appeared in front of the commandments, who glared at him angrily. Meliodas, hello. Zeldris, it's Meliodas in a surprised tone. The first to attack was Zeldris, who was going to punch him in the face, but Meliodas with great speed kicked him in the stomach, drawing blood and sending him flying. Meliodas had to dodge a slash from Esterosa. Meliodas at great speed began to deliver a series of blows that made the commandment of love retreat slightly. At that moment, the blonde-haired man drew his sword slightly and closed it again, causing a large gash to appear on the silver-haired man as if he had been cut by a sword. Meanwhile, at UA, everyone watched in disbelief as their eyes witnessed Meliodas facing the commandments. Returning to the fight, Meliodas looked seriously at the commandments. Meliodas, this is a warning, you'd better leave here or the 7 deadly sins will finish you off. At that moment, Zeldris and Fraudrin launched themselves at Meliodas, but before they could strike him, Meliodas disappeared, leaving the commandments furious. Meliodas, well, I'm back. He greeted everyone cheerfully. Izuku, you were great, Dad, in a cheerful tone. Meliodas, it was nothing, I just gave you a small warning. He looked at everyone present. Meliodas, listen everyone, from today on, training will be doubled. We'll have to be on alert for anything. He said it in a serious tone. What? Days passed and there was no sign of the commandments. The sins knew they were plotting something. Also, in the days that had passed, the portal they had created to connect the world of Nanatsu no Taisa had exploded, creating a rift between the 2 worlds in the forest. Melascula had found this rift while searching for souls. She warned Zeldris, who took advantage of this to send Melascula back and have her bring more red and gray demons. She entered the rift, appearing in Britannia, and used her magic to raise the dead. Days later, the heroes found the rift and notified the headmaster, who acted quickly and ordered a study of how to close it. Tristan noticed his father spending more time with him and his mother. At first, he didn't think much of it. He felt happy to be able to forget for a few moments that they were in a war they might not win and to be able to distract themselves a little. He missed those moments when he and his father spent so much time together. He would spend hours playing, sometimes until the sun set. He also remembered the stories his uncles told him about their many adventures, but he wanted to know why his father behaved this way, so he decided to ask him. Meliodas was at the bar drinking when he felt someone sit down next to him. Turning around, he saw his son. Meliodas, Tristan, what are you doing here? In a questioning tone. Izuku, I wanted to talk to you. Meliodas, and what do you want to talk to me about? Am I going to be a grandfather soon? In chibai mode. Izuku, no, Dad, what are you saying? Blushing. Meliodas, hahaha, I was just kidding. So what did you want to tell me? Izuku, I wanted to know why you spend more time with me and Mom. Meliodas, can't I spend time with my wife and son? Izuku, no, don't misunderstand me. I like spending time with you, but it's just strange that from one day to the next. Meliodas, well, if you want to know the reason why I'm spending more time with you, it's because I felt like we haven't spent enough time together. You know, ever since you moved to UA and now with the war preparations, I felt like I was drifting away from you all, so I decided to make up for that lost time. Izuku. I understand, giving him a smile. Meliodas, you know what, I think it's time for this. Giving his son a beer, you know, Tristan, there comes a time in life when a father shares a beer with his son. So father and son shared their first beer together where they talked about things from the past. Izuku, I love you, Dad, hugging him. Meliodas, and I love you too, Tristan, we'd better leave here before your mother finds out. But before he could finish, he felt a hand on his shoulder that sent a shiver down his spine. He turned around and saw his wife smiling. At that moment, Meliodas wished the earth would swallow him whole. Merlin, before I find out. Meliodas, and nothing, it's nothing, right, Tristan? Turning to look at his son, but he was shocked to find him gone. Izuku, I'm too young to die. Running away like a bat out of hells. At that moment, Meliodas had a sense of déjà vu. Without a doubt, it was his son. He turned to look at his wife, who still had a smile on her face, but little by little, an intimidating aura began to appear behind her. Meliodas, will you let me finish my beer? Seeing that his wife's smile was only widening, he turned to look at those present. Meliodas, if I die, remember me as a hero. As he was dragged away by Merlin that night, cries of pain were heard throughout Japan. History never he will forget your courage and sacrifice while standing in a military pose like the other men's. Chapter 19. Time skip 1 week. A week had passed and the commandments hadn't made a move. Everyone thought they had understood Meliodas' threat, but they were completely wrong. Also during that week, Ban and King returned to the Sins, but they brought with them a short girl with blonde hair. It was Elaine, King's sister. Ban had told them what had happened during the time he was separated from the Sins, so they threw a welcome party for the girl. Meanwhile, in a part of the forest, the commandments could be seen talking. Zeldris, all right, it's time to attack. Tonight Meliodas will die. In a serious tone. Esterosa, brother, the red and gray demons are already in position. Zeldris, we'll finish this today. With that, the commandments took out their dark matter wings and headed towards the city. Back with the Sins, they were celebrating until a loud explosion put everyone on alert. Then they saw a hero running in. Hero, the demons they attack. Frightened. Merlin cast a spell so everyone could see what was happening, and what they saw frightened some. The commandments were attacking the city. Meliodas, Merlin, send me there now. Serious tone. Merlin, Meliodas, I have a bad feeling about this. Worried tone. Meliodas, don't worry, I'll be back. Smiling. Merlin, good, smiling. Meliodas, hey you, looking at the hero, tell the heroes to help evacuate the city. I'll buy them time, hero, as you say, Lord Meliodas. Running off. The Sin of Wrath was about to leave but was stopped by his son. Izuku, Dad, I'm coming with you. Since he had a bad feeling about this. Meliodas, I'm sorry Tristan, but you can't come with me. Izuku, but Dad, but was interrupted. Meliodas, Tristan, that's an order. Seeing his son lower his head, I'll be back, I promise. Izuku, okay, hugging him, his father returned the hug. Meliodas, well, it's time for me to go. Then Merlin teleported the Sin of Wrath to where the commandments were. Note, I changed Elizabeth to Tristan. The Sins were in shock at what had happened, especially Tristan, who couldn't believe it, so he teleported to where he was, already in his father's body. Izuku, Dad, starting to remove the swords while tears streamed from his eyes. Dad, wake up, moving his body. You promised you'd come back, moving his body again. Please don't leave me, Dad. Then he felt a hand on his shoulder, turning around to see it was his mother, who had tears in her eyes. Merlin, Tristan, that was enough, in a sad tone. Izuku, Mom, hugging her. That day was very hard for Tristan and Merlin, while the Sins bowed their heads, as did the heroes, who couldn't help but shed some tears. Chapter 20. 2 days had passed since the incident, and during those days the commandments had taken over a large part of the city. Tristan had changed, his only thought was revenge. He would spend hours locked in his room, searching for a way to eliminate each of the commandments. His friends tried to coax the freckled boy out of his room, but none of them responded. Kyoka tried to talk to him, but Tristan always avoided her. The Sins also tried to help him, but he was simply lost in an abyss of sadness, vengeance, and anger, all of which he took out on the red and gray demons. Sometimes, however, his uncles had to stop him because even though Tristan killed the demons, he would continue to attack them. Galdr suggested that he could change that terrible memory and thus return to the Tristan everyone knew, but Merlin rejected this. She, too, had distanced herself from her companions and spent all her time in her laboratory experimenting with the non-you. She thought she was prepared when that happened, but she wasn't. In a room of the boar hat, one could see the freckled boy holding the hand of his father's lifeless body. Izuku said, forgive me, Dad, for being weak, but no more. I will end this war. I will end the commandments. His demonic mark activated. As he left the room, as he passed another room, he heard some crying. He approached the source of the cries and found his mother. Izuku asked, Mom, are you okay? He asked, worried. Merlin replied, Tristan, what are you doing here? She was surprised and wiped away her tears. Izuku said, I went to see Dad. Are you sure you're okay? He went to his mother. Merlin said, yes, I'm fine. She lay down on her bed. Izuku asked, Mom, can I sleep with you this time? Merlin smiled, of course. The freckled boy lay down too. Merlin said, this brings back memories. Izuku replied, yes, he asked curiously. Merlin said, I remember when you were little, on stormy nights you used to come running to our fourth, letting out a laugh. Izuku, I don't remember, somewhat embarrassed. Merlin, Tristan. Izuku, yes. Merlin, remember what your father said, don't fill yourself with hatred, that's not what he would have wanted. Tristan pondered what his mother had said. He was filled with so much hatred that he wasn't thinking about what he was doing. Then he realized how he had been behaving towards the people who only wanted to help him, especially Kyoka. So he decided that tomorrow he would apologize to everyone. Little by little, the freckled boy fell asleep, while Merlin stood at the window watching them. The next morning, the freckled boy got up and went to prepare breakfast for his family. After a few hours, they began to wake up, and when they saw the blonde boy serving them food, they were surprised by his change in mood. Seeing that they had apologized, Tristan decided it was a good time to apologize too. Izuku, I want to apologize for how I've been behaving. I know you only wanted to help me and I was just pushing you away. I'm truly sorry. He lowered his head. Ban, don't worry, little captain, we forgive you. He smiled at him. The freckled boy raised his head, seeing his uncles smiling at him. He smiled back. Each one of them finished eating breakfast and they went to do their work, leaving only the freckled boy in the tavern. Then he heard an explosion very close to him. Emerging from the boar hat, he was surprised to see two commandments, Deity, the commandment of purity, and Mistreated, the commandment of reticence. Upon seeing them, Tristan was overcome with immense anger which began to cloud his mind. Izuku, you killed my father, he said angrily. Hawk, Tristan, be careful, they're very dangerous, as he stood in front of the blonde boy. Deity, their magical power is great, but that pig is weak. Hawk, who are you calling weak? Eating some demon meat, thus transforming. Deity, somewhat confused. Mistreated, that pig's magical power changed. Deity, whatever, I'll finish them off quickly. Creating a sword with her dark matter, I'll finish them fast. But she didn't finish because sent flying by the blonde-haired boy, the freckled one rained down consecutive blows without stopping. The commandments gradually took control of the battle, leaving Tristan on the ground. Deity, you're strong, it's obvious you're the son of that traitor. Izuku, shut up, my father isn't a traitor, I'll kill you, I swear. He tried to stand, but it was impossible as the blows he received left him injured. Deity, don't worry, you'll be reunited with your father very soon. Going to deliver the final blow, the freckled one could simply close his eyes, accepting his fate, but nothing happened. Opening his eyes, he didn't find the commandment, but instead, he found a silhouette he recognized very well. Izuku, D-Dad. In shock. Meliodas, let's see. He took a short nap and it gets quite spooky around here. Tristan, approaching his son. Izuku, Dad, it's you, isn't it? This isn't a dream. Still in shock but happy that his father is alive. Meliodas, here, hitting his son on the head, who lets out a groan of pain. Izuku, ouch, rubbing his head, what was that for, pouting. Meliodas, I told you not to pursue revenge and not to succumb to hatred. Angrily, but then he smiles, I'm glad to see you again, son. Izuku, you said you'd come back and you did, smiling at him. Meliodas, I never break a promise. Hawk, hey pig, don't forget I'm here too. Meliodas, I'm glad to see you too, Hawk. Meliodas, Tristan, now rest, I'll take care of them. Seriously, as he watches the commandment of purity approach them at great speed. Izuku, Dad, can I help you? Trying to stand up, but it was useless. Hawk, I'll help you with those, pigs, as he went towards them. Izuku, Hawk, no, worried about his friend. Meliodas, don't worry, I'll be fine, turning around, this time I won't hold back, going towards the commandment. Chapter 21. Tristan was surprised by how easily he got rid of the two commandments. Then he saw Meliodas approaching him. Meliodas, well Tristan, tell me what's happened these past few days while I've been gone. Izuku, WL, where do I begin? I have so much to tell you. Meliodas, then start from the beginning. So the two entered the Boar Tavern, where the freckled boy told him what had happened after his death. The Sin of Wrath, seeing that his son was saddened by remembering that fateful day, simply placed his hand on his son's shoulder and gave him a warm smile. Seeing this, the freckled boy also smiled and rested his head on his father's shoulder. Having finished telling him everything that had happened, there was a short silence until Meliodas spoke. Meliodas, and tell me, where is your mother? Izuku, she's with the other sins. They went to the city of Britannia because the demons attacked. Meliodas, I see you'd better go too. Go, they'll need all the help they can get. Izuku, and you, what will you do? Meliodas, I'll go later, I just have something to do. Izuku, okay. He started to leave, but before going out, he stopped at the door. Dad. Calling the attention of the blonde boy, who turned around, I'm glad you're back. Meliodas, me too. He smiled at him. With that, the freckled boy left, leaving the Sin of Wrath alone. Meliodas, me too. He said seriously as he watched the door his son had left through. He got up and went to his room, where he stood at the door. He sighed and went inside. When he entered, he saw that everything was normal. Then he saw a photo, so he picked it up. In the photo, you can see Meliodas carrying Merlin at their wedding. He still remembered the day Meliodas had proposed to Merlin. Then he saw another photo of his newborn son. He smiled and remembered that he had promised his wife and son that he would protect them with his life. Meliodas, I promise I will end this as soon as possible. Leaving the room, he saw that his son had forgotten his sword, so he grabbed his sacred treasure and ran his hand along the blade. At that moment, he heard a loud explosion, so he quickly left the tavern. At the sight of the explosion, Ban, Tristan, and some holy knights could be seen badly injured as they were in front of the commandment of love. Ban, you bastard, you'll pay for what you did to the captain. He wanted to move, but it was impossible, as was the case for the others present. Esterasa, anyone who feels hatred towards me will lose their strength. That is my commandment. Izuku, you bastard, unable to move. Esterasa, you remind me a lot of my brother. Approaching the freckled boy, but Eskener appeared in front of him. Hey, why doesn't my commandment work on you? Eskener, why would I feel hatred towards someone weaker than me? Everything unfolded as in the original story. Once the sin of pride defeated the commandment, they went to rejoin the others. Tristan was helping Ban, who still hadn't recovered from his fight against the commandment of love. Tristan smiled when he saw his mother as he was going to tell her that his father was alive, but he saw that she was holding a vial containing something. Izuku, mom, what's that? Merlin, the commandment of pacifism, while looking at the imprisoned commandment. Then there was an explosion that caught everyone's attention. The commandment of selflessness, Fraudrin, appeared in his true form. Fraudrin, damned humans, this time I'll crush you, but before he could, he was struck, which made him retreat. No one understood what was happening. Then the commandment received a few more blows, and in his hand appeared the sin of wrath. Fraudrin, Meliodas, but how are you still alive? In a surprised tone. Everyone was surprised by the appearance of the blonde-haired man. Fraudrin, damn it. Giving him a blow that sent the sin to the ground, I'll crush you, while stomping hard on him but received another attack. Fraudrin, let's pick up where we left off 16 years ago. Meliodas, who would have thought, you did well against my clone, while dispersing his clone. It was a clone. Merlin, it's the special ability of his sacred treasure. Meliodas, what's wrong? Do you want to say something, Fraudrin? When your gaze changes from hope to despair, it's a true pleasure for me. While activating his demonic mark, Izuku, dad, backing back a little, he saw his mother, who had a serious face. Tristan was scared because he had never seen his father kill someone in cold blood, but what scared him most was seeing how his father seemed to enjoy what he had done. After a few hours, everything had calmed down and Eskener had arrived in his weakened form, but Meliodas had his head down. Ban, I'm glad you're still alive, friend. Why don't we celebrate with a banquet tonight? He said in a dry tone as he left the place. Eskener, but we saw him die in front of us. Merlin, he can resurrect an infinite number of times due to the curse the Demon King bestowed upon him. Eskener, his curse is not to die. That's incredible. Merlin, the problem is that every time he resurrects, his emotions are consumed, and he reverts to the state he knew when he was the most evil demon of all. She said in a sad tone. This was heard by Tristan, who was about to approach his father, but his mother stopped him. Merlin, let's leave him be for now. As she left the place, followed by her son, who turned to look at his father for the last time. Izuku, dad, he said it in a whisper. Chapter 22. A few hours later, almost all of the sins could be seen gathered in a castle, celebrating alongside some heroes. Almight and the principal were discussing what had happened a few hours earlier with the return of the sin of wrath. Meanwhile, Tristan was outside, gazing at the moon. He hadn't noticed a presence approaching from behind him, touching his shoulder. The freckled boy turned around and saw his girlfriend. Izuku, Jiru, what are you doing here? Surprised tone. Kyoka, I should be asking you that. Shouldn't you be inside celebrating with everyone? But she just saw the freckled boy look back towards the horizon. Kyoka, hey, is everything all right? Worried tone. Izuku, it's just that remembering the way his father killed the commandment, my father isn't himself. Kyoka, you say that because of what happened, right? Receiving a nod, you're right. Lord Meliodas wouldn't do something like that, it was like. Izuku enjoyed it. Kyoka, you're right, you know you should go to him. Giving him a kiss on the cheek, he needs his family more than ever. Giving him a smile. Izuku, you're right. Then approaching the purple-haired girl and giving her a kiss that made her blush. So the freckled boy sprouted his dark matter wings and flew off to find his father. Meanwhile, Meliodas was in the forest, lost in thought. He saw a river nearby and went to fish. After a few minutes, he had built a campfire and caught some fish, which he then started cooking. He heard footsteps approaching, but he didn't pay them any mind as he knew who it was. Meliodas, shouldn't you be having fun with your friends? Without turning around. Izuku, it's not the same without you, sitting next to his father. The two remained silent for a few seconds until Meliodas spoke. Meliodas, he had no words to apologize for what happened. Izuku, it doesn't matter. What matters is that you're here with us, giving him a smile, making the sin of wrath smile too. Meliodas, you're right. Giving his son a fish, which he gladly accepted, Merlin suddenly appeared out of nowhere, startling the freckled boy slightly with his sudden appearance. Izuku, Mom, what are you doing here? Surprised. Merlin, the party got boring. Sitting next to her husband, so I decided to keep you company. Thus the sin of gluttony rested his head on the shoulder of the sin of wrath, and the family remained observing the stars in the sky. The next morning in King Arthur's castle, two dark-haired men could be seen. It was none other than Zeldris, the sin of mercy, speaking with the demon king. Zeldris, father, what will we do now? The other members have separated and aren't responding. Angrily. Demon King, Zeldris, you will have to prepare yourself. You will be the next Demon King. Seriously. The dark-haired man was a little surprised, but then he smiled. Zeldris, yes, father, while bowing. Thus the Demon King severed communication with his son, pondering his next move. Zeldris went to a room where Esterossa was recovering from Escanner's attack. He left and went to another room where a sword was embedded in a stone. He approached and grasped the hilt, but when he tried to pull it out, he couldn't. No matter how much force he exerted, the sword wouldn't budge. He sighed in annoyance and left, returning to the sins. They were training, and the sin of wrath was observing their progress when the sin of greed embraced him. Ban, Captain, where have you been? I've been looking everywhere for you. While hugging the blonde. Meliodas, if by looking for me you mean drinking until you're drunk, then you really did a great search. He said it in chibi mode. Ban, hey Captain, making the blonde look at him, what are we going to do now that you're back? He said it in a serious tone. Meliodas will go after the other commandments. Their magic power has dispersed, which means they've separated and are going to try to hide. Also in a serious tone. Ban, you know I'll do anything for Elaine, looking intently at Meliodas. Meliodas, I know that already. We'll find another solution, you know that, right? But he didn't receive a response from his friend. It's best if we go train. Leaving the place, leaving the fox of greed alone. Ban, and if there isn't another solution. Looking at her beloved fairy who was talking to the girls, she was having fun and laughing, but just thinking about what Melascula told her. Flashback. The fox of greed could be seen in front of the commandment of faith. He didn't know what to do as he had Elaine in his arms and she seemed very weak, as if she were dying, which worried Ban, while the commandment just looked at him with a smile. Melascula, she's only alive thanks to me. Just as I gave her back to you, I can take her back too. This worsens the little fairy's condition. Melascula, tell me something, you fox of greed. Are you willing to lose her again? Bantusk, damn it. At that moment, Melascula sensed a terrifying level of magical power and also felt Esterossa's magical power weaken, which frightened the commandment of faith. Melascula, damn it, she whispered, noticing again the sin who wasn't letting his guard down well. Just comb it, are you willing to lose your fairy? And so he quickly withdrew from the place. End flashback. Ban clenched his fists tightly. He never wanted to be separated from his beloved again. And so he withdrew from the place. Chapter 23. In a training field, the sin of wrath could be seen fighting his son. Tristan was having serious trouble keeping up with his father. He was so lost in thought that he didn't notice when his father appeared behind him and kicked him, sending him flying. Seeing this, Meliodas stopped the training. Meliodas, Tristan, are you all right? Helping his son up. Izuku, yes, it's just that I got distracted for a moment. Scratching his head. Meliodas, sighing, you can't get distracted in a fight. Your opponent won't miss the opportunity to kill you. Said seriously. Izuku, I'm sorry, it won't happen again. Lowering his head. Meliodas, this kid, helping his son up, well, I think that's all for today. Starting to walk. As Meliodas walked, he glanced at his son and saw that he wasn't moving, so he stopped walking. Meliodas, Tristan, is everything all right? Walking towards his son. Izuku, why can't I be as strong as you? No matter how hard I try, I'll never be as strong as you or Mom. While clenching his fists in frustration. Meliodas, so that's what it was, while putting his hand on his chin. There was a brief moment of silence until Meliodas spoke. Meliodas, Tristan, that's your problem, looking at his son with a smile. Izuku, looking at his father, somewhat confused. Meliodas, your problem is that you want to be like me and your mother, but no matter how much you try to be like us, you'll never be. This made the freckled boy sad. Meliodas, that's why you must be yourself if you want to surpass us. This made the freckled boy raise his head instead of trying to be someone you're not. Upon saying those words, the sin of wrath withdrew, leaving the sinful man alone. Izuku, trying to stop being someone I'm not, thinking about the words his father told him. The freckled boy sat on the ground thinking about those words, not noticing when two people appeared behind him until one of them spoke. Ban, what are you doing here all alone, little captain? Sitting down next to the blonde boy. Izuku, it's nothing, I was just thinking about something, looking at his uncle. King, by the way, have you seen the captain? Izuku, he was here a while ago, why are you looking for him? King, we wanted to talk to him. Ban, hey little captain, how about a little warm-up? While smiling. Izuku, sure. So the two of them moved a little further away, but Ban turned to look at King. Ban, hey, aren't you coming? King, I don't feel like fighting. as he settled back on his pillow. Ban, don't be a crybaby and come on. King, I'm not a crybaby. A vein popped out on his head. Izuku, come on Uncle King, it'll be fun. Puppy dog eyes. The Fairy King simply sighed and went to fight as well. Ban and King teamed up against the freckled boy. King attacked from afar while Ban attacked up close. This caused the freckled boy to activate his demonic mark to dodge the attacks, which he barely managed to avoid. It was incredible how much stronger the Sins had become in this time. Tristan already had some cuts and a few scratches from his uncle's attacks. The freckled boy didn't know how his father could beat them, but then a small memory came to mind. Flashback to Meliodas, your problem is that you want to be like me and your mother, but no matter how hard you try to be like us, you'll never be. That's why you must be yourself if you want to surpass us instead of trying to be someone you're not. End of flashback. Izuku, you're right, I need to stop trying to be someone I'm not. He said this with a determined look. So he quickly dodged the Fairy King's spear and drew his sword. He then used teleportation to appear behind King and struck him, sending him crashing to the ground. He then summoned his clones, who launched various spells at the fox. King easily absorbed them, but was impaled by pillars of ice that erupted from the ground, his hands, feet, and stomach pierced. Tristan emerged victorious, collapsing to the ground, exhausted from using so much magic power. King, wow, I didn't expect that. Flying towards the freckled boy. Ban, hahaha, you're right. As he broke the spikes and freed himself, his wounds healed quickly. You've gotten much stronger than the last time you faced us, little captain. Izuku, yeah, smiling happily. Izuku, thanks, Dad, he whispered, grateful for his father's words. Just then, Gauther appeared on the battlefield and went straight to them. Gauther, hey, the captain ordered us to assemble. In a serious tone. Izuku, are you the commandments again? In a serious and angry tone, seeing Gauther's seriousness. This made the fairy and the fox serious as well. Gauther not at all, quickly changing his attitude. This caused all three of them to fall backwards. Gauther, I just wanted to see how you'd react if I used a serious tone. He struck a pose. King, idiot, you don't joke about that. A vein popped out on his head. Ban, Gauther, grabbing him by the neck, if we weren't friends, I would have killed you a long time ago. He tightened his grip, trying to choke his partner. Gauther breaking free and adjusting his glasses, well, the captain's meeting in the UA courtyard. He also summoned the heroes. Turning around, we'd better get there quickly. So the four of them went to the designated place where they saw that the heroes were also gathered. Meliodas, silence, drawing everyone's attention. I summoned you because my wife has something to show you, looking at Merlin. Merlin, I have managed to create something that can help us in the fight we still have to win. Let me introduce you to Nanyu, snapping her fingers. Thousands of nanas appear behind her. Chapter 24. The heroes were frightened, especially Almight, as he still remembered fighting the Nanyu at the USJ. The villains were surprised, especially AFO. How could they have his creation, and how had they managed to create so many since it had taken him weeks to create just one? But before anyone could say anything, Merlin spoke. Merlin, I know you have questions, but before you do anything, let me tell you that these things here pointing to the nanas will help us avoid losses against the demons. Meliodas, the commandments have split up and will try to hide. With three of them out of the way, we might win this war. This excited everyone since the nightmare could be over. For now, our mission will be to recover the territories that were taken by the demons. That's all for today. Leaving the area with his wife, but followed by the principal and the symbol of peace, the heroes were happy and went to rest, knowing that if they wanted to reclaim the territory the demons had taken, they would need all their energy. Tristan was happy because he thought they could finish this much sooner than he expected, so he decided to ask Kyoyuka out on a date. Meanwhile, the Sin of Wrath stood before the principal and the symbol of peace, who wanted to speak with him. Nezu, Lord Meliodas, could you come with us? We want to speak with you alone. Meliodas, and what is it about? In a serious tone that made the rodents' fur stand on end. Nezu, WL, what we wanted to talk to you about is the commandments. A little scared. The Sin of Wrath sighed and simply nodded. Merlin said goodbye with a kiss and left. The three of them went to the principal's office, or what was left of it, where Galen sat in a corner covered in graffiti. Meliodas, so what's happening with the commandments? Nezu, I wanted to know what will happen to them. We lost several heroes who faced one of them. Meliodas, how stupid. Surprising the two present, I warned you not to take things lightly with them, and now look at the consequences. Nezu and Almight were a little scared since they didn't recognize the person in front of him. They were about to say something, but the commandment of truth stopped them. Gallant, me Meliodas in a frightened tone. Meliodas, gallant in a cold tone, could you leave us alone for a moment? Looking at those present who left without saying anything. Gallant H, how is it possible? I felt your magic power disappear. Meliodas, what's wrong, Gallant? Don't tell me you're afraid of me. while smiling, but that smile was sinister. Galland, Zeldris, and the others will kill you, trying not to sound scared. Meliodas, I don't think so. I've already gotten rid of 3. Making the commandment go into shock, I won't let anyone get in my way. Grabbing the commandment's hand. Galland, Meliodas waits, agitated. But it was useless as Meliodas broke his hand. He was going to kill him, but just then someone knocked on the office door, so he retreated. Upon leaving, he encountered some heroes who invited the blonde-haired man to celebrate with them, which Meliodas readily accepted. He closed the door while Galland cursed the blonde-haired man to the 4 winds. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Tristan and Kyoka could be seen atop a building enjoying the view. Kyoka, Tristan, while resting her head on the freckled boy's chest. Izuku, yes, looking at the purple-haired girl. Kyoka, when all this is over, what will you do? Izuku, well, I'll continue on my path to becoming a hero. I think everything will go back to normal, not giving it much importance. So the 2 young people continued enjoying the view of the city. Then an idea came to Tristan, so he stood up and extended his hand to his girl, who looked at him somewhat confused but took it. Tristan then produced wings of dark matter and swept the purple-haired girl up in a princess-style carry, taking flight. But as they did, Kyoka let out a small cry. She still wasn't used to the freckled boy taking off so suddenly. Kyoka, Tristan, where are we going? Izuku, it's a surprise. He smiled. What? So the freckled boy led the purple-haired girl to a place where a concert was taking place, but it wasn't just any concert. It was one that Kyoka had always wanted to go to. The freckled boy carefully got down near the stage, having used a spell he learned from his mother's book to conceal his presence. They were practically invisible. Kyoka was so excited because not only was she at the concert she wanted to go to, but she was in the front row. Then she saw the band's guitarist have an accident, causing the concert to stop. Vocalist, I'm sorry, but I think we have to end the concert. Making the crowd sad, he approaches his bandmates. Friend 1, what will we do now? Friend 2, without a guitarist, we can't continue. So they were talking without knowing that the freckled boy was listening to them, so he approached them. Izuku, hey, I know who can help you. Friend 1, hey, you can't be here. While calling security. Vocalist, wait, I want to hear it. Izuku, I know someone who can play guitar. Looking at Kyoka, who looked around and then pointed to herself. Kyoka, I somewhat confused. Vocalist, you know how to play guitar, in a questioning tone. Kyoka, yes, but I... But before he could say anything, the vocalist handed him a guitar and, taking the microphone, announced. Vocalist, ladies and gentlemen, this girl has saved the concert. So the concert resumed where Kyoka was scared. She seemed petrified, but then she saw Tristan encouraging her, so she showed what she was made of, surprising the singers. 3rd season. Folks, this will be the last season of this beautiful story. With nothing more to say, I'll say goodbye and go write the next chapter. Chapter 1. Time skip 3 weeks. In those weeks, many things had happened. The Sins, along with the heroes, had recovered much of the territory that had been taken from them. The Sins had a certain fear of their captain since, although he tried to remain undetected, he killed demons with great brutality. Also during those weeks, Tristan trained with Jiru. They both watched each other's backs. Tristan had taught the purple-haired girl how to use a sword since she needed to learn to defend herself in case of an emergency. At first, it was very difficult for her, as she almost lost an arm trying to perform a slightly more advanced move, but little by little she improved. Also, Meliodas and Merlin had adopted a little white-haired girl after finding her hiding in some abandoned buildings. Flashback. The 7 deadly sins are seen alongside some heroes defeating the last remaining demons to reclaim a part of Japan. Meliodas and Merlin then went to explore the destroyed houses and buildings to see if any demons might have hidden. They entered a building that was almost on the verge of collapse. It was a miracle it was still standing. They continued their search, splitting up to cover more ground. Merlin was searching one floor when she heard a scream. She rushed to the sound and saw a red demon about to attack a little girl. She quickly eliminated it and calmly approached the child, who was covering her eyes with her hands. She heard someone approaching, which only made her more frightened until she heard someone speaking to her. Merlin, are you all right? But he received no answer. Don't worry, I'll get rid of the demon. But the girl refused to open her eyes. So the purple-haired woman decided to use some magic to get the little girl's attention, which seemed to work, as the little girl opened her eyes and found herself surrounded by small animal figures. Surprised, she smiled and tried to catch the figures, but they kept disappearing. Then the little girl saw Merlin, who was smiling. Merlin, are you all right? Receiving a nod from the little girl, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be with your parents? But he only saw the little girl lower her head. I don't have one, Merlin's. I'm sorry, you should leave here. This building isn't safe. I don't know how to get out of here. While playing with her fingers. Merlin, don't worry, follow me. I'll get you out of here. She started walking, but then she felt the little girl grab her hand and cling to her. Merlin, by the way, what's your name? My name is Iri. Merlin, nice to meet you, Iri. My name is Merlin. Merlin encountered Meliodas, who was surprised to see the little girl. Eri, upon seeing the blonde-haired man, became frightened and hid behind Merlin, who explained that she had nothing to fear. Seeing this, Meliodas decided to unfurl his dark matter wings, which piqued the little girl's curiosity. Meliodas approached her and gave her a smile, which she returned. The three of them then returned to UA, where along the way the two adults couldn't help but grow fond of the little girl. Likewise, the little girl couldn't help but grow fond of them. At first, she was frightened by their flying, which caused her to cling somewhat tightly to the blonde-haired man's neck. Sensing the increased strength of her grip, he decided to fly a little slower to allow the little girl to adjust. She reminded him of Tristan when he was a child. He still remembered the first time he and Merlin had given their son his first flying lessons. At first, Tristan was scared, so Meliodas decided he would show her what it felt like to fly. The Sin of Wrath, remembering this, couldn't help but laugh. Merlin smiled at this too. When they arrived at UA and told the principal about the little girl, he told them to take her to an orphanage. So a hero took the girl, who didn't want to leave and wanted to stay with them. Meliodas and Merlin looked at each other and then nodded, approaching the principal to speak with him. Nezu, are you sure about this? Receiving a nod from both of them, okay. Thus he stopped the hero and approached the little girl, who led them to the two sins. Nezu, little one, I need you to put your fingerprint here. He gives her some papers and she puts her fingerprint on them. Okay, now I need your signatures here and here. They sign. Well, Eri, congratulations, now they are your parents. Eri, are really, tears welling up. Meliodas, that's right, he smiles at her. So the little girl ran to hug the two sins, who hugged her back. When Meliodas and Merlin told their son what they had done, he was surprised but quickly grew fond of his new little sister. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a green-haired girl felt a pain in her heart and didn't know why. End flashback. Now, in the present day, Zeldris can be seen in a castle, gazing towards the horizon as he contemplates how to unleash his wrath upon the commandments who chose to escape and hide. How could they do such a thing? They were supposed to be of the demonic race, the most feared race of all, and they dared to dishonor their own kind without realizing that the floor beneath him was crumbling. Zeldris, Estarossa is still in a coma after the battle. It seems the 10 commandments have been defeated. He said this angrily. No matter, I'll be enough. I'll show them who is worthy of being the Demon King. Then two figures appeared behind him. Chapter 2. Zeldris, noticing the presence of those people, spoke. Zeldris, Chandler Cusack, turning to face the demons. Cusack, kneeling, it's been a while, Prince Zeldris. Zeldris, I see you've managed to escape the seal. Cusack, due to our power, we faced many difficulties with the goddess's seal and expended some of our power coming with you. Zeldris, that doesn't matter now. Go and rest. In your current state, you're useless. Cusack, with all due respect, Prince Zeldris, but allow us to deal with the 7 deadly sins. Even in this state, it wouldn't be difficult for us to get rid of them. Zeldris, that doesn't matter. I don't want any more losses. We've lost a large part of our territories, as well as several red and gray demons, not to mention that Estarossa hasn't fully recovered yet. Clenching his fists. Cusack, as you command. Thus he got up and withdrew, followed by his companion. Cusack, why didn't you talk to Zeldris-sama? Chandler, you follow Prince Zeldris, I follow Lord Meliodas. After all, we're both his teachers. Besides, you have the honor of being with your disciple while I'm stuck here unable to do anything for my dear student. While crying comically. Cusack, hey, don't wallow in self-pity, you peacemaker demon, I know how you feel. Trying to calm his friend. Chandler, that's a lie, you don't know how he feels. While spitting acid that Cusack easily dodged. Cusack, stop spitting already, there's nothing more we can do. Meliodas is a traitor to the demon race and a fugitive. Chandler, he didn't betray us. He was kidnapped by that so-called goddess. Besides, don't forget, Lord Meliodas is Lord Meliodas. Thus the two began an argument, each defending their beloved disciple. Meanwhile, the 7 deadly sins were heading in a certain direction, having located Melascula. Tristan was with them, as he kept insisting he wanted to go, a request his parents had to grant. Elizabeth had also regained her memories, which saddened Meliodas, knowing his friend would have a long time before her curse activated. Upon arriving, everyone was on high alert, unsure of what they might encounter. They had to face some monsters Melascula had created to protect the area, but defeating them wasn't too difficult until they came face to face with the commandment of faith. Melascula, you stole Meliodas' heart, you manipulated him, and he betrayed us, looking at Elizabeth. But I see that in the end, Meliodas ended up with another woman. Now her gaze shifts to Merlin. Wow, I recognize you. You're that little half-dead fairy I gave life to. Looking at Elaine, listen to me well. I am Melascula of faith, and in the name of the Demon King, I will kill you all. Thus, transforming into a huge snake, everything unfolded as in the original story. Meliodas was trapped in a dark place while listening to the voice of Melascula, the commandment of faith, so the curse is real. Every time you are reborn, you retain the emotions that the Demon King stole from you, or am I mistaken? Your face right now shows no tension, it's the same as when you freed the 10 commandments. Hey, since it's just you and me, why don't we have some fun? I know it seems like a riddle to you. Your body radiates destructive force. The cocoon of darkness absorbs all your negative energy and transforms it into something else. Tell me what you think it could be. If you guess correctly, I'll let you out on the third day so you can bury Elizabeth and your family. Meliodas was enraged, so he began to unleash all his dark magic, while outside Tristan was worried about his father, but he couldn't afford to be distracted as the monsters were growing stronger. The Sin of Wrath didn't know it, but the more dark magic he released, the stronger the commandment's monsters became. The sins were having trouble as the monsters were gradually gaining the upper. Then in a flash of light, several of them were eliminated by Eskener. Izuku, Uncle Eskener, what are you doing on the ground? Helping the freckled boy to his feet, the battle has only just begun, while smiling arrogantly. So the freckled boy nodded and got into a fighting stance, returning to Meliodas and the commandment of faith. They were talking. Melascula, what's going on? Those spirits were filled with Meliodas's negative energy, amazed that they defeated his monsters. Meliodas smiling, so that's how it works. Hearing what the commandment said, listen, the 7 deadly sins united with the sole intention of stopping them. That's their only goal, so don't underestimate them. Melascula, smiling, I wouldn't be so sure. Outside, a skeleton grew enormously as Meliodas's energy concentrated solely on it. The sins watched in awe, some with fear, but the skeleton slowly began to inflate until it exploded. Meliodas made a risky move, knowing that if he didn't unleash his full power, his friends and family could die. He freed himself from where Melascula had imprisoned him, but upon exiting, they all sensed a terrifying magic. They rushed to the source, finding Meliodas with a vacant stare. Izuku dad trying to approach but was stopped by his mother. Merlin, Tristan, I hope something isn't right, while looking at her husband with some concern. Eskener slowly approached his captain, who did not raise his head. Eskener, captain, is something wrong? But he received no answer. But everyone saw as the Sin of Wrath grabbed his head and let out a loud scream, and his armor began to disintegrate. Meliodas was surrounded by a vortex of dark energy, and his magical power level began to rise. Seeing this, Melascula decided to escape, followed by some of the sins. Merlin, seeing the vortex, created a perfect cube to protect them from it. When it dissipated, they saw Meliodas, but he was different. The most feared demon of all had returned. Chapter 3. Upon seeing this, Merlin quickly created a perfect cube that imprisoned the Sin of Wrath and the Sin of Pride. Tristan didn't know what was happening, so he looked at his mother, who had a serious and worried expression. Izuku, Mom, what's wrong with Dad? Merlin, he's not your father anymore. Seeing Meliodas in his assault mode, the one you see there is Meliodas, leader of the 10 Commandments. She said it in a serious tone. Meanwhile, inside the cube, Eskener stared seriously at Meliodas. Eskener, it's obvious you're not the captain I'm used to dealing with. Meliodas, shut up, you're a reckless human, while I'm Meliodas, leader of the 10 Commandments. Serious tone. Eskener, you called me reckless, he said it mockingly. Meliodas, you'd better watch your words, as I'm not in a very good mood today. As the minutes ticked by, the tension between them grew. While their friends watched helplessly, knowing they were no match for Meliodas in that state, Tristan looked at his father with a worried expression. Then they saw that the fight had begun.
I'll see you.
When Meliodas plunged his sword into the stomach of the Sin of Pride, everyone was shocked, especially when they saw Eskener fall to the ground. Izuku, Uncle Eskener, hitting the cube. King, he managed to defeat Eskener, surprised tone. Izuku, that's it, I'll go stop my father. But before he could do anything, he was stopped by his mother. Mom, what are you doing? Merlin, I can't let you go and face him. Your father can't contain his magic power now. His mind and memories have deteriorated considerably. If we release him from the perfect cube now, he would kill us all in an instant without hesitation. She said this in a serious tone, while unnoticed, she clenched her fists. Upon hearing this from his mother, Tristan could only clench his fists so tightly that his hands began to bleed. Hawk, so there's no way to stop him or what? Drawing everyone's attention. Merlin, it will soon be midday, pointing at the sky. When the sun rose, the Sin of Pride got up as if nothing had happened, and so they started the fight again, where the result was the same, with Meliodas emerging victorious while Eskener tried to stay on his feet, but it was impossible. Hawk, not even Eskener's monster at full power could defeat him, in a frightened tone. Gowther, it's inevitable. Eskener's current power is 114,000 and he's facing the captain, a demon who far surpasses him. His level is 142,000. If he continues like this, Eskener could die at that. Everyone was frightened. Diane, Eskener's power keeps increasing, but he can barely put up a fight. Merlin, that fearsome power was the one he possessed when he was the great hero of the demon race, the leader of the 10 Commandments, Meliodas. Then they saw Eskener get up and return to the fight, but a voice spoke that only Merlin could hear. That's just one more step. Merlin, that voice, could it be? While concern showed on his face. Everyone could see that Eskener, even wounded, remained standing, while Meliodas watched him with a smile as he was only toying with him before delivering the final blow. Diane, how could Eskener possibly defeat the captain in that state? Worried. Merlin, he only needs one more minute. Diane, confused. Merlin, the sun is his ally. His power increases from dawn until midday, reaching its peak. In other words, for 1 minute, Eskener will become invincible. So everyone watched as the sin of pride radiated enormous magical power. Meliodas lunged at him, striking him 1,000 times with his sword in a single blow, but it had no effect on Eskener. Meliodas was a little surprised that the sin of pride hadn't received a scratch, but then he launched himself at Eskener again, who was already expecting it, and with a single attack, the sin of pride managed to inflict a serious wound on the sin of wrath. Meliodas, you bastard. Falling to the ground, unconscious. When the others saw that Meliodas had fallen unconscious, they quickly rushed to help their companions. Izuku, Uncle Eskener, that was incredible. Eskener, it was nothing, I could still fight even in this state. He smiled arrogantly. Merlin, I don't think so. She gave him a gentle tap, causing Eskener to fall to the ground unconscious. We need to heal his wounds. So Tristan carried his father, who was still unconscious. When they arrived at the Boar Hat, they were greeted by Kyoka and Eri, who upon seeing Eskener and Meliodas were frightened, especially Eri, who ran to Merlin. Eri, what happened to Dad? Merlin, he'll be fine, but now we have to take care of Eskener. They laid Eskener and Meliodas down on beds, and Elizabeth began to heal the sin of pride, but when she was about to heal the sin of wrath, she was stopped by Merlin. Merlin, wait, don't do it. Izuku, Mom, Dad's hurt. Merlin, your father is recovering, and if Elizabeth heals him, he'll wake up and kill us all, and Eskener won't be able to stop him this time. At that moment, Meliodas woke up, and before he could attack anyone, Gauther acted quickly and put him back to sleep. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Zeldris was talking to his father. Zeldris, you said I would be your successor, so why do you want me to bring the traitor back? Angrily. Demon King, do you dare disobey your father's order? Zeldris, I'm sorry, father. Bowing his head. Demon King, bring Meliodas. Cutting off communication with his son, Zeldris was so furious that he inadvertently destroyed the throne room. At that moment, 2 people entered. Cusack, is something wrong, Prince Zeldris? Oh, nailings. Zeldris, my father wants me to bring Meliodas. Angrily. Chandler, please let me bring him. Let me bring young Master Meliodas. Smiling. Zeldris, Tusk, fine, bring him. Chandler said nothing more and sped off in the direction where Meliodas was. Chapter 4. Cusack, it's incredible how he always acts when it comes to Meliodas. Serious tone. Zeldris, leave him alone. Cusack, but I don't understand why His Majesty the Demon King wants Meliodas back. Even if you weren't biased, no one else could be the next Demon King but you, Zeldris. The dark-haired man said nothing and only frowned as he remembered his brother's son, thus withdrawing, followed by Cusack. As he walked, he heard Esterosa's voice in his mind, knowing that he had already fully recovered. Zeldris, Esterosa, you're finally conscious. Surprised tone. Esterosa, yes, that's right. Answer me, is Meliodas still alive? I tried to be merciful to him. I wanted to save him from his suffering. Our father can be very cruel. He said it in a calm tone. Zeldris, brother, rest a little longer until you're healed. Also in a calm tone. Esterosa, yes, good suggestion. Thus cutting off mental communication with the dark-haired man. Cusack, Esterosa, I don't like him much. His abilities are good but not better than His Majesty Zeldris's, and he's as unpredictable as Meliodas. What bothers me is the feeling of discomfort and lack of belonging that he gives off. I don't know why, but he's a very humdrum man. He said this to himself. What? Meanwhile, the Sins were at the Boar's Hat talking while taking turns watching over Meliodas, who was still asleep. Merlin, Tristan, and Eri stayed by his side. Everything was normal until suddenly day turned to night, causing everyone to become alert as they sensed someone with enormous magical power approaching them at great speed. Merlin, a dark magical power has engulfed this entire area. Everyone prepare for the attack. Everyone was ready for anything until the pink pig spoke. Hawk, look, that old man suddenly appeared. He said it in a fearful tone. Chandler, oh my sweet, sweet Master Meliodas, poor little one trapped in a spell like this. Let's go back together this instant, Master. Tears streamed from his eyes. Izuku, who are you? He showed him his sword. What? Chandler, what's a brat like you doing touching Lord Meliodas? He said angrily. Elizabeth, answer the question. Who are you and what are you doing here? Chandler, oh, it's you, that shameless goddess who kidnapped my young master. I'll kill you. He smiled, showing his sharp teeth. Meanwhile, in Camelot, a scream was heard coming from Cusack. Zeldris, lower your voice. Cusack, I'm sorry, it's just that I was surprised to learn that Meliodas had a child with that goddess. Zeldris, it wasn't with the goddess. Cusack, are you serious? And who was it with? Curious tone. Zeldris Tusk, I don't want to talk about it, angrily tone. Cusack said nothing more and remained silent. An idea crossed his mind. He didn't know how his companion would react to discovering that his disciple had a child and not with the goddess Elizabeth. Returning to the sins, they stared intently at the demon, watching as he touched the perfect cube with his staff, shattering it. Hawk, oh no, I didn't destroy Merlin's spell. Scared. Merlin, it seems she can use absolute cancellation. While preparing a spell, don't take it lightly. Be careful, Tristan Erie, casting the spell. Tristan stepped forward to protect his sister and father, but everyone was stunned to see how the demon turned on him. Merlin, impossible is Meliodas' ability, but how? Surprised. Chandler, what did you expect, idiot? Counterattack is an ability I taught to the master. This surprised everyone, but then they saw Merlin disappear. Izuku slashery, mom looking only at his mother's clothes. Izuku, you bastard, I swear if you did anything to her I'll kill you. Chandler, magic seal, huh? Unfortunately, you're the one who ended up sealed. Looking at the clothes that were starting to move, look at that. It seems the magic power you summoned for yourself also disappeared. Then everyone saw a little girl emerge from the clothing. Chandler, so that's your true form, huh? Not so surprised. Everyone was surprised by what had just happened, but Merlin didn't seem to care. Izuku, mom, are you okay? In a worried tone. Merlin, yes, don't worry. Chandler, well, I was wondering where I'd seen that face before. Answer me, girl, aren't you Belileuan's daughter? Before he could answer, someone broke through the roof, pulling Tristan, Erie, and Meliodas out. Diane, they're fine, receiving a nod. Erie, but mom, she... Before he could continue, Chandler spoke. Chandler, wow, a giant, a fairy, and a human. Wait, I know you, you're Gowther's doll, right? You abandoned the 10 Commandments, so why are you with these guys? Tell me, King Gowther, do you know this guy? Looking at his friend. Gowther, he's a very fearsome demon. Chandler, he's Captain Meliodas' master. Amazing them both. Chandler, Captain, somewhat confused, maybe I'm wrong, but you're not talking about the young master Meliodas, are you? You mean you're the 7 deadly sins, those infamous ones the Demon King spoke of? That makes sense. The Demon King wants to get rid of you. But I have to be honest, I'm not interested at all. You're not a threat. In other words, today's your lucky day. I propose a deal. Hand over the young master Meliodas, that's it. I'll let you live. What do you say, kids? Diane, never. We won't hand you over to the captain. Chandler, microscope. Snapping his fingers. That made Diane very small, and just like in the original story, everyone was gathered in the tavern talking. Izuku, wow mom, who would have guessed that's what you really look like? You're so adorable. Merlin, enough talking and stop staring at me. She pouted cutely. Then they felt that overwhelming power again. When they went outside, they saw Chandler shedding tears and Meliodas standing before them. Chandler welcomed young Master Meliodas while kneeling. Meliodas approached and picked up Merlin, who was still small, then walked away. Meliodas, take me to Zeldris. Chandler, you plan to take that girl with us. Meliodas, she's coming with me and I don't want any complaints. Take my 2 children. Surprising the demon. Chandler, your children, but a cold stare from Meliodas was enough to make the demon smile. It will be a pleasure, taking Tristan and Erie. Meliodas, the 7 deadly sins are dissolved as of now, thus withdrawing from the place. Chapter 5. The sins were in shock at what had happened. They couldn't believe what their friend Captain had told them, to disband the 7 deadly sins. But what worried them most was what Meliodas planned to do while the Sin of Wrath was flying at a decent speed with Merlin in his arms. Merlin, Meliodas, what are you planning to do? She looked at the blonde man who didn't even bother to look at her. Meliodas, please talk to me. I'm your wife. Meliodas, I've made a decision. I will become the Demon King. That way I can save Elizabeth and end this pathetic war. He said it in a cold tone as if he had no feelings. Merlin, Meliodas, do you have any idea what you're saying? She couldn't believe what her husband was telling her. Meliodas said nothing more and continued on his journey, returning to the sins who didn't know what to do. Kyoka, what are we going to do? Worried tone. Elizabeth, we have to go rescue them. Worried tones. Gowther, I don't think so, drawing everyone's attention. King, what do you mean by that? Curious tone. Gowther, I mean that in the captain's current form it would be impossible to defeat him, plus we'd be heading straight for the enemy. Ban, Tusk, damn it. Hitting the wall. Diane, what if we go to the heroes? Maybe they could help us. So they started discussing what they were going to do next. Back with Meliodas, he had already arrived at the castle where his siblings were waiting for him. Merlin and Tristan didn't let their guard down while Erie was a little scared. They walked until they reached the throne room where a dark-haired man was waiting for them. Meliodas, hello Zeldris in a serious tone. Zeldris, the traitor enters enemy territory without a care. How audacious of you, Meliodas, Cusack, and it seems he came with guests. How could you allow something like that? Didn't you say you'd protect him? looking at Chandler. Chandler, I refused until he told me they were his family. Meliodas, enough Chandler, that's enough. In a serious tone. Chandler, but sir, Meliodas, this is very simple. I have come to become the Demon King. Zeldris, I will become the Demon King. In an angry tone. Hey, why do you want to leave your other brother out of this discussion? A silver-haired man appears, catching everyone's attention. Estarossa, we are brothers and we only have each other. Look, to be honest, I'm not interested in the Demon King's throne, but if you are going to fight for it, then I want it too. Upon hearing this, a drop of sweat fell from Tristan's brow because of what the commandment had said. Meliodas, how are you, Estarossa? You're still alive, Estarossa. Estarossa, it's good to see you too. Brother, I see you brought your family. Seeing that Tristan got into a fighting stance, Meliodas, understand that I didn't come all this way to fight my brothers. I just want to make two things clear. I will become the Demon King and I won't let anyone hurt my family. At that moment, Zeldris and Estarossa lunged at him, but Meliodas in a swift movement incapacitated them both. Cusack, seeing this, didn't hesitate to attack Meliodas but ended up injured. Meliodas, this is between my brothers and me, don't interfere. A little annoyed. Chandler, that's what I call authority fit for a king. Applauding Meliodas. Zeldris and Estarossa had different thoughts, while Meliodas increased the pressure of his attack. The demons struggled to stand, but it was impossible. Then Meliodas felt someone touch his leg and lowering his head he saw it was Eri who was frightened. He then released the attack, freeing the demons. Estarossa, hahaha, you definitely are that Meliodas. Everyone said you would be the Demon King, feared even by the 4 archangels, the brother I idolized. I apologize for calling you a weakling, brother. Zeldris, I will not surrender. I will not recognize Meliodas. The only reason you seek the Demon King's power is to undo the curse that was placed upon you by that stupid goddess. Meliodas, that's true. I came here to take back the power that old man gave you, but I realized something. Even if I stole that borrowed magic power, I couldn't remove the curse. Zeldris, shut up, shut up. He lunged towards Meliodas and the two engaged in a fight which didn't last long as Meliodas immobilized his brother. Meliodas, Zeldris, I know why you want to become the Demon King. Zeldris, shut up. Then Meliodas whispered something in his ear that left the dark-haired man in shock. Zeldris, very well, brother, I'll work with you. Meliodas, very well, we have 3 days to accomplish this. Brothers Zeldris and Estarossa, I want you to work together and bring me all the remaining commandments. Estarossa, I don't know what you mean. Meliodas, the Demon King, in order to rule the vast, chaotic demon realm, shared his power with his subjects to conquer and rule them without opposition. But that same power threatened his own position. That's why our father divided that power into 10 fragments and gave them to 10 warriors. Thus the 10 commandments were born. If I managed to absorb the commandments, I could acquire power comparable to that of the Demon King. Estarossa, I don't know. What do you say, Zel? Zeldris, look at this. I absorbed the commandments of Gauther, Droll, and Gloxinia after their infamous betrayal. Estarossa, oh, let me see. Approaching the dark-haired man. Thus, everything unfolded as in the original story, with the explanation of how to obtain the commandments. Zeldris and Estarossa then withdrew to search for the commandments, while Meliodas and his family were guided to a room. Merlin, listen, Meliodas, you mustn't become the Demon King. You don't know, but she was interrupted. Meliodas, I don't want to discuss this again. Listen, returning to his normal form, I love you all. Every moment I spent with you was the happiest of my life, while hugging his children and his wife, but right now I feel nothing. Returning to his assault mode, try to understand, Merlin. All I want is to fulfill the promise I made to Elizabeth to break the curse. Merlin, I understand. You made your decision and I made mine. Meliodas, what are you talking about? Merlin, I along with the 7 deadly sins will stop you. Izuku, me too, Dad. Eri also nodded. Merlin kissed her and then with her magic slapped Meliodas so hard he crashed into the wall. When he got back up, he saw that Merlin and her children had disappeared. Chapter 6. Meliodas could only let out a sigh, but then the door to his room was opened, revealing the pacifying demon. Chandler, Lord Meliodas, are you all right? In a worried tone. Meliodas, yes, it's nothing, Chandler, now go, I want to rest. In a cold tone. Chandler, and where is your family? In a curious tone. Meliodas, that doesn't matter. Chandler, don't tell me they betrayed you. If so, allow me to take care of it myself. But before he could finish, Meliodas had his sword at the demon's throat. Meliodas, dare to lay a single finger on them and I'll kill you slowly and painfully. Chandler, of course. Thus they withdrew from the place. While in the boar's hat, everyone was talking until suddenly a brightness appeared in their midst, causing the sins to become wary. But when the brightness disappeared, they saw that it was Merlin along with his children. Elizabeth, Merlin, what happened? Merlin, Meliodas is thinking about obtaining all the commandments. This surprised everyone. But then they all felt a magical power drawing them towards them. King, not again. Merlin, wait, I'll take care of him, in a serious tone. Izuku, Mom, I'll go with you. Merlin, don't worry Tristan, I have a plan, smiling at her son. So she came out of the hat and found herself face to face with a dark-haired man who was not at all happy. Merlin, so it was you who arrived. I think it'll be a short chat, Zeldris. Zeldris, Meliodas' wife, weren't you with him? Merlin, that's right, but I won't let him become the Demon King. Zeldris, I agree with that, but I have no choice. At that moment the sins began to murmur and Merlin let out a sigh. Merlin, it's too noisy here, let's go somewhere quieter. Zeldris, a wise decision indeed. So the two withdrew and everything unfolded as in the original story with the appearance of one of the archangels so that everyone could learn the story of Merlin. Zeldris, Merlin, so what's your plan this time? Answer me, Merlin, you underestimate me. Anyway, I don't matter, I know what you're after, Zeldris, but there's something I don't understand. If you don't want Meliodas to be the Demon King, why are you helping him? Zeldris, Tusk. Even if you are Meliodas' wife, I'm not obligated to answer you. But I don't want to fight either, just give me what I'm looking for and I'll let you go. Merlin, fine, he handed over the commandment, but before the dark-haired man could obtain it, the commandment was locked in a small, perfect cube. Merlin, but wait, what do you say we make a deal? Zeldris, do you think you're in a position to make a deal? Angrily. Merlin, I want you to hand over the King of Camelot. Zeldris, I can't do that. Unfortunately, I don't know the king's name nor his face, therefore I can't do that. In recent days, an unknown attacker has left several dead in my ranks. I can't guarantee the safety of a weakling. Merlin, I understand. Then I want you to release all the holy knights, the citizens, and the heroes of the commandment of piety. Zeldris, that will be easy, girl, Merlin, and your demon henchmen will stop messing with them. Zeldris, so be it. Thus the commandment did its part of the bargain by freeing everyone from the control of the commandment of piety. Zeldris, I've done my part, now it's your turn. Make it quick, cancel the spell. Merlin, of course, but first let me tell you this. You know the Demon King is planning to take Meliodas' body. Completely serious. Zeldris, what are you talking about? Our father would never do that. Merlin, are you sure? You know the Demon King is willing to do anything for his own benefit. Zeldris, that's enough. Now keep your end of the bargain. Merlin, of course I'll give it to you, just wait a little longer. Zeldris, all my focus is on you in case you make a move. In a fighting stance. Merlin, relax, I don't plan to make any move, well, at least not on my end. So the dark-haired man saw behind him a beam of light approaching him. When the beam struck, it created a powerful sphere of light that surprised everyone. Thus Merlin returned to his friends and his children. Izuku, Mom, what was that? Merlin, that attack was sent by the 4 archangels after they detected Zeldris. Izuku / Kyoyuka / Iri, the 4 archangels. Surprised. Merlin, that's right, this will be our last chance to act. Meanwhile, at the site of the explosion, Zeldris had survived the attack and was angry. Zeldris, those damned archangels, so you revived too. Thus the commandment prepared an attack, launching it in the direction from which the first attack came. The sky lit up in a purple color that everyone in Japan could see, and the next thing they observed was how that light enveloped a single place, destroying it completely. Returning to the topic of sins, they were heading to UA, but along the way everyone was serious. Izuku, Mom, what are we going to do now? Merlin, the first thing we'll do is meet with the heroes and archangels. If we want to win this war, we need all the help we can get. They all started discussing what they would do, but then Tristan said something that surprised everyone. Izuku, and what if I absorb the remaining commandments? Kyoka, you're crazy. That would be dangerous. Merlin, Kyoka's right, that's dangerous as well as stupid. All you'd accomplish is making both Zeldris and Estarossa come after you, not to mention we don't know what could happen if you absorb the remaining commandments. Izuku, but Merlin, Tristan, this isn't up for discussion. Allowing you to help in this war is one thing, but allowing you to absorb the remaining commandments is another. I don't want to hear that suggestion again. The freckled boy stormed out of the tavern. Seconds later, Kyoka also came out and saw the blonde boy gazing at the horizon, so she sat down next to him. Izuku, why won't they let me help them with this? Kyoka, they care a lot about you, and besides, your mother is right. We don't know what could happen if you absorb the commandments. Izuku, you're right, but there has to be another way. He stood there for a moment thinking until he suddenly stopped. Izuku, I know if I can't absorb the commandments, then I'll hide them. Kyoka, what? Confused. Izuku, when I was with my father, I saw how Zeldris tried to snatch the commandment from Estarossa, so if I manage to get the commandments and hide them, my father won't become the Demon King. Kyoka, Tristan, it's not that easy. Even if I hide them, sooner or later they'll find them. Izuku, you're right. Unless I use a spell to hide their presence, I don't have time to waste. Spreading his wings. Kyoka, Tristan, wait. Izuku, I'm sorry, but I've already made my decision. Kyoka, then let me help you. Thus Tristan took Kyoka in his arms and flew off in search of the remaining commandments. Chapter 7. They all had a single objective, to obtain the commandments. Tristan headed to UA since that's where they kept the commandment of truth. The freckled boy knew he had to get it out of the building to obtain the commandment without any interruptions. Tristan and Kyoka had already made a plan. The purple-haired girl would be the distraction, while the blonde-haired boy would take care of getting Galland out of the principal's office. Upon arriving, the freckled boy landed in a place where there weren't many people. The two went to the office where they saw some holy knights standing guard. Kyoka went to them to distract them while Tristan went inside. When Tristan was in front of the commandment, he grabbed it and pulled it out, signaling for Kyoka to come to him. The two led the commandment, who throughout the journey didn't stop cursing the freckled boy and his father. Once they were far away, the freckled boy began to make the same movements that Zeldris had made when trying to. They managed to snatch the commandment from Estarossa, but then Galland said something that left Tristan and Kyoka frightened. "Galland, Estarossa, it's good you're here." Making them both look at the commandment of love. "Galland, quick call Zeldris so he can undo my curse so I can kill these brats. Estarossa, you're annoying." He said it in an annoyed tone, grabbing Galland's head. "Galland, W8, what are you going to?" But it didn't end there as Estarossa smashed his head. Tristan stood in front of Kyoka, though he couldn't stop his body from trembling. The commandment observed the two young people walking towards them, causing them to back away. Estarossa simply extended his hand, making Tristan and Kyoka look at him in confusion. "Estarossa, give me the commandment," in a serious but calm tone. Izuku, never. "Estarossa, wait, I know you. You're Meliodas' son, you're not supposed to be in the castle." "Well, that doesn't matter. I just want the commandment of truth." But seeing that they ignored her request, she sighed. Estarossa, well, if that's the case, drawing his sword. Thus Estarossa launched himself at great speed, slashing with his sword, which was stopped by the freckled one's sword, somewhat astonishing the commandment. "Estarossa, how are you able to move?" "Izuku, it's as you said, your commandment only works for those who feel hatred in their hearts." Remembering the time he couldn't move. Estarossa, interesting. "Very well, show me what you are capable of. Show me that you are worthy of being Meliodas' son." Thus the two began to fight, the clash of steel filling the air. It was obvious that Estarossa was holding back, wanting to see Tristan's potential. Unfortunately for him, he was disappointed, so in a swift movement he pinned the blonde to the ground, his foot resting on Tristan's throat. "Estarossa, I expected more from you." "Well, I'll tell my brother you died at the hands of the archangels." He raised his sword, but before he could plunge it in, a jet of blood shot from the silver-haired man's body. Seeing that a sword was embedded in his chest and realizing that the purple-haired woman was the cause of the wound, Estarossa spat out some blood and withdrew his foot from the freckled man's neck. "Estarossa, well, I didn't expect that." He draws his sword and approaches the girl, who is backing away. "I think I let my guard down too much." "Izuku, you think so?" He calls her attention. "What?" Estarossa looked behind him, only to be struck by an attack that sent him flying, giving Tristan enough time to grab Kyoka and escape, while the commandment laughed as he got up from the ground. "Estarossa, I think the fun has just begun." Spreading his wings and swiftly pursuing his prey, he quickly caught up with them. Tristan, seeing that he was catching them, descended to the ground, thus assuming a fighting stance. Estarossa soon appeared. "Estarossa, well, I have to admit you have courage to face me again alone, knowing the outcome." "Kyoka, he's not alone." Also in a fighting stance. Thus the two went to attack the commandment, who easily withstood their attacks. Tristan activated his demonic mark and began to combine spells that damaged the silver-haired man, while Kyoka used her quirk to try to connect to his frequency, causing him to become slightly disoriented, which they took advantage of to inflict greater damage. Estarossa was going to attack the purple-haired girl, but the freckled boy got in the way, taking the attack. Tristan took advantage of the proximity to also launch an attack. Kyoka, Tristan worried. "Izuku, why yes?" "Estarossa, I take back what I said. You are worthy of being my older brother's son, but I've already wasted too much time with you." At great speed he disappeared from Tristan and Kyoka's sight. Tristan quickly began to search for him, but then he heard a noise and turned around to see Estarossa strangling Kyoka. He felt hatred so intense that he couldn't move. "Estarossa, I'll only say it once, the commandment for the girl," while applying a little more pressure. Tristan didn't know what to do. He was caught between a rock and a hard place. He didn't want his father to become the Demon King, but he didn't want to lose the woman he loved. He knew that if he tried to attack Kyoka, she could get hurt, so he let out a defeated sigh. "Izuku, fine, I'll give you the commandment." Showing him the commandment, but first let her go. In a serious tone. Estarossa, fine. Releasing the girl, causing her to fall to the ground. Now the commandment. Tristan simply approached him, and Estarossa, taking the commandment, examined it closely before unfurling his wings and leaving the two of them alone. "Kyoka, why did you do that?" "Izuku, because I wouldn't forgive myself if something happened to you." As she said that, the purple-haired girl's cheeks turned red and she gave him a kiss that was returned. Tristan helped her to her feet. "Kyoka, what will we do now?" "Izuku, try to find the ones who are missing." So the two of them also left the place. Chapter 8. Tristan was flying until he suddenly appeared on the boar's hat, which surprised him, and in front of him was his mother, who was angry. While she had her arms crossed, the others left the place since they did not want to get involved in the argument. Izuku, mom, a little scared. Merlin, do you have something to say? Izuku, I'm sorry, while lowering his head. Merlin, you acted without thinking and didn't consider the consequences. Now they have the commandment of truth. You confront Estarossa and almost caused the death of an innocent person, and all you're going to say is that you're sorry. The freckled boy didn't know what to say since his mother was right about everything. Not only had he lost the commandment, but he had also almost caused Kyoka's death. Izuku, I just wanted to help. I thought if I found the remaining commandments and hid them, we'd have more time to figure out a way to bring Dad back to normal, but all I did was make things worse. Merlin watched her son and sighed. She knew Tristan only wanted to help, but what worried her most was losing her husband and son. She approached her son and gave him a hug, which he returned. Meanwhile, Meliodas was watching Zeldris, who had returned. Cusack, welcome, Lord Zeldris. Zeldris, I'm very sorry, but I haven't been able to obtain any of the commandments. But the worst part is that the 4 archangels have been resurrected. I'm certain that magic power belonged to Ludociel. Shocking Cusack and Chandler. Meliodas, I felt them too. It's very likely that the 7 deadly sins have formed an alliance with them. Zeldris, it seems your wife and children have turned against you. Meliodas, that doesn't matter. As long as we gather all the commandments and I become the Demon King, the end is written. Thus Zeldris withdrew while still thinking about the words Merlin had said to him. Merlin, you know that the Demon King is planning to take over Meliodas's body. Thinking about it, he shook his head to clear his mind, while elsewhere in the castle, an orange-haired man could be seen trying not to be discovered by the demons, but it was in vain. Zeldris, who are you? Have you come to steal the treasures of this castle? Answer me. The redhead stepped back but bumped into someone, turning around to see it was Cusack. Cusack, Lord Zeldris asked you a question, answer. So I am the king of this nation, Arthur Pendragon. Zeldris, oh, so it's you, the person Merlin wanted to bring back. Arthur Merlin. But before the demons could do anything, Cat jumped to defend him. He ran to the room where the sacred sword was, but an explosion knocked him to the ground. Seeing his feline friend lying wounded on the floor before he could do anything, a voice spoke. Meliodas, stay still, don't do anything to him, he's an acquaintance of mine. Upon hearing that, the orange-haired man was surprised to see the leader of the sins with the commandments. Meliodas, Arthur, you can't come back to this place, get out of my sight. Arthur, Sir Meliodas, why are you with the commandments? Besides that appearance, your magic, it can't be. In shock. Meliodas, I left the 7 deadly sins, I'm not the one you knew. Arthur, it can't be, why? Hitting the ground, remembering the moments he spent with the blonde, I admired you. No matter the reason, I will believe in you. I can't accept that you betrayed your companions Merlin and Tristan. Grabbing Excalibur, I will never forgive you. Meanwhile, the Sins had learned that Arthur had gone to the tower to look for a sword, so they discussed what they would do and agreed on a rescue plan. Back with Meliodas, he watched his friend intently. Meliodas, I like that look. You're not that little boy who cried because he couldn't protect himself anymore. Arthur, I say the same, you're not the Meliodas I knew anymore. Meliodas, you really think you can stand here alone? Arthur, damn it, Meliodas. I'm going to destroy you all and reclaim my kingdom. Thus, everything unfolded as in the original story, with Merlin and Tristan appearing to take Arthur away, who was injured. Meliodas, Merlin, since you decided to come, give me the commandment of faith. Merlin, I know you won't stop until you achieve your goal. I just want you to know that the people who love you are risking their lives to prevent you from becoming the Demon King. Never forget that. Thus disappearing from the place, reappearing with the sins. Chandler, what a disgrace. First you let a brat beat you up, and second you let Master Meliodas' wife and son go with him. Cusack, never mind, I can take care of that brat right away. Thus his eyes turned red, while Arthur's eyes also turned the same color, and thus everyone witnessed Arthur plunge his sword into himself. Izuku, Arthuro trying to take the sword but couldn't. Come on, damn it, Arthuro, hold on. But it was too late, he was dead. Everything happened just like in the original story. The archangels preparing for war while Meliodas held the commandments. Meliodas, you have no problem with this, Zeldris. Zeldris, you think I can't face the archangels without my commandment. Anyway, don't forget the reason I agreed to help you. Meliodas, I intend to keep my promise. As soon as I absorb the 10 commandments and become the Demon King. Zeldris, I trust your word. Meliodas, Zeldris, I hope you can forgive your brother. Thus standing in the middle of the room, reciting words like the commandments entering him, while at the UA the holy knights and heroes could be seen marching to the battlefield, while in the boar's hat Tristan could be seen wearing his father's clothes, taking his father's sacred treasure and placing it on his sword, leaving the room seeing that everyone was ready for war. Everyone paid attention to the archangel's speech and became excited. Izuku, father, I swear I will save you. Thus the war had begun where the fate of humanity was at stake. Chapter 9. Everything was a battlefield. The demons outnumbered them, but thanks to the Archangel's help, their numbers were slowly dwindling. Meanwhile, in King Arthur's castle, Zeldris, Chandler, and Cusack could be seen staring intently at a cocoon. Cusack, tell me how Meliodas is addressing Zeldris. Zeldris, I have to admit I'm impressed. Although it's taking its time, there are no signs of rejection and he's absorbing the commandments while staring intently at the cocoon. Chandler, my lord Meliodas, I'm very proud of him. I can't wait to see him, while crying tears of joy. Although his tone of voice also betrayed some impatience at wanting to see his beloved disciple become the Demon King. Zeldris, I hope you keep your word, Meliodas, he said to himself, remembering the words his brother had told him. Meanwhile, elsewhere, two commandments could be observed, Mistreated, the commandment of reticence, and Deity, the commandment of purity. They seemed to be living a peaceful life, unconcerned by the raging war. They had decided to leave their lives as commandments behind and start anew as ordinary humans. They had met a kind girl who gave them a place to live. Everything seemed to be going well for them for now, but then they heard their front door suddenly open. They both turned to see the girl who had helped them. She quickly explained that they had to evacuate the area, but then she was enveloped in darkness. This left the two commandments in shock at who had appeared. Esterosa, hi, did you have fun playing house? Deity launched an attack, but it was in vain as Esterosa returned the attack. Thus, everything unfolded as in the original story. Esterosa killed Mistreated and kept his commandment, and Deity joined the 7 deadly sins. The fight between Esterosa and the two archangels Sariel and Tarmiel also took place. Esterosa absorbed the commandments of Galand and Mistreated, defeating the two archangels. This also caused him to enter assault mode, but it caused his sanity to gradually deteriorate, making him increasingly unstable. King, but what the hell is happening to him? Seeing the strange behavior of the commandment. Gauther, it seems the commandments he absorbed are rejecting him. Tristan had accompanied his mother and others to the place where his father was. Upon arriving, they saw that the castle was shrouded in darkness. Izuku, Mom, what is this? In a fearful and questioning tone. Merlin, it's a very dense and powerful zone of darkness, created by the union of Meliodas and the commandments. It will be impossible for us to infiltrate it, and this aura of death inside is a warning. There's no doubt that Meliodas doesn't want us getting in his way. In a serious tone. Ludosil, everyone stay by my side. Thus creating something to protect themselves from the cocoon that surrounded the castle. Ludosil, once we manage to get inside, it will all be over. There will be no turning back. There will only be one way to escape, kill Meliodas, the authority of this area of darkness. Izuku, never. While pointing his sword at him, I won't let you kill my father. In a threatening tone. Merlin, Tristan, calm down. Besides, there is another way, and that is to return Meliodas to his previous state. Trying to calm the situation since what Ludosil said didn't sit well with her either, considering the idea of killing her husband. Ludosil, moving the sword away from his neck, you are undoubtedly Meliodas' son. Observing the cold and emotionless look the freckled boy gave him. While in purgatory, Ban could be seen fighting demons. Decades had passed for him since he had been in that cursed place, relentlessly searching for his friend's emotions. He had almost become a demon himself, but his strong hope of saving his best friend kept him sane. He didn't remember how long he had wandered in search of his friend, but his objective was clear. He wouldn't give up until he found him. Ban, Captain, where are you? He shouted at the top of his lungs, Tusk, damn it, where the hell are you, Captain? He said in a tired and sad tone. The sin of greed continued walking through that place until he fell into a ravine. Upon reaching the bottom, he got up, but as he did, he was crushed by a dragon. Thus began a fight that lasted a few minutes, but in purgatory it felt like years had passed. Both the dragon and Ban were exhausted, ending the fight. From so much fighting, they both fell asleep. What surprised the Sin was that the dragon moved very close to him, causing the fox to be pressed against him. He didn't pay much attention to it since he was too tired to think about such things, so little by little. He closed his eyes and fell asleep. After a few hours, Ban heard his friend's voice and woke up, noticing that the dragon was gone. Ban, hey, and where's that dragon? Turning around, he found a blonde-haired boy asleep next to him. Ban, I found the dragon. Hello, friend, how are you feeling? In a happy tone. Meliodas woke up and upon seeing his friend, he hugged him while unable to stop crying. Ban was able to simply comfort him, causing the Sin of Wrath to release everything he had been holding in. Chapter 10. After that brief encounter, Meliodas and Ban decided to find a way out of that cursed place. They fought the creatures in purgatory, unaware that they were being watched by a shadowy figure. They walked for days, and Meliodas explained to Ban how the creatures of that place functioned. The two decided to hunt some creatures to make clothing and weapons. Once they had the materials, they went to a cave to craft the weapons, but this time they noticed the presence that had always been watching them. In a swift movement, they appeared in front of the figure watching them and tried to strike, but it quickly moved behind Meliodas, pointing its fangs at him. Who are these strangers and what's with this coming back? Aren't you from around here? Questioning tone. Meliodas, that's right, I knew it. Ban, are you a subject of the Demon King? The Demon King, that wretch, I know where he is. Meliodas/Ban, you know where he is. Surprised. I'll show you the way if that's what you want, but I ask for your cooperation as well. Meliodas, can you explain who you are? Thus the creature came to light, revealing a purple boar which surprised the two sins. My name is Wild Pigs, I'm a wandering warrior separated from my brother at birth. Meliodas/Ban, your hawk master. Surprised tone. Wild what? Confused, I told you Wild. Thus everything happened as in the original story with Wild. While with Tristan they had defeated Chandler and Cusack, only Zeldris remained. Before anyone could do anything, Zeldris raised his sword while a purple aura emanated from his body. Zeldris, now you will see my true magical power. Then everyone started to be pulled towards the commandment. Izuku, what's happening, while trying to hold on to something. But then those being absorbed were sent flying, crashing into the walls of the place. Before they could recover, they were absorbed again, but Tristan and the knights were teleported away by Merlin. Merlin, don't worry. But the absorption force intensified, causing them to return to Zeldris only to be teleported away again. Cusack, but Chandler is ingenious. He maintains distance with continuous teleportation. Ludosil thought he had figured out how Zeldris's attack worked, but he was wrong and was sent flying, crashing into a wall and shattering his armor. Before he could do anything, he was absorbed, but he collided with Eskener's back. They had a brief argument that was stopped by Merlin, and then they made a plan and attacked, but it was all for naught. Zeldris, what a waste of time. Zeldris wouldn't let anything stand in his way of reclaiming his beloved. Doubling his power and drawing everyone in, Tristan used his sword to pin Zeldris to the ground, hooking himself onto it. Tristan saw his mother and stretched out his hand, managing to grab her, but just when they least expected it, they were sent flying again. Tristan used his body to shield his mother. Merlin, Tristan worried. Izuku, I'm fine, while showing her a smile. Upon seeing this, Eskener became enraged and began launching several suns that impacted the entire area. When he calmed down, he began walking towards Zeldris, which impressed Chandler and Cusack, who watched in astonishment. Eskener, I fought Meliodas, I fought Esterosa. Didn't your brothers ever tell you who I am, kid? Zeldris, you defeated Meliodas. If that's true, then you haven't faced him at his full power. He's always underestimated his enemies. Well, you reap what you sow, but I'm not like him. At that moment, Eskener also drew his axe and launched his best attack, but it was deflected by Zeldris. Izuku, I managed to withstand his attack. But then he saw Eskener throw his axe and use the same attack he used against Meliodas in his assault mode. Zeldris, for his part, was trying to block the Lion of Pride's attack, but it was no use as Eskener managed to wound him. Ludosil took advantage of this and went to end Zeldris's life, but his attack was blocked by Cusack. Cusack, Master Zeldris, please let us handle them. Zeldris, don't let them interfere with Meliodas under any circumstances. Show them what you're made of as a high-ranking demon. Cusack agreed. Chandler, just because they're Master Meliodas' wife and son doesn't mean I won't punish them for betraying him. So Merlin launched a lightning bolt at him, and Chandler launched the same attack but with more power. Tristan, seeing this, decided to support his mother by launching the same attack. At that moment, Merlin cast an enchantment that made her attack hit Chandler, but he received no damage. Izuku, how? Surprised. Ludosil, don't they have a weakness? Merlin, that's right, but if they don't, we'll create one. Thus he activated the trap, causing the demons to be injured. A wind barrier hurt Cusack and Chandler was struck by electricity. The demons were on their knees cursing for not being able to free themselves from something so absurd, but then Cusack started to laugh. Merlin, tell me what you're laughing at. Cusack, resonance. Thus controlling Merlin. Izuku, mom, you bastard, what did you do to him? But he received no answer. Meanwhile, in Merlin's mind was Cusack. Cusack, so this is your true form, seeing Merlin as a child. It's surprisingly sweet, but that won't stop me from killing you and your son. I'll make you regret it every second. Merlin, those are my words to you, punching him, sending the demon flying. Cusack, what the hell? Merlin, I was waiting for you to possess me, but you failed. Did you think you could after being blessed by the supreme deity and piercing my spirit? I pity you. Meanwhile, outside of his mind, Ludosil lunged towards Zeldris, but then everyone started to get headaches. Izuku, what's happening? Seeing the archangel clutch his head, but then he saw his mother fall too. Mom, are you okay? Merlin, yes, it's just that, but she felt a sharp pain again. While Esterosa and the others were also suffering from the same headache, Gauther revealed the truth about who Esterosa really was. Chapter 11. Esterosa, or better known now as Male, didn't know what to believe, but he managed to come to his senses and fell to his knees. Male, it's not true, it's a nightmare. I can still feel it in my hands, the sensation of murdering my brothers, the sensation of burning innocent people alive. Who would do that? Who would be capable of something like that? Tears streamed from his eyes. Gowther, I did it, kill me, he approached Male. Male, you Gowther, member of the 10 Commandments, you will die. He said it in a serious tone. At that moment, Male sped towards Gowther, slamming him into the stands. Male, you made me despise my older brother as an enemy, my brother whom I respected so much, punching him in the face, and you made me love a demon like a brother, punching him again, but harder. That is an unforgivable sin. The Archangel grabbed him by the head and with great force threw him to the other side of the stadium. Gowther was about to get up, but Male fell on his stomach. Male, listen to me, Gowther. I want you to answer my question. Why did you do this? Why did you choose me? Gowther, the moment the Holy War began, the balance between the demon race and the goddess race was lost. The cause was Meliodas' betrayal of his own race and his joining the goddess race. That's why a warrior with his same level of power emerged within the demon race to restore the balance. That warrior is you. The goddess race lost Male and the demon race gained Esterosa. That's how we maintained the balance. But once the Holy War began, it didn't stop, forcing the goddess race to activate the coffin of eternal darkness, and then the Holy War ended. Male, end the war. You think your justification will undo all the pain and humiliation I suffered, but now it's my turn. I'll make you suffer all that pain and humiliation. So everything unfolded as in the original story, with the 2 archangels and the 2 sins trying to stop Male, who had lost his mind due to the commandments being absorbed by him. He created a cocoon in which he attempted to merge with the commandments who rejected him. When the attack ceased, everyone saw Male as different, thus beginning a fight against him. This ended with King awakening his true fairy king form, allowing him to confront Male and finish the battle with Gowther, who managed to bring Male to his senses. Meanwhile, Tristan and the others were recovering. Izuku, Mom, what happened? Merlin, a forbidden spell that alters memories has broken. It altered everyone who knew Male, including the Demon King. Izuku, and who cast that spell? Merlin, it was my mentor and the creator of Gowther the Puppet, the real Gowther, a member of the 10 Commandments. Cusack, something must have caused a neurological shock that broke the spell. Merlin, if that's the case, Zeldris, why do you seem the least affected? Zeldris, that's because I never considered Esterosa a true brother. Now I feel better knowing he's not my blood brother. So Chandler and Cusack told their story, ending with their fusion to bring back their former selves, the original demon. Meanwhile, Meliodas and Ban were fighting the Demon King to return to their friends, but every time they reached the Redhead's father, he banished them. They fought him for years, but Meliodas decided to stay and face his father to give Ban time to escape and rejoin the others. Wild sacrificed himself so Meliodas and Ban could escape, but it was in vain, as the Demon King managed to capture Meliodas before he could cross the portal. Ban told Meliodas he had to return no matter what, to which Meliodas replied not to worry, that he would catch up later. When Ban arrived first at the place where his friends were, he told them that Meliodas was already on his way. The sin of greed then left, as he had unfinished business to attend to. Ban arrived at the place where he was. His beloved, she seemed hurt, so he quickly went to where she was. Ban, this isn't the last time, as energy entered the fairy's body. I promised you I would come for you no matter what, and that I would take you to see the world. As she finished speaking, the light entering the fairy's body stopped. At that moment, Ban the Immortal had sacrificed his immortality to give life to his beloved. Elaine, seeing that she would never be separated from her beloved again, happily embraced him. Meanwhile, Tristan and his companions were witnessing Eskener fighting the fused Chandler and Cusack, but it seemed that Eskener's blows had no effect. Tristan tried to help Eskener, but no attack worked. Then they saw a spear being launched toward the original demon. This spear belonged to King, who was being remotely controlled. Zeldris was holding Merlin and Tristan off while the original demon dealt with Eskener, but then they all felt a great magical power approaching them. Izuku, what is this power? Then everyone saw a sphere of light approaching where Meliodas was standing. Izuku, are those in a surprised tone? Merlin, I have no doubt the remaining commandments. Original demon, at last the birth of our new demon king, he said in a cheerful tone. At that moment, everyone saw the remaining commandments enter the cocoon where Meliodas was. The birth of the new demon king was near. Chapter 12. They couldn't believe it, it was too late. Meliodas had managed to obtain all the commandments. Zeldris and the original demon watched this action happily. Tristan turned to look at his mother, who had a serious face. Merlin, it's too soon to give up. So Merlin began to speak. Eskener didn't seem to understand what the mage was doing, while Tristan realized that his mother was casting a forbidden spell. At that moment, he saw Zeldris and the other demon, who were both surprised. Original demon, that's it, in a surprised tone. Zeldris, yes, it could be. Original demon, the forbidden spell, coffin of time. Zeldris, he's trying to suspend the cocoon in time. I won't allow it, you'll die before you can finish. Thus Zeldris along with the original demon went to attack Merlin, but before their attacks could harm her they were blocked by Tristan and Eskener. Izuku, I won't allow you to hurt my mother while looking at Zeldris. Merlin, Tristan, Eskener, be attentive, I ask you to restrain them for 12 minutes. Izuku understood while activating his demonic mark. Thus Tristan began to attack Zeldris with everything he had, but Zeldris dodged and blocked the freckled boy's attacks, while Eskener also fought with all his power against the original demon. Zeldris, you haven't learned anything, your magic attacks have no effect on me. Izuku, I already know that. He throws an explosion at him. Zeldris for his part merely shielded himself from the attack, and as the smoke cleared, Tristan had vanished from his field of vision. Zeldris searched for him with his eyes, never letting his guard down, but then Tristan appeared behind him, delivering a slash that sent him crashing to the ground. Izuku, I just need to distract you a little longer. Zeldris, you wretch, you'll pay for this. He lunges at the freckled boy. While Eskener was having trouble with his rival, the original demon launched an attack that sent him flying. This was witnessed by Tristan. Izuku, Uncle Eskener distracted from the fight. Zeldris took advantage of this and launched an attack that sent the blonde man crashing to the side of his mother. Tristan got up from the floor badly injured, but saw the two demons in front of him and his mother, so he took his sword and got into a fighting stance. Zeldris, why don't you run away? In a serious tone. Izuku, because my parents didn't raise a coward, while wiping a trickle of blood from his mouth, thus launching himself towards the two demons. Original demon, I must admit you have guts, so you will have the honor of a quick and painless death. Before the demons launched an attack on Meliodas' son, a beam of light illuminated them. Then everyone could see Male, and behind him came the sins. Male, it's time to light their paths. Launching an attack that was directed towards Zeldris, but the original demon got in the way, taking it full force and going flying, crashing into several mountains in the process. The Archangel approached where the freckled one. Male, relax, you did well, now leave it to me, healing him. Elizabeth, Merlin, how long until the spell ends? Merlin, not long, I only need 5 minutes. Zeldris, you damn sons of bitches, angrily. He lunged towards Merlin, but Male held him back, thus beginning a new battle. Zeldris reactivated his power, drawing Male towards him. When Zeldris intended to plunge his sword into the Archangel, upon contact with Male's body, his weapon melted, surprising those present. Eskener, it's incredible, his body is also made of power. He fashioned himself from sunlight. It's an explosion of magical power, that means Zeldris's attacks won't be able to harm him, in a surprised tone. Male, if I manage to hold you off for 5 minutes I win. If you manage to defeat me in less than 5 minutes you will take the victory. Zeldris attacked relentlessly while Male tried to reason with him, but it was impossible. As the seconds ticked by, Zeldris's hatred grew as he watched the spell nearing its end. He began to attack the Archangel mercilessly, managing to wound him. He then unleashed a torrent of dark energy toward Merlin. The sins blocked as much of the commandment's attack as they could to prevent it from harming Merlin. King, using his sacred treasure, created a barrier to protect everyone, while Tristan formed a perfect cube for added protection should the commandment manage to break King's barrier. Zeldris continued his relentless assault, trying to shatter the barrier. Male, having recovered from the commandment's attack, struck Zeldris from behind, sending him crashing to the ground. Zeldris glared at the crowd with hatred, trying to rise, but it was no use, he collapsed unconscious. Merlin's spell had ended, and everyone began to celebrate their victory. Stop the incubation process. Izuku letting out a sigh that was close. King, you're right, but it was thanks to Male that we managed to stop Zeldris and that other demon, appearing next to the freckled boy. Izuku, wow, Uncle King, you look amazing. Seeing the Fairy King's new appearance. King thanks in an embarrassed tone. Hawk was happy, so he ate a small piece of dough. After eating it, he transformed into a small, pig-like dragon. He started flying above the cocoon, performing some tricks in the air which made some people laugh at the pig's antics. Hawk, and now, I think something has already emerged from that cocoon, seeing that the cocoon was broken. Everyone stopped laughing when they saw that, and their faces turned to shock and terror. Then a great magical power manifested in the place, and they saw a larger figure emerge from the cocoon. Zeldris, now you can fulfill your promise, Demon King, he said in a weak tone as he was in very bad shape from the Archangel's attack, thus falling unconscious. Izuku, Dad. In shock. Chapter 13. Zeldris, now you can fulfill your promise, Demon King, he said in a weak tone as he was in very bad shape from the Archangel's attack, thus falling unconscious. Izuku, Dad, in shock. Meliodas, I think I caused you a lot of trouble, 7 deadly fish. Izuku, Dad, did you? But he saw his mother stand in front of him. Merlin, you're not my husband, looking at him seriously. At that moment, Zeldris regained consciousness and stood up. Zeldris, Meliodas, I kept my promise. It's your turn to tell me where Gelda is. Meliodas, smiling arrogantly, oh little Zeldris, I can't believe you made that promise. You're still in love with that vampire. You and Meliodas disgusted me so much that I finally couldn't stand it. Izuku, what's going on? Seeing that everyone was scared. Meliodas, well, I think it was time to finally meet my grandson. Izuku, your grandson. Confused, don't tell me you're in shock. Meliodas, that's right. I am the one and only Demon King. No one said anything since his mere presence inspired terror and the magical power he emanated was enormous, but Zeldris spoke. Zeldris, why do you have Meliodas's body, father? What does all this mean? You said Meliodas would become the next Demon King, so did you deceive him or what? Angrily and confused. Demon King, I can't believe you thought I'd hand over my throne to that traitorous bastard. What I truly desired was this young, vigorous, and powerful body, or so I thought. He said the last part in his thoughts while looking at Tristan. Demon King, the commandments are fragments of my power. I just need to recover them to become the Demon King again. This is nothing more than a simple vessel to concentrate all my power. Izuku, why? Unable to understand what was happening, why don't you leave us alone? He's supposed to be your son. You should support him and never abandon him no matter what he's done in the past. For once in your life, why don't you do something good for your son? Tears streamed from his eyes. Demon King, oh I see. Yes, I'm fulfilling your most cherished wish. That would make me a good father. No, very well, Miss Elizabeth. I'm going to end the curse of eternal reincarnation and then I'll kill you, but don't worry, I'll give you a peaceful death. He said it in a calm tone. Upon hearing that, everyone was shocked. In a swift movement, the Demon King attacked Elizabeth, but she was saved by Gauther. Merlin acted quickly and created a perfect cube. Diana and King went to attack it, but it was in vain and they ended up injured. Everyone remained on alert, but Merlin was frightened to see his son outside the cube. Merlin, Tristan. They unwrapped the cube, but Tristan locked them all inside another cube. Izuku, get out of my father's body and leave us in peace. If you want, take my body but leave my family alone. Demon King, well, you have guts. I expected nothing less from you. Fine, I'll take your body. Merlin, Tristan, what do you think you're doing? She tried to undo her son's spell, but it was useless. Izuku, I'm sorry, Mom. Tell Dad I love him, thank you all. He smiled at his family, who couldn't believe what was happening, and they began attacking the cube to destroy it. When Tristan stood before that tyrant, the tyrant extended his hand. Tristan remembered all the beautiful moments he had spent with his parents and uncles, and then the image of a certain purple-haired woman came to mind. Izuku, I'm sorry, Kyoka. As he was about to shake hands, someone stopped him, causing Tristan to turn his head and see that it was Ban. Izuku, Uncle Ban, surprised. Ban, what did you think you were going to do, little captain? I'm sure if your father saw what you were about to do, he'd beat you up. He smiled, then turned to look at the Demon King, who seemed annoyed. Captain, can you hear me? Speaking into the Demon King's ear. Ban, I think it's time you got out of here, you damn bastard. Demon King, expel the Demon King from this body. How do you intend to do it alone? Ban, stop acting like a complete idiot, little captain. I'll take care of your father. As he threw Tristan towards where the others were who had managed to break the cube. King Ban, it doesn't matter that you're immortal. There's nothing you can do alone. Ban, unfortunately for me, I'm no longer immortal. Thus began a fight between the two, Ban dodging every attack the Demon King sent his way, everything unfolding as in the original story, ending with Meliodas facing his own father. Demon King, I won't let you return, my son. Your body now belongs to me. Meliodas, you may have cursed me, even taken my emotions and my body, but what you cannot do is possess my son's body. Serious tone. Demon King, it doesn't matter if you force me out. Now that you have awakened the Demon King's powers, you won't be able to stay long. I won't allow you to remain in this world for even one more day. Meliodas, this way I can save Elizabeth. As his hand appeared, purgatory fire. First, I will break her curse, then I will say goodbye to my companions, the 7 deadly sins, and finally I will embrace my wife and son before I leave. Now let's finish this. Thus, launching himself against his father, father and son began a fight where Meliodas, despite his effort, was losing against his father. The Demon King then regained control over his son's body. Meliodas, without knowing why, began to feel tired and fell to the ground, closing his eyes and falling asleep. But then he heard a voice that made him open his eyes. Wake up. Having said that, the Sin of Wrath looked back at his companions and his family. Merlin, we're here for you. Meliodas smiled and kissed his wife, which she returned. When they separated, Meliodas hugged her and their son, who hugged him back. Chapter 14. The Demon King took advantage of his son's distraction, raised his sword, and was about to attack, but Meliodas countered with small spheres of dark matter that collided like projectiles with the Demon King's body, causing him to bleed. Demon King, how dare you? Angrily, where does this power come from? Meliodas, from their mere presence, from their feelings, they have given me this power. This time you will not be able to defeat me. Seriously. Meanwhile, in the real world, the Demon King was beginning to lose control, so he decided to eliminate those who were giving power to his son. But the archangels Ludociel and Mael stood in his way to protect them, which angered the Demon King. Two battles were raging in the mind of the Sin of Wrath. Meliodas was fighting his father for control of his body, while in the real world, Ban and the archangels were trying to stop the Demon King who was attacking them fiercely. But there was an unexpected twist when the Demon King's youngest son joined the fight. Demon King, what do you think you're doing, Zeldris? Angrily. Zeldris, I have unfinished business with my brother Meliodas, so please, I need you to leave. But first, I need to know something. You were the one who gave the order to eliminate the vampire clan, knowing full well the relationship he had with Gelda. Demon King, couldn't you recognize the compassion a father has for his son to keep him away from evil? Zeldris, what? Confused. Demon King, who do you think I am? I don't trust anyone. That commandment I gave you informed me of everything you did, like how you secretly met with that vampire and how you defied my orders by imprisoning the vampire race instead of wiping it out. Before I tolerated it because at least you knelt before me, but now you're nothing but a nuisance. Thus, attacking him while in his mind, Meliodas attacked relentlessly, inflicting great damage on his father. Meliodas would recover his body no matter the cost. The Demon King was fed up with this, so he attacked without stopping, but his attacks were in vain as Meliodas gradually grew stronger. With Ban, he had reached his limit but did not give up. Zeldris helped him fight. He would recover his brother, but then a light pierced his body, causing the dark-haired man to fall to the ground. Seeing this, Ban attacked the Demon King without mercy. Meliodas' body fell to the ground and he began to writhe in pain. Izuku, what's happening? Merlin, the Demon King is dying and is trying to take him with him. In a serious tone. Ban, I won't allow it, going to stop his friend. Everyone else joined in. Elizabeth locked him in an arc, Tristan and Merlin trapped him in a perfect cube, and King sealed him with his sacred spear. But it didn't work, he broke free and Diane attacked him with a tower made of diamonds. Ban then delivered the final blow, creating a smokescreen. Everyone was worried about Meliodas until they heard a voice. Meliodas, oh no, my beautiful body is completely ruined. Izuku, dad. Running to hug him, the Sin of Wrath complained of the pain. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do this. Meliodas, it's okay. Hugging him, I missed you guys too. Tristan helped his father to stop and brought him closer to his mother, who smiled at him. Meliodas, I'm back. Merlin, idiot, hugging him, I thought I'd lost you, as tears streamed from her eyes. Meliodas, I would never leave your side. Thus the two shared a passionate kiss which made Tristan blush and cover his eyes. Meanwhile, in the city of Japan, the demons retreated, causing heroes and villains to begin celebrating. Back with the Sins, they were happy about their captain's return. Meliodas, this isn't over yet. Well, not yet, looking at Elizabeth. Elizabeth, it's time for me to fulfill my promise from 3,000 years ago. Merlin, could you, receiving a nod. Thus Merlin enveloped Meliodas and Elizabeth in a kind of dark mist, and then everyone saw something begin to form. Izuku, mom, what is that? Merlin, the curse, invisible form represented by magic, perpetual life and eternal reincarnation. Merlin's words surprised everyone. Then they all saw Meliodas begin to adapt into a new form, concentrating his power into a single attack and managing to undo the curses. Meliodas, our long and eternal journey. And finally, after so many years of slumber, their curses were broken. Before going to celebrate, Meliodas had to go somewhere. Upon arriving, they came across a large purple sphere. Meliodas made some gestures with his hand, breaking the sphere, and a girl emerged from it. She was Gelda, his younger brother's sweetheart. Meliodas explained what had happened, which caused Gelda to leave to look for Zeldris. After that, they went to UA, where upon arrival they were greeted with victories and praise. From the crowd appeared a purple-haired girl next to a white-haired one. They were Iri and Kyoka. Iri ran to her parents, who greeted her with a hug, while Kyoka hugged the freckled boy and gave him a kiss, which he returned. Thus began a party where everyone had fun, even the two archangels who had gotten along well with the Sins, although at first they were wary of Meliodas. Meliodas, come on guys, let's put our differences aside. After all, our war ended a long time ago. Don't you think we should start over? Male, sighing, you're right, we should put our differences aside. Meliodas, that's the spirit, now drink up. Handing them mugs of beer. Oh, and by the way, Male, you could try something with Elizabeth, maybe she'll give you a chance. The comment caused the archangel to spit his drink in Ludociel's face, making everyone laugh. But what they didn't know was that in a cave there was a figure who would put an end to everyone's peace. The final battle was near. Chapter 15. After the party, everything returned to normal. The heroes were rebuilding the city while others were helping distribute food to the people. Tristan had spent more time with Kyoka. They were happy that it was finally all over. Tristan can be seen in the forest with his uncles, talking about what they would do from now on. Gauther, well, what are we going to do now? Ban, I don't know about you guys, but I'm going with Elaine to show her the fireworks. What about you, little captain? Are you going somewhere special with your girl? Izuku WLI blushing. Ban hahaha, the little captain is all grown up now. And you, captain, do you already have plans with Merlin? Meliodas, that's right, but first I have to go find Zeldris. The answer surprised everyone. Izuku, dad, why do you want to go look for him? A little angry. Meliodas, well, after all, Zeldris is my younger brother. No matter what he did in the past, he had his reasons. Besides, no matter what he does, I will always love my brother. Well, guys, I have to go. So Meliodas started walking, but Eskener called him. Eskener, captain, can I ask you something? Meliodas, of course, what is it? Eskener, captain, will still be the 7 deadly sins, nothing's going to change, right? He said it in a sad tone. Meliodas, hahaha, what are you saying, Eskener? Of course we'll still be the 7 deadly sins, just like we'll always be a family. Well, if that's all, see you later. With a leap disappearing from the scene, they all headed to the Boar Tavern, which had recently gained immense popularity after their defeat of the demons. Upon arriving, they saw Mail and Ludosil already assisting, along with Iri and Kyoka, who were taking orders. Everyone joined in, while outside the tavern stood Meliodas with Merlin. Merlin, and tell me, do you have any idea where Zeldris might be? Meliodas, not really, but I don't think he could have gone far. Merlin laid her head on her beloved's shoulder as Meliodas enveloped her in a hug. They both gazed at the starry sky, but then they heard a noise. Seeing that Elizabeth was being carried in, they quickly approached. Meliodas, what happened? Izuku, I don't know, he just fainted. Merlin, Meliodas, look, pointing out a window. The Sin of Wrath and his friends emerged, seeing that Elizabeth's curse had ended. This surprised Meliodas as he thought she had gotten rid of it, but then he realized something. If the curse had returned, it meant his father hadn't died. Eskener, the Demon King has returned. Izuku, but how? Surprised. Gauther, the Demon King is very powerful. Ban, I see, so to get revenge on the captain, he restored the curse that haunts Elizabeth. Merlin, the question is, who did he use as a vessel? Gauther, it would be impossible for a normal human or animal since their body would be completely destroyed. Diane, besides the captain, who would be able to withstand the Demon King's power? Meliodas, I think I know who. Meanwhile, elsewhere a dark-haired man could be seen, but he looked very different. It was Zeldris, the youngest son of the Demon King, and next to him was Cusack. Flashback. Chandler and Cusack are seen separated again, but both are badly injured. Suddenly, the commandments appear before them, surprising them. Cusack observes Zeldris on the ground and sees that he is also injured. Chandler is about to take the commandments to Meliodas, but before he can, Cusack attacks him from behind. Chandler, Cusack, why? Cusack, I'm sorry, Chandler, it's nothing personal, but I don't want you interfering with my path. Cusack took Zeldris and the commandments and left the place. Cusack took him to a cave where he began to pronounce some words, causing the commandments to enter Zeldris's body. End of flashback. The Demon King, now in the body of his youngest son, killed Cusack, finding him annoying. He then emerged from the cave and unleashed his powers. His magic suited his new vessel well, so he created a small breach into purgatory and began summoning a deep. Meanwhile, back at the tavern, they felt the tremor and the magic, confirming their suspicions. The Demon King had returned and summoned an Endura. The Sins quickly devised a plan to stop him. Meliodas stayed with Elizabeth while the Sins, along with Tristan, went to confront the monster while the 2 archangels went to protect the citizens. Elizabeth, why didn't you tell them that Zeldris was the new vessel? Meliodas, I don't want to involve them. It's a family matter between my brother and my father. Serious tone. Elizabeth, you have to go. You're the only one who can stand up to your father and save your brother. Meliodas, Elizabeth, 3 days have passed. We don't know what might happen. If I leave now and something happens to you, I couldn't bear the guilt. I'm not going to risk it. Elizabeth, well then I'll go with you. We'll fight like in the past. Smiling. Meliodas, giving her a smile. All right, we'll finish this once and for all. So the 2 of them left the boar's hat, flying quickly to the place where the Demon King was. When they arrived, they saw the Demon King standing as if he were waiting for them. At that moment, the weather changed abruptly. Demon King, listen carefully, son. The atmosphere is furious because it knows the world doesn't need 2 Demon Kings. Meliodas, it doesn't even need 1 father. Surrender now and leave my brother's body in peace. Demon King, how insolent. Meanwhile, the Sins found themselves facing the monster that had been summoned by the Demon King. Izuku, what the hell is that? Merlin, it's an Endura, a beast feared even by the demon race. Then everyone saw the beast become defensive and let out a loud roar. Chapter 16. The 7 deadly sins tried to stop the monster, but it was in vain as their attacks had almost no effect. Then they saw the Endura from its tail launch what looked like spores but were actually Endura eggs. Ban quickly went to destroy them and Merlin gave him her sacred treasure, which she had been saving for a moment like this. The sin of greed destroyed all the monster's eggs with a single attack, surprising his companions. But they didn't realize that 1 egg had survived and was heading towards the city. Meanwhile, in the city, the heroes were helping evacuate the area where they had felt the tremor, fearing it would happen again. But one of them saw the egg, which puzzled him. Hero 1, what the hell is that? Hero 2, I don't know, it doesn't look like one of those demons. But when they least expected it, the two heroes fell dead as the egg had pierced them with its tongue, which functioned as a powerful stinger. The egg continued on its way, seeing a mother with her daughter no more than 5 years old and approaching to kill them. The mother could only hug her daughter and close her eyes, accepting her fate, but before the little monster could kill them, someone stepped in. "Get out of here, I'll take care of him." The mother could only thank him and run away with her daughter. The one who had saved them was Escanor, but in his weakened form, having lost his power. Sometime later, the Holy Knights arrived to help him. Escanor, though suffering from several deep wounds, refused to give up, but he had reached his limit and accepted his fate. Suddenly, a light appeared and destroyed Endura's egg. It was Male who had saved and healed the Lion of Pride's wounds. Just like in the original story, Male restored his power. Meanwhile, the Sins continued trying to defeat Endura. Suddenly, the monster launched a beam that caught Tristan off guard. He shielded himself to lessen the damage, but then they saw the attack reflected back at the monster. When Tristan opened his eyes, he saw that it was Chandler who had saved him. Izuku Chandler surprised. Thus all the Sins were surprised by the imminent appearance of the devil. "Chandler, don't worry, I'm on your side. Merlin, why should we trust you?" In a serious tone. "Chandler, because I will faithfully serve Lord Meliodas for the rest of my days and protect him and his family even if I have to give my life to do so." Returning to Meliodas, he brutally attacked his father while trying to reason with his brother, but it was in vain. Suddenly, a powerful lightning bolt struck the Demon King, his body becoming engulfed in lightning bolts from the sky. When the lightning stopped, the Demon King appeared in his younger form. As the minutes passed, the fight intensified. Then something fell from the sky, nearly crushing the Demon King. Demon King, and that's... Seeing that it was the body of the Endura, and on top of him were the Sins along with Tristan and Chandler. Meliodas Chandler surprised. Chandler Lord Meliodas nailing. Demon King Chandler, what does all this mean? Angry, you dare betray your king? Chandler, I have never served you. The only one I serve is Lord Meliodas Demon King. Serious tone. Meliodas, I thought you had died when I stopped sensing your magic power. Chandler, Cusack attacked me from behind, but before he could kill me, he decided to take his brother along with the commandments and left. I just rested to heal my wounds, and don't worry, your wife told me everything that happened. Meliodas, smiling, good, then let's defeat my father and return my brother's body. Merlin, gather while we distract the Demon King. You and Meliodas have to enter the Demon King's mind to separate Zeldris from within. Gather, understood. So everyone prepared to attack, but even with Chandler's help, it was impossible to hold off the Demon King. They couldn't attack and defend Meliodas and Gather at the same time. Then the Demon King slashed with his sword, but it was blocked by the Lion of Pride who had arrived at the battle. Escanor, we are those who carry 7 deep wounds in our hearts. There should be no fear or despair for you. What you possess is courage, pride, and camaraderie. Destiny was written, and for a moment we gave up, but now we are grateful for our destinies, for being able to have one last battle for a dear friend. Izuku, Uncle Escanor. Happily. Meliodas, no, Escanor, you know what will happen if you use Shining one more time with that body. Escanor, Captain, compared to what we, the 7 deadly sins, are about to achieve, this is nothing. The death of a god, I know there is no better battle than this when I am about to glorify the end of my own life. Izuku, the end of his own life. Confused. Escanor, I wouldn't want to defeat the Demon King by causing collateral damage. Listen, Gather, I entrust the captain to you. So starting their battle anew, everything unfolded as in the original story, with Gelda arriving at the battle and entering the Demon King's mind to rescue Zeldris. But as the minutes ticked by, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Izuku, what's happening? Merlin, if the battle continues with Meliodas and the Demon King together, they'll end up destroying all of Japan. Chandler, we have to cut off the Demon King's magic supply, while dodging some attacks. Tristan had an idea, so he began to conjure several spells. Once ready, these were directed at the Demon King, who dodged them. Demon King, I expected more from you, but I see you're useless, just like your father. Izuku, this isn't over. At that moment, there was an earthquake and many vines sprouted from the ground, ensnaring the Demon King. He was then electrocuted, causing great harm to the ruler of the underworld. Enraged, the Demon King lunged at Tristan, but was stopped by Escanor. Escanor, I have bad news for you. Demon King so arrogantly. Escanor, it's already midday. While radiating magical powers. Chapter 17. The sin of pride radiated intense heat, much like magical power. Izuku, wow, he's using the same form he used to defeat Dad when he was in assault mode, remembering that fight. Demon King, I see. This is the power that defeated Meliodas and Zeldris. I thought it only lasted a minute. Interesting, I'll finally see it with my own eyes. I'll see what this power they talk so much about is capable of. While sheathing his sword. Thus began a battle between the two monsters. His friends were surprised at how the Lion of Pride was restraining the Demon King. They all saw how Eskener's time at his full power had ended, which worried them, but they were surprised to see Eskener once again enveloped in sunlight. Izuku, how can he still be in that state? Surprised. The freckled boy turned to look at his father and saw that he was scared. Izuku, Dad, you know what's going on because Uncle Eskener can maintain the glow. Meliodas, Eskener is converting his own life into magic power. What the Sin of Wrath said shocked and worried everyone. Eskener continued fighting even knowing his fate awaited him. The Demon King also counterattacked the Sin's attacks. His friends begged him to stop, but it was in vain. His friend had already made his decision. At that moment, a small memory flashed into the mind of the Sin of Pride. Flashback. 7-year-old Tristan is seen in a forest. He was running through the woods, having gone out to explore and had accidentally gotten lost. The reason he was running was that some wolves were chasing him. The little boy reached a dead end, and when the wolves pounced, he could only close his eyes. He heard a howl of pain, and when he opened them, he saw Eskener, who had finished off the wolves. Izuku, Uncle Eskener, running towards him. Eskener, so here you are, your parents are worried, it's best to go back, putting the little boy on his shoulders. All along the way, the little boy was sad, so the Sin of Pride spoke. Eskener, is something wrong? Izuku, I'm weak, you're all amazing, and I'm just a burden while shedding tears. The Sin of Pride remained silent until it let out a laugh which disconcerted the little boy. Eskener, you're not weak, little captain, it's just that you don't yet know how to use your power. But when you do, you'll be stronger than the captain, you might even surpass me. Izuku, are you serious? Eskener, that's right, and when that day comes, promise us we'll have a fight. Izuku, wiping away tears, yes, I promise. And so the two of them arrived at the tavern. End flashback. Eskener, forgive me, but I don't think I can keep our promise, little captain. Thus the lion managed to strike a powerful blow at the Demon King, while in Zeldris' mind he faced his father just as his older brother had. After a few minutes, everyone saw the commandments separate from Zeldris' body, implying that the dark-haired man had managed to defeat his father and bring him back. Then the commandments headed towards Tristan to take him as their new vessel. Meliodas/Merlin, we will not allow you to approach our son. Thus the two combined their attacks, which sent the commandments soaring into the sky. But what no one expected was that the commandments began to fall to earth, causing a powerful tremor all around. Izuku, and now what happens? Trying not to lose his balance. Merlin, now that Meliodas and Zeldris have rejected him, he wants the entire earth to become his new vessel. Then everyone saw a figure begin to form, made of mountains and rocks. Meliodas, just give up already, father. So they all went to attack him, they all combined their power into a single attack. Meliodas, Tristan, Chandler, I need your help. Chandler, it will be an honor to help you with whatever you need, young Master Meliodas. Happily. Izuku, okay. When the attack was about to hit the Demon King, Meliodas used his counterattack. The Demon King mocked his son for saving him, but it was a mistake, as he sent the counterattack to Chandler, who understood his master's plan and did the same to Tristan. The three of them continued for quite some time. With each counterattack they made, the attack increased in size and power. Demon King, enough. If you unleash that magic, the city will disappear along with everyone in it. Desperate tone. Meliodas, this angle is good, Merlin. Merlin, now Meliodas. Meliodas, goodbye, father. Launching the attack. As he did so, the Demon King's entire body was completely destroyed. Everyone witnessed the fight finally end. After pushing their power to the limit, they all collapsed, exhausted. Tristan saw his father atop a rock and Zeldris appeared beside him. Meliodas, are you alright, Zeldris? Zeldris, Meliodas, tell me a secret. That combo you used was strong enough to destroy Japan. How did you manage to concentrate the attack on Dad, brother? Meliodas, look, there's the answer. Pointing to a large drop of water. Meliodas, it's the magic lake that provides unlimited magic. We managed it because this lake absorbs all excess magic power, Zeldris. Zeldris, I must admit I'm impressed by everything you did. Meliodas, it was all thanks to my wife. Zeldris, I see you found a very astute woman. Looking at Merlin. Izuku, Dad, look. Everyone was surprised that the commandments were not destroyed, even after receiving such a powerful attack. King, how is that possible? Surprised. Eskener, it's because bad weeds never die. Izuku, what will we do now? Meliodas will go back home. The answer surprised everyone except Merlin. Zeldris, brother, what are you talking about? If we leave the commandments here, someone else could take them. Meliodas, I never said we'd leave them. Chandler, then what do you plan to do? If your father absorbs them again, he'll return. Meliodas, I'll just use his power to return everything to the way it was before. Having said that, he signaled to his wife so she could encapsulate the commandments. At that moment, everyone saw Hawk's mother arrive and they all went towards her. The only ones who didn't were Zeldris and Gelda. Meliodas, you guys aren't coming. Zeldris, what? Surprised. Meliodas, I guess you don't have a place to stay. Come on, it'll be fun. Before Zeldris could say anything, his beloved spoke. Gelda, thank you for your generosity. Starting to walk, Zeldris just let out a sigh and walked too, which made his brother smile. Chapter 18. They all started walking, but then they heard the voice of the Lion of Pride. Eskener, I think my path ends here. Izuku, what are you talking about, Uncle Eskener? Confused. Eskener, I'm sorry, I can't move my body. Everyone looked at their companions sadly. Eskener, I think it's over for me, but I don't regret anything in my life. I thank everyone for being in it. Gauther, I enjoyed our conversations. King and Sweet Diane, I deeply regret not being able to attend your wedding, but I wish you all the best. Miss Elizabeth, please greet His Majesty and Master Gendry and the others for me. Mr. Mail, thank you for taking care of us all until the end. And you, dear Ban, try not to drink so much. Captain, I owe you my entire life. You're my best friend. Miss Merlin, what I wish for you most is happiness. And you little captain, I'm sorry for not keeping my promise to have a fight with you, but I dare say you've surpassed me. Izuku, please, Uncle Eskener, don't go. Tears fell. Eskener, it seems my time is running out. More flames began to consume him. Eskener, please everyone protect yourselves, this is dangerous. Keep your distance, Meliodas, until eternity, dear Eskener, sadly. Eskener, thank you for giving me a family to belong to. After saying that, Eskener disappeared while a small flame shot out and flew into the sky where it vanished. His friends couldn't bear the loss of one of their own and wept. Time skipped 3 days. 3 days have passed since they defeated the Demon King and Eskener died. Everyone was resting in the tavern, exhausted from helping the people rebuild the city. The only ones awake were Zeldris, Gelda, Meliodas, Merlin, and Tristan. After a few minutes, Zeldris and Gelda left, leaving Meliodas alone with his wife. They looked at each other and nodded, then approached their son, who was looking at them strangely. Izuku, is something wrong? Meliodas, sighing, Tristan, there's something we want to talk to you about, in a serious tone. Izuku, about what, seeing that his parents were serious? Merlin, Tristan, it's time to return to our world. The answer came as a complete shock to the freckled boy. Izuku, why should we leave, why can't we stay, in an agitated tone. Meliodas, Tristan, calm down, I know this is very sudden, but you must understand that we don't belong here. Izuku, but we already defeated the Demon King. Merlin, even though we defeated the Demon King, there are still enemies who will try to cause chaos. I know there are heroes here who might be able to defeat those enemies, but there will be others who won't be able to. Upon hearing that, he became sad because they were right. Izuku, but how will you do it since the director's machine combined both worlds? Meliodas, that's why I'll use the power of the commandments to fix everything. Izuku, Dad, you're not thinking of fusing with the commandments again, are you? Scared. Meliodas, no, we'll try to use the magic within the commandments and also erase all memories that imply our existence. Izuku, I understand. He got up and started to go upstairs, but before he could, his mother spoke. Merlin, Tristan, your father and I have been talking and we've decided that if you want to stay in this world, feel free to do so, but we will never be able to return. After saying that, Tristan went to his room and lay down on his bed. That night he couldn't sleep, thinking about what his parents had said. If he chose to leave, he would never see Kyoka again, but if he chose to stay, he would never see his family again. The following days, everything returned to normal. Tristan spent more time with Kyoka, taking her to the movies or sometimes just going for walks. Izuku, Kyoka, there's something I have to tell you. Kyoka, yes, smiling. Izuku, I want to give you something. As he pulled a heart-shaped ruby from his pocket, the purple-haired girl was surprised by the gesture from the blonde boy. Izuku, I want you to know that no matter where I am, my heart will always belong to you. After saying that, the two shared a passionate kiss and thus, saying goodbye, the freckled boy, upon arriving where his parents were, spoke. Izuku, I'll go with you. After saying that, he quickly went to his room. What? His parents could only look at him sadly. Everyone prepared to leave the next day. When night fell, Merlin was in the tallest building and he began to cast a spell that made a pentagram appear covering all of Japan. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Tristan could be seen at the window of the purple-haired girl's room. Izuku, I'll never forget you, Kyoka-jiro. Then she saw a light fall across all of Japan, which meant her mother had finished the spell. The next day, in a room full of instruments, a purple-haired girl was waking up. She checked the time and quickly got up, causing her to fall to the floor. She quickly got up and dressed, grabbing her things hurriedly to her class. When she arrived, everything seemed normal, but she noticed someone was missing from her class as she saw an empty table. Also, when she saw Izumi, she was reminded of someone. Everything was very strange. She felt as if something, or rather someone, was missing. Luckily, classes ended and she went to her room where she threw down her backpack and sat on her bed. She took out her phone and started looking for something to entertain herself. She went into her gallery and saw several photos with black backgrounds and others where only she appeared looking happy. This puzzled her even more. She got up, but as she did, she stepped on the ruby, which made her swear. Then she picked up the stone. Kyoka, but what? Many questions filled her mind about what she was doing with a ruby. She looked out her window and then at the ruby, focusing more intently. What she saw surprised her. Inside it were images of her with someone. At that moment, several memories flooded back to her. Kyoka, Tristan. Saying that, she quickly put on her shoes and ran out. Her friends watched her, puzzled. The purple-haired girl ran to the forest where the tavern used to be, but when she arrived, she found nothing but a large crater. Now she understood why Tristan was acting so strangely. She was in shock, not knowing what to believe, but then she heard voices approaching. She saw the Sins about to enter a portal. The purple-haired girl shouted Tristan's name and he turned around. Izuku, Kyoka, surprised. That's how he was brought down by the purple-haired one. Kyoka, idiot, how could you leave me? Izuku, Kyoka, I'm sorry, but if I stayed, I'd never see my family again. Kyoka, then I'll go with you. Izuku, if you do that, you'll never see your family or your friends again. Kyoka, the only person I want to be with is you. Tristan was pleased to hear that, and the two of them went inside, but then they heard a scream and turned around to see Hawk running. Hawk, hey pigs, don't leave me. Izuku, Hawk, run, seeing that the portal was about to close. The pig leaped, so Tristan caught it, and as the portal closed, the two went to where the others were. Izuku, ready for a life full of adventures. Kyoka, what could possibly go wrong? Smiling. Zend, Love. Time skip 5 years. 5 years had passed since the Sins defeated the Demon King and restored everything to its former state. Zeldris and Meliodas had made peace between them. Zeldris had decided to rule Hell, but he wouldn't follow the mandate his father had imposed. This saddened Meliodas, but Zeldris said he would visit him and that he should do the same, which Meliodas accepted. Over time, several couples formed, and some ended up marrying, such as King and Diane, Ban and Elaine, and of course, Tristan and Kyoka. Chandler had stayed behind to serve Meliodas. At first, Chandler had to adjust to living among humans and other races if he wanted to remain by his disciples' side. Mael and Elizabeth had begun a relationship, which pleased their friends. Meliodas had applied the things he learned in the other world, incorporating them into his tavern, which helped him gain popularity. Among the people, we now find ourselves in a waiting room with Tristan pacing in circles while his father, sister, and uncles are with him, even Chandler, Mael, and Zeldris, since they considered them part of the family. You might wonder what was happening, and well, that's because today was the day Kyoka gave birth. Ban, this brings back memories. King, you're right, Mael, everything will be alright. Trying to calm the freckled boy. Chandler, he's right, there's nothing to worry about, young Tristan. Iri, I can't wait to meet my little cousin, she said happily. As the minutes passed, Tristan was becoming impatient. Izuku, unable to hold back any longer, you know I'm coming in. Going to enter the room where his beloved was. King, you can't going to stop him. Tristan, it doesn't matter. So they fought to prevent Tristan from entering the room. In a struggle, the 6 of them broke down the door and entered, but when they got up they saw Kyoka holding a baby. Elizabeth, congratulations, it's a girl. Upon hearing that, the boys quickly approached to see the newest member of the family. Tristan, hello, shedding a few tears upon seeing his daughter, but then saw the newborn let out a giggle. Meliodas, yes, I'm a grandfather, while shouting with excitement. Merlin, we are dear, standing next to her husband. Everyone congratulated the young couple on becoming parents. Time skip, 6 years. 6 years have passed since the birth of Tristan and Kyoka's daughter. She was playing while being looked after by her grandparents when the little girl approached them. Grandpa Meliodas, what are the 7 deadly sins? Meliodas, the 7 deadly sins, receiving a nod. Dad told me they were powerful warriors and defeated the Demon King, while making fighting-like movements. Merlin, how about we tell you a story, while taking the little girl in their arms and entering the tavern. A story while tilting her head to the side. Meliodas, that's right, this story is about the adventures of the 7 deadly sins, and how the lion's sin of pride defeated the Demon King. Yes, Merlin, well, it all started. Thus, the 2 sins told their granddaughter about the adventures they had, and how Eskuner gave his life to save the world and his family.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.